mic on if you want to talk on the microphone. That's one of those things that you learn when you go to live streamer school. Hey there, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. DC's here. Hi, Tim Dog. Hi, Ollie. Welcome aboard Flight Sim Aviation. Thanks for coming in. Steven is here. Let's see. I saw Loviz just checked in from the Cross Africa event. Loviz has got about 170 miles to top of descent, and it looks like there's a lot of people that are out flying around doing the Cross Africa event. Mikey, good to see you. Got the new Stuttgart scenery and says that looks good. We probably ought to plan a Stuttgart flight here then. I haven't picked it up yet, but we probably ought to go and snag that one soon. Right now, we are at Athens Venizelos Airport. We're still doing the Road to the Rising Sun tour on Sundays. We're back in Athens because the other day we got to chattering away about a really, really tricky approach that is over in Samos in Greece. And I figured, let's go ahead and do that. We've also got the Rio Air Bridge that is set to happen a little bit later on. So the two short flights here before we get ready for the Rio Air Bridge. Martel is here. Welcome aboard. So is Tyler Dog, and JSG Droid has turned off the cloaking device. Welcome in, JSG Droid. Thanks for coming in. Happy weekend. Ader Pilot, welcome, welcome. Thank you for stopping by, and good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. DK Funfly, welcome, welcome. Just going and resetting the playlist here. Always got to take a second to do that. I need a better playlist manager. Right now, I'm just using VLC Media Player. Okay, what do we got here? We have media, folders, and it's almost time to sneeze too. Okay, that... Well, I'd say that this live stream is just off to a fabulous start right now. I mean, forgetting the microphone button and 2 sneezes right out of the box. I mean, seriously, should we just give up at this point? No, we're not going to do that. Everybody sneezes. Okay, that all looks good, and music is done. All right, we're done with that. We ought to go to Paro today, so there would be fun. So maybe what we'll do is after we do... Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro, we'll do Kathmandu to Parro. Those are 3 good ones. Yeah, thank you for the, double sneezes there today. Loviz says we're taking the A340-600 to Parro. Okay. So A346, and that's going to be Kathmandu, to Parro. P-A-R-O. Okay, that's on the list. We got that. So that's our 3rd flight today. The A340-600. What could possibly go wrong there? Hi, Eric. Welcome aboard. That is going to be... I'm going to get... If you've never done these flights before, the last one, VNKT 2, and Paro is... Wait a minute. VQPR. VQPR. There we go. I'll put those in chat. I still haven't decided what I'm going to take into Rio Air Bridge. I think, the A340 is as long as the runway. So Kathmandu to Paro is our 3rd flight today. That will be fun. Okay, and then the Sao Paulo to Rio Air Bridge is cool, but I do not recommend you take the A340 on that one. That one's a little bit big. Increasingly difficult approaches. I think that is exactly what we're doing. Samos is entry level. Well, it's a pretty tight turn at the last few minutes, I'd probably say. A little bit of a tight turn over there. Okay, let's go ahead and get everything started. We do have VATSIM ATC. Athena radar is up, also approach. So we've got full ride ATC, and we'll see what they give us over there. So let's do ATC menu. Do I have everything? No, I don't need the ATC. I need air operations menu and flight init while we're doing that. Let's see. We're going to need to call I need to call a jetway over here. Toggle the jetway. Our jetway today is presented and sponsored by Piraeus Bank. Loviz says Loviz and Captain Whip are heading to Rio after Cross Africa, and you're going to do a Goal 737-800. You know what? That sounds like an absolutely sensible airplane. Wait a minute. Sensible airplane? What are we doing? Taking sensible airplanes these days? Boeing 737-800. Cool. Yeah, we could have a 2 sensible flights and a total nonsense flight. Let's see. Good evening. Laxon is in from Boda in Norway. We haven't been to Alta in a long time. I know we were joking around a little bit about Alta being not that great of a airport. Actually, the airport's pretty cool, but Alta apparently is just this big slab of concrete. That I always thought it had a cool name, but maybe that's because we have a town in the U.S. called Alta, which is supposed to be pretty cool. All right, let's see. Over here, init data request. My workflow is off just a little bit. Hi, Turby TV. Welcome, welcome. All right, init data request. The knitting is done. And that looks good there. Good, good, good. And receive messages. And we need to come over here. Let's go ahead and get airplanes, loading the airplane. 8 minutes worth of loading. Cool. All right, that looks really good. Let's see. My cost index today to get over to Samos is going to be 48. So 48 is cost index. I did a cruise altitude of flight level 170. Did I get the winds yet? I have not gotten the winds. We got to get that. It's the last little S-turn. Just as you're doing the little S-turn to kind of go around the hill by the monastery, that's the hard part at Paro. And really, that thing is pretty much all about timing. It's all about the timing. If you time your little S-turn around the hill by the monastery into Parro, usually you're going to get a decent landing. 59, let's see, 59.9. 59.9 is going to be my zero fuel weight. 31.2 is my center of gravity. And that looks good there. We do have ATC, so I got to also get a clearance here soon. Okay, let's do fuel budget, and then we'll do clearances. So 0.173. 0.173 is good. Reserves is 0.649, and that is groovy. Alternate is back here to Athens. 1.95 is our alternate. Final reserve is 1.06. And that should take care of our fuel budget. I get all those numbers off of the flight plan. Fuel planning is groovy green, and that looks great. Let's go over and see what we have here in Athens. Okay, LGAV ATIS. ATIS says Venizelos Information Lima. Still departing off 3 right. Transition level is, altimeter is 1001, and we have LGAV West approach. That is where we're going to get a clearance from. 132975. 132975. There we go. And let's see if we can hear anybody on the radio. Oh, there we go. There's the radio. Hi, Manifi. Welcome aboard.
So the cameras δεν μπαίνουν το minimum approach speed. Anyway, break Gian 2 Alpha Mike reduce to minimum approach speed.
Turn the
Alpha 844, can we have Alpha 56? FM taxi right, Alpha Hotel, Golf stand Alpha 56. Alpha 56, Alpha Hotel and Golf, thank you very much, Alpha 844.
Athena 4, CG player 150, ready for caution start.
Stand by break, Gian Alpha Mike, turn right, heading 140 now.
And heading 140,
Gian 90 Charlie, contact Athena 133325. 133325.
133.5.
Athena approach. Kalispera from Aegean 441. Stand 9 information. Lima requesting clearance to Samos.
Aegean 441, Kalispera, clear to Samos, runway 03 right. Kia 1 Echo departure initially 7,000 feet and squawk 7063.
Eugene 441, we're going off 3 right. Kia 1 Echo departure, 7,000 feet, 7063 is the squawk for 441.
India 441, clearance correct.
I read that by awfully quick. This is this controller's really working hard right now. Hey, Toomey Brasco, welcome aboard. We are hopefully not doing any stalling. I'm not going into Martha's Vineyard right now, so I don't think there's going to be a stall problem there, but it's a spy flight. You never know, right? Okay, flight plan. Athens, departure, 03 right. It's going to be the Kia. Is it Kia 1 Echo? Yep, 1 Echo. Kia 1 Echo. And insert LGSM. Our arrival is going to be, I think it's the VOR 27. We're doing the Ordmo 1 Charlie, right? No, it's the Urinal 2 Alpha. I'm sorry, that's it looks like Urinal 2 Alpha. I'm trying really, really hard not to do a bunch of Wizz Air jokes right now. And we're coming in Samos 1 arrival, although don't count on that. We're probably going to get vectored on that one. Okay, flight plan is in. Passengers are coming aboard. And our squawk was 7063. 7063. You know, in a couple of years, there's a chance that we're probably going to have a full center console. We might have an actual, pretty much a full center console. I don't know if they're going to actually do these kinds of throttles and stuff, but I really think that's going to happen at some point. From our friends at Wing. Okay, electric hydraulic pump goes on, and you can see over here I've got my reversers are out. So go ahead and just cycle the reversers when you get the pump on, and that should close it. Let's see. Does this officially mean that Saturday? No, we're just doing this particular flight because we were yapping away. I was yapping away mostly about the approach into Samos. So I figured it would be a great flight to do as a challenging approach for today. You know what? There's going to be a stream of bad jokes. That's just what's going to happen. That is Manaphy, the No Kings logo. I really don't want to do politics and stuff, but you know, it's also time to show some support about some things. 1001 is our altimeters. 1001. Let's turn on the AP. Let's turn on that. And we also need to do 1001 down here. I always try to be a good pilot and do the backup altimeter because I forget that. Okay, all this looks really, really good, right? Yeah, there are out there, and I felt, you know, I just wanted to be here with you, you know, with friends here. Mikey, don't worry about doing that. I appreciate you taking the time to going and getting Stuttgart and telling us that it's a really cool scenery and letting us know about it. Please don't feel like you can't, you know, don't be sad about not gifting. I'm just glad that you're here. Thank you for coming in and being good friends. I mean, that's part of what Spy Flight is all about, is some good friends getting together, helping take care of each other in good times and scary times, and, you know, learning about airplanes and bad jokes and pizza. I mean, there you go. That seems to be what we're all about. That's right, it's non-disruptive and non-combative. Mr. Posh Martin joined the Singapore Airlines virtual airline. No kidding, how do you like that? There was a while ago, and it's actually been a while, but I've got it saved right here on the first page of my notes. Polyot found me Air Berlin virtual airlines, and I still need to go and jump into something like that. I hope you're having a good time with that, Mr. Posh Martin's loving it. Manaphy's debating I think that the E-jets are eventually going to be pretty hot rocket and flame throwing. I'm not sure that they're there yet, but I think that they're going to be getting there. So I don't know when. That being said, I will say that the CRJ from Aerosoft is a solid airplane. It's one of the few that I do relatively decently in. So there you go. Hi, Danny VDW. Tim Dog, it depends on how you all feel. Like, you know, there are several in the town that I live in. I thought that I ought to be a part of that. At the same time, it is happening right now, and you know, I just felt that this is where I need to be today, and pretty much every day. You know, especially when the world is setting itself on fire. Let's come on over here, and 60.6. And page 2 is 31.2. That hasn't changed, so that looks really good. Accept this and get ready to do push and start. Senor Tomas, are you going to do some flying? Whatever you want to be. No, seriously, whatever you want to do, Senor Tomas. Imanub is back. Welcome back. By the time I make my decision, I think the E-jets will have been updated. Well, it's been updated for quite a while. And, you know, the reason that I'm even a little bit hesitant about that is they make you jump through a few extra hoops just to use it right now. When they fix it and make it better, we'll do it. But there you go. Hi, Keith. How's Liverpool tonight? All right, let's see. Fuel is 64.4, 6.44. 6.44 is block fuel.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We certainly are. I think it's APU time. Let's open up the flap. Let's do, doors are closed, seatbelts are going on, and start up the APU. Happy Saturday. I hope it's nice in Liverpool. If you can't make up your mind, that is your sign that neither one of them is of any importance, and therefore your money is best kept in your pocket for the time being. I never thought of it like that, but right on. That's got to be my new answer now. I think that is good. I can't I can't decide about these two airplanes. Which one do I want? It's good for this, good for this. And just like, as you know, we've been kind of alluding to, things are kind of crazy in the world right now. And I think that keeping the money in your pocket for the moment is a really smart idea. As much as I love my airplanes and my airports, I don't have to have every new airport right now, and I don't have to have every new airplane. And maybe if we can get ourselves to a point where things aren't absolutely crazy, then maybe we'll, you know, there you go. Hey there, Diamond Mike. Feeling a little bit better. You still have a killer headache. My guess, okay, it's runway 3. That's going to be nose left tail right. Keith says the weather's changing in Liverpool right now. Hey, Ryan, thanks for coming in. Welcome aboard. Black Macbeth has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's get back on the radio. Let's come on down here and start our squawkage. TARA. And that looks good. Do not base it on that. Base it on enjoyment and value. So until it is clear that one wins over the other, it's not just leaning, keep your money. Really smart. I think that there's absolutely killer advice popping into chat right now. Okay. Let's come on and do departure performance. Russ is here. Hey, Russ. Hey, really had fun flying out of Dallas yesterday. It was a really good time. Daniel is here. Welcome aboard. Rich on Wheels. Welcome, welcome.
Just to confirm for Egypt Air 150.
Ooh, somebody's got Egypt Air here today. I wonder if the pilot has got his mummy back in the cabin.
We should hold.
Yes, if I hear Egypt Air, we're going to do mummy jokes. And Mikhail is here. Another really great name on Twitch. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. What wind wing items do I use? I am using.
586, welcome to Athens, taxi right on
Okay, there's
Alpha
2 people chatting there. This, what you see is the, that is the WinWing autopilot. I am really, really happy with the WinWing autopilot right now. The camera levels are a little bit hot on this at the moment. It's also got the EFIS units on each side. So I really, really do like that one too. So that's one of the cool things for sure. And then you come on back here, and if you look down here, I'm also using the WinWing McDo for Airbus. I absolutely love that combination. Pauliot suggested that I try the WinWing desk clamp, and so I use the desk clamp, and you can see that I'm using my Thrustmaster throttles right now, and oh my gosh, it's working great. And then over on the other side of the desk, there is also the WinWing side stick, which I really, really like. So those are the things that I'm using for WinWing. Let's see. We also had, let's see, who was it? Trip Taker was really nice this holiday and sent a Boeing autopilot. And when it's Boeing time, I'll swap out the Airbus autopilot, and I really, really like that too. So those are the things that I've got from WinWing, and I really do think that they're really good. All right, let's see. Let's set the camera back the way it belongs. And that's good, and there we go. So that's what I've got. Hoot, I again can't say enough really nice things about the WinWing stuff. All right, let's see. APU bleed goes on. Ground power goes off. Fuel pumps go on. And we're also done with the electric hydraulic pump too, because we stowed our reversers, got that taken care of. And let's go back on the radio and try and push and start.
Olympic 9927, Kalispera, information Lima, clear to Samos with 03 right.
Information Lima is still current.
And Squawk 7017.
PCA, preconditioned air is off. Chocks and coats could go away. And we're clear there. All right, charts. And that's Athens.
With a 3 Papa Tango, descending to flight level 170, passing 180.
And we're going to probably push back onto Charlie. Let's see, is somebody flying a TriStar today? There's speculation that we might see the TriStar on Tuesday. Najib, welcome to you. Happy Saturday. Thanks for coming in. Pauliot just got the new WinWing rudder pedals today. Your crosswinds are going to be shelved. What do you think? I can't wait to hear what you think about that. Because like the crosswinds are just like the best rudder pedals ever. So it'll be interesting to hear your suggestion. Will I be getting a level D sim? Probably not. Hey Pratt PT, thanks for reminding me. We got to get an Airbus hat.
2075. Diana 352, push R2 facing east. Russian 579 ready to departure.
Hey Derek, welcome back in. Thanks for coming by today. I like Athens. Derek Kea, this is one of my favorite places to be. I've never been there, but just one of the places in the world that for me has a little bit of magic that I don't know if it's the real thing or not, but I really like coming here. In the sim world, it's great, and I've got a really good flight sim friend that lives in Athens too. Hairline cracks? Oh my gosh, really? Oh my gosh, hairline cracks in these? Seriously, you could use the crosswind rudder pedals as body armor. I mean, they're that tough, right?
Yeah, sorry, your last...
Well, the lights are awesome. You're doing hops from to Cyprus and back? That's a nice hop. I like to go over to Naxos because Sibby says there's really good pizza at Naxos.
1 Echo departure, initially 7,000 feet, squawk 7017.
2 decades of abuse. Oh my gosh.
03 right runway, Kia 1 Echo, departure via Kia, squawk 7017 for a living manner energy 7.
9927 clear squawk. Break, Dino 455 clear to run 03 left.
I do have coffee, and I brought all the beverages over today.
Sorry. It's 31
Hi, Cats are love.
direct to Tucson.
There's actually a lot of people don't know this, but there's really good Athens here.
178
Really good stuff. Oh, Pratt PT, I like my McDonnell Douglas 11 more than I like the 80s. Oh, I think 16 years is good value for just about anything, even if you had paid for it, Paulo. These are such good. Hang on. Oh. I don't want to step on somebody. I've gotten really bad about stepping on people, and I've really tried not to do that.
Present heading, climb level 190, fraction 579 Romeo.
Captain Marut, yeah, the Athens scenery is from Fly Tampa. You get to have whatever beverages you want. That's the cool part. Hi, Daniel. I'd say that I don't know when. It's not in the plan at the moment.
331 taxi Echo Delta 6 right, Delta holding point 03 right. Echo Delta 6 right, Delta 03 right, the Eastern 331. Again 352 taxi Papa Delta 4 right, Delta holding point 03 right.
They did just update. Cannot break in at all today.
03 right, clear for takeoff.
03 right, clear for takeoff. Aegean 159.
Athena, hello again from Aegean 441. Stand 9 with information Lima requesting startup and pushback.
Aegean 441, hello again, standby 1. There is an aircraft behind you. Call you back shortly.
There is an airplane behind me. Actually, there's 2 behind me. Paulo wants to remember what the in-tech was 18 years ago.
Line up and wait, runway 03 right.
Wasn't that, I mean, iPods was like really cool. And maybe some of, you know, some of the smaller cell phones and stuff. Yep, there is a plane behind me. Oh, in TV tech? Yeah, I guess it was kind of plasma screens and stuff like that. That was about the end of some of the other older analog technology where we're just starting to get LED and digital.
Fraction 579 Romeo, thank you.
Actually, I do too. I like the blue. I like the blue tail and all of that. The colors are nice. I also like the font of the Aegean on the side of the airplane. That being said, I miss the 2 birds. I think that the 2 birds flying into the sunset logo was absolutely perfect for Aegean Airlines. So I really miss that logo. You know, that, you know, I see that that's kind of supposed to be a little bit similar, but it's just not quite the same. Sadly, you know, the CEO of Aegean Airlines doesn't listen to my advice when it comes to branding. So, there you go.
Edit 150, switch to advisory frequency 122.8.
Hamilton is in chat. Welcome aboard. Fort Walton Beach in Florida from Cincinnati. Happy landings, Hamilton. Oh, I don't miss those days at all. You know, over-the-air TV and stuff, I just kind of don't. I like the way technology is and stuff. I know there's enormous I know that there's enormous privacy issues and a lot of other stuff that hasn't been handled well. And the TV industry handled the rollout into digital abysmally badly. They really did. But I love the way technology is right now. Mr. Posh Martin remembers Samsung LEDs.
For your right, cleared for takeoff, agent 178.
And let's see, Derekea likes Cypress. Well, what's really cool about Cypress is also there's still incredibly cool. What is it? There's really cool. What's the word I'm looking for? Archaeological digs going on right now on Cypress. I forgot to start Elevate X.
122.8, good night, fraction 579 Romeo.
Indian 441, push start approved facing south.
Push and start approved will face south for GN 441.
Indian 1959, right heading 080, vectoring to barracks.
Right hitting
Good old Varix. And there is Elevate X.
We request facing north for using Delta 7 for takeoff.
Okay, we're all set and ready to go there. Starter. Over to normal. Hi, Jim. Welcome aboard. You got a nice email from In Control. That's right. You're going to pay for your. It's rudder pedal time. You're the second person that came in talking about rudder pedals today, Jim. Polly got him too.
Olympic 063, push start approved facing south.
Facing south and
Right now, I'm just recovering from taxes and stuff. I may try the throttles again this summer.
Climbing level 170.
Engines coming up. Here we go. Something about Squid Games. Is that about a sushi chef? Couldn't resist that one, sorry. Starting 2? There may be the same amount of death in Squid Games, so probably not a story about sushi. Almost done starting up some engines here. Let's do a little posture check. Hi, Blue. Welcome back in. Amargosa forgot your passport. Nah, everybody's welcome at Samos. It might be about a fish that would kill you if you're not prepared for the fish.
Do we have free speed or the restrictions apply? Free speed. Free speed, agent 178.
There's our crew chief. Engine number 2's coming up. Hello, thanks for the gear pin. Have a groovy day. Blue is going to Kennedy in the Concorde. Ah, you're going to be fine. Just, be careful when you land.
Indian 178, proceed direct to Gendo.
Starter. Normal. And packs off. APU bleed. Flaps. Speed brakes.
Over to advisory, 1228, AGN 195.
All stations, fin arrival, have to close now, bye-bye, good night.
Thank you. Okay, that means 122.8. So we'll do our own taxi. Polyak got a notice from Yodel that you're expecting a parcel. Oh, that's going to be the delivery people with your throttles. No, your rudder pedals, right? So that's for your rudder pedals. GT Boy, beer cheers. Welcome, welcome. Ironically, Sibby tells me that when you go to Venizelos Airport, you can't get Venizelos coffee. Thanks, Imadoob. I did forget. Forgot the beacon, too. That's right. It's going to be there soon. It's going to be there soon. And I don't think I can get around that airplane. We'll just chill here. I think they went off too. Well, they didn't kick us over to center. Yep, I just hit a refresh. There is a southern center here. We're coming up here. No, actually, they are going to be here. Okay. Let's see. I've got... Yeah, I think we do have setter still here. Hi, Craig. Welcome aboard. Don't worry about asking. Do I have a tutorial on custom cockpit views? I've got a basic one that's over on YouTube, Craig, where you are, and it's very basic about using the what's the word that I'm looking for here? The in-simulator views. So I call them quick views, and maybe that will help a little bit. Let's see. East Africa, Ankara Center, HECC. See, we've got this shaded area in here right now. I just am not seeing AFRE, AFRN. That is East Africa Control. Ankara, that's Turkey. HECC, that's LG. This has got to be it. Athena Radar, covering the east side feedback. Okay, it's Athena Radar. LGGG, 133325. I was just having a hard time figuring out where we have to go. Vectors to Cairo for low vis. So anyway, Craig, I do have it. It's called, I call them quick views, and maybe that will help. 133325. All right, let's listen in there.
15 to 20 minutes.
Switch to Unicom. I'm closing, sir. Bye-bye.
Okay, they're closing too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Athens is going offline. Let's just fly like we know what we're doing. Robert the Guardy has some bad news. I'm real sorry to hear your bad news, Robert. You know what? Thanks for coming in here. I don't really know that we're going to be able to help you forget, do anything, but maybe we can help you forget for just a little bit, take a little bit of a break. But thank you for coming by, Robert. No idea about the Bluebird. No idea. Soon as in maybe sometime this year. Yeah, Robert, again, I've been right where you're at, and I'm kind of a little bit confused at the moment, so I'm not doing a very good job of talking on the live stream, but I'm real sorry to hear about your news. Now's a great time to be able to have a couple of friends to reach out to and hang out with. and don't feel like you're being selfish if you take a little bit of time every now and then to just unplug from everything and you know, take care of yourself. I think that that's really important these days. Amber goes, so we always know what we're doing because we're spies. James Bond has all the answers all the time, right? Takeoff config. And there we go. There goes that. And I think I figured out where we're going. Okay, this guy said he's closing, so... And Loviz is doing vectors to Cairo. Oh, you bet. Daniel, safety first. Here at the spy flight, right? We'll just do Charlie and go to Delta 2. There's the mid cabin terminal. The Aegean hangar's off to the right. There is also an IKEA out here at the airport at Athens Venizelos Airport. So if you ever go out to Venizelos Airport and you need Swedish meatballs, there you go. Seriously, I need to move to a town where I can at least get IKEA Swedish meatballs. And there's the really nice Aegean hangar over there. And I think that they do cargo over in this area. So you can do your cargo flights. That's right, you could also make a new cabinet for your hotel room. Venizelos traffic. GN441 approaching holding point runway 03 right. Taxiing and taking off. 03 right, Venizelos. We announced that we're flying, so I'm going to do strobes, get the landing lights ready to go. We already looked to see if there's traffic coming in. I didn't see lights over there, so we're good to go there. The arrival, now that ATC is going offline, we can do the really, you know, crazy little arrival that we're planning to do. And we can just do a rolling takeoff here, right? Throttle's up about halfway. And engines appear to be stable. El Clocko is running and up and away. I'm sorry, I've been missing some messages, Daniel. And 100 knots checked. Nice big long runway here in Athens. V1, hands are off the throttles and rotate. Gear up. Passengers getting a nice look at the old Olympic hangar. I'm told that they've now changed the name and it's not the Olympic hangar anymore. And there's a nice climb out. All right, AP is good. Now we need to go and get our special groovy little chart for this. And it's over. It's a graphic. I put this graphic over on Flight Simulator chat over on Discord. So you can go and get it at Discord. So what we're going to basically do is we're going to be coming in over the Samos VOR, and then we got a couple of turns to make to come into land. So it's going to be, this is an entertaining landing. Is the pilot stable? Yeah, right. And flaps up, lever climb. Venizelos traffic, Aegean 441's clear of runway 03 right, departing to the south. Happy landings, Venizelos. Ben, good to see you. Thanks for coming by today. So one of the things that we might need to do is we might need to come down to the radio navigation page, and we're going to need to put in a special VOR for this one. And that's going to be 111.6. And so we're going to be monitoring this one a little bit here for this particular arrival. Continue on up to 17,000 feet. And altimeters, not quite. I think it's 6,000 today. And that looks pretty good. Very nice view. If you look back over here, there is basically downtown Athens over there. And I think it's on the Acropolis is on the other side of that little hill right there. So it's kind of being hidden by the hill. You can even see part of the wall from the Port of Piraeus over to Athens. I mean, that's a really old wall, and you can see that in Flight Simulator scenery, which is really pretty cool. And Daniel said to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Do we fly past the hot gates? We come fairly close to, I'm not sure what the hot gates are. I do know that we're going to go relatively close to Poseidon's Gate on Naxos. The hot gates at Thermopylae? I don't think so. That is about as close as you're probably going to get in Twitch chat, Amargosa. And 3 cheers to you for even trying to type Thermopylae. Not the easiest of things to type. Okay, standard altimeters. Good to go. Oh, I cycled my gear instead. I think I'm going too fast. Oh, yep. Way too fast. You can't retract the gear unless you're at 220. I've got to slow down to 220 or otherwise the gear won't go up. Let's see. Ben says that V-Spy, Miss Moneypenny, is going to Vegas today. That is a 787, I believe, for Virgin Atlantic. One of my favorite Virgin Atlantic airplanes that I've never been on, the A330, named after Joan Jett, is getting ready to depart. It's heading home to London Heathrow, and this airplane is parked. You suppose it's just taken the day off? Why is the gear out? Because I flipped the wrong switch. I flipped the wrong switch. And so now we're going to put it back up. Gears up. And now back to manage speed. And we'll kick it up to warp factor 10. Hi, Juggernauts. Welcome aboard. There's no reason to tell maintenance about anything. We don't want to rat out the pilot here. And coming up on the Kia VOR daylight, you can kind of look down here at the island, and you'll see the VOR on the top of the hill on that island. Turn off GSX. Hit the T button. And we're going to turn on VOR 1, which is tuned to the Samos VOR, because we're going to need to use DME on this one a little bit. This one's a very manual landing, and in an Airbus, that makes it a little bit more fun. And out we go. So we'll go by Poseidon's Gate on Naxos, which is actually really pretty cool. Ben says no, it's in Sofia right now. Oh, maybe it's just maintenance. Is that an Aegean maintenance terminal, maybe, Sofia? I don't think that they're ready to re-retire it again, because I think they still have a lot of their fleet parked because of the, parts gate, right? There's Varix. And our halfway point is basically over by Mykonos and Naxos. Looks like some low clouds over the Aegean. Sure hope it clears up. Phoenix. My flights. Come over here. Arrival. Refresh. And all we have is the METAR. Okay, winds are variable at 1 knot. It is raining. Few clouds, 16, 10. I think we'll be able to see the runway just fine. Eric says that Naxos is beautiful. You've been there. Eric, when you were in Naxos, did you ever go to Colossus Pizza? Sibi says that's the best pizza in Greece. They've got one of those really groovy wood-fired ovens that they cook on. It's relatively close to the beach. And out we go. 17,000 feet. I think we should have done landing lights, taxi light, cabin call, and seatbelts. You can refresh anytime you want to. Hi, Zach. Welcome aboard. Next flight for us is going to be the Rio Air Bridge. This is the A320 from Phoenix, the Phoenix A320. All right, it wants destination data. So let's see, altimeter is 1000. The temperature is 11 degrees. Winds are variable at 1 knot. I'm going to just go 0 at 0. Transition. How about 8.5 today, just so that we can get below the clouds? And I'm going to do a radar. I just want it to yell at me when I'm 200 feet above the ground. Performance, we're 110 miles from top of descent. Ben says that there are a few maintenance companies in Sofia, Lufthansa Technik, and there's also Aero Technik. Both can service A320s, but since Aegean's a part of Star Alliance, they probably get their work done with the Lufthansa. Am I doing that right, Ben? Is it Technik? I know that they have them on their hangars all over the place. So there's Varix, there is Mykonos right there, and this is us coming on in. Okay, so we're going to want to go down to about 6,000 feet to cross over the VOR. After the VOR, we're going to turn out on a heading of 161 degrees, for 9 miles from the VOR, come back in 359 to 4 miles, make our turns, and come in to land. If you want that graphic, it's over on Discord. It's over on the Flight Sim Talk tab. Do I have lightning turned on? I do have lightning turned on, but I am not going to flash anybody because this isn't that kind of a live stream. Eric's thinking about a holiday on Samos. It's really nice, but you've never been there? So here's some of these really cool islands in here. The METAR said TCU. Oh, I thought it was talking about Texas Christian University. Man, the jokes are really, really good today. Holy moly. How did the jokes get so incredible today? Gotta know. Gotta figure that out. I just want 27 and insert. $73 miles to top of descent. I think it's a setting in graphics settings. Are we landing or not now? No, we're about ready to start our descent. We're about ready to start our descent. But no, Captain Clarkey, I think you would find that in settings, probably graphics, near the middle perhaps in the list. So we just took off from Athens Venizelos Airport. We're heading over to Samos. Our next flight is going to be the Rio Air Bridge. So the Rio Air Bridge, and then we're doing Kathmandu to Paro. And Loviz says we need to take the A340-600 into Paro. What could possibly go wrong there? No fear. This is about the point in the live stream where it would be so cool if we were all in the same place and the pizza was just being delivered to the table. Hi, Yvonne Vision. Welcome in. Thanks for coming by. So far, so good. We haven't crashed yet, so that's a good thing, right? Yanni Vision? Yeah, we haven't crashed yet. Of course, we haven't tried to land yet either, so, you know. Pizza does sound good. We would never agree on the topics. Well, there's enough of us that we would basically just all get all sorts of different pizzas. I know one thing we would probably all agree on, and that is pineapple, right? Pineapple on pizza. Everybody agrees about pineapple on pizza. Okay, we're starting to pick up the Samos VOR, and there is our DME right there, 88 miles. This is going to be a key that we're going to be doing here. That's going to be a key number for us. Okay, so we got to do that. It's more. Wait a minute. Is cheese in the crust controversial, Amargosa? No. Really? People get upset about that? Yanni Vision likes the light show right now. Thanks for some nice cheers. What happened to... That should have fired off Streamlabs, I think. I may need to refresh it. Okay. Tim Dog says no to pineapple on pizza. Mr. Posh Martin says okay to pineapple. Really? cheese in the crust is considered controversial? Tim Dog had pizza today. Yeah, stuffed crust. Campbellton, stuffed crust. And there is Mykonos. One of my favorite approaches, just coming on in here. You go in, there's Sunset Beach over there. I forget the name of the beach that's over here. There's the runway right there. And if you're a fan of the spy novels, Leah's house that she ends up buying is right on the hill. It's halfway up this hill from the runway. And that's where the spy Leah Taylor bought her house. Excessively salty. Yeah, some good garlic sauce on the pizza. Yeah, it's like a garlic butter almost, excessively salty. And so what I've been getting for that is actually a relatively small pizza from them, but I get the little I don't think they're really like garlic knots or anything like that, but it's pizza crust and it's wrapped around some chicken, and it's chicken and cheese, and it's got the garlic butter on it that's really good. And there you go. Okay, so we're coming in here really good. We're gonna basically go over the VOR. Not really, Diamond Mike. I hit the drums instead of the coughing button. It's really, really hard to do books. I mean, seriously. All right, so I'm going to go for 6,000 feet. Campbellton, I've got a couple of spy stories over on Amazon. That's the whole origin of the spy part of Spyfly. I am not a spy. And in fact, writing the spy novels is how I learned I wouldn't be a very good spy. All right, so what we need to do is at top of descent, we're going to take it down to 6,000 feet over the Samos VOR. After Samos, we're going to go to manual control and go out on a heading of 161 degrees for 9 miles. Then we make our turn back, continuing the descent to about 2,000 feet here at 4,000 miles with gear out and flaps out. 4 miles, a heading of 040. And then as you pass the 120 degree radial here, that's when you start your turn in, and you want to cross the end of the boat pier here at 400 feet to do your landing. The thing about the spy stories I always like to say is I really did try to make them fun, but one of the things that I learned about espionage, real espionage, is it's got a real, what I'm going to call an ick factor. And so I put a little bit of that into the stories. And you'll kind of look at some of the characters in there and say, wow, like, this one's really kind of weird, floozy-ish and stuff. And there's a reason why one of the main characters, Leah Taylor, is the way she is. So, I obviously appreciate the support. But thank you so much. I just like to say that there is a little bit, most of it is just good-natured, fun spy adventure, but there's a little ick in there. There you go, there's that. Manifee says the sun is almost down. If you want this graphic, this map, if you would like this, I have a link to where you could download it over on Spy Discord. And I'm going to put that in chat. It's free. It's not behind a paywall or anything like that, so you can get it if you'd like it. You can get the map. 51 miles out. And I mean, this map is not, I've only found it in this graphic form. I have never seen it in any other chart book. I don't even know if this is something that they do anymore. I'm going to cross Sam at 6,000 feet. Crossing Sam at 6,000 feet. And then outbound, I'm going to go down to, I'm going to do a slow descent outbound to about 4,000 feet. At 9 miles, I'm going to start another descent to 2,000 feet. And at 4 miles, we take manual control, and Clark Gable starts screaming, "Dive, dive, dive." That's from One Silent, One Deep. I don't do a very good Clark Gable. And then there is one of the many waypoint names in the sky. How else do you not call it what it is? At urinal, we turn into the VOR. Now would be a good time to get pissy about stuff. Sorry, those jokes just are going to happen. If they're going to have a waypoint up there called urinal, then, you know, a real whiz like me is going to do urinal jokes. And let's go ahead and start our descent. So manual descent. Hi, Uday. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. You came in just as the jokes were getting a little bit not safe for mom. Might be a good way to put it. All right, I'm going to go over here and switch from airports to constraints. I don't really have that many. I have never seen urine. Ever goes, I have never seen that one before in Reno.
Every bit helps.
Hey, Atoa, welcome back in. Thanks for some nice cheers. And I didn't need to reset that. Thank you for the bits. Oh, bits for the jokes. Thank you for being so pitiful. And so far, so good. And all this looks great. We're just going to go ahead and let the airplane manage us down for now. Altimeter is 1000. We can try not to make bad jokes, but they will always eventually seep in. Yes. Some of them just, uh-oh, did you see that zap in front of us? We appear to have thunderstorms in the area. A good time to come down here. And let's go auto. I'm going to go to system 1 on. Holy cats, look at all this weather. Oh my gosh. We're gonna die. You told me, what? That there were going to be bad jokes or something else. And I made a joke about it. Well, I tend to do that. I'm going to take control over my own speed now because things are going to start getting kind of tight here. So we're going to go and drop our speed now down to about 210 and let the airplane just kind of coast on down. We have towering cumulonimbus. Oh, that's what I tried to do the joke about, the Texas school joke. Let's come down here. Approach phase is now engaged. 139 for our speed. Seatbelts going on. $10,000-foot cabin call. Speed still coming down. I need some speed brake here. We're not slowing down enough. I would think, Martel, that the airline pilots on an approach, especially like this one, they probably do absolutely do that. And they probably do backups to these sorts of, use them as a backup. Best person to ask about that would be Captain Whip, though. Captain Whip flies these airplanes, so, you can, I'm sure he could whip up a good answer. Either that or start. Hey, Ben, it works. Man, Pauliot sure made that sound really, that was really long. Hey, Big J Plays, welcome aboard. Is doing Heathrow to Oslo, Lufthaven, in a Ryanair 737. How you doing, Big J? Lufthaven, right? And landing lights. Cabin crew, Av Geek Fozzie, welcome. You're punching in waypoints into flight management. That's not cheating. That is using your resources in the best way that you possibly can. I just made the sound realistically long. That's how long people would poo for you. Thank you for making these sounds as realistic as possible. Because if things are realistic, that helps with our immersion. There is a way to do that. I tried, and it was supposed to send me an email that said, hey, we got your data, here's your download link, and it never appeared. I have a lot of good flight data in VATSIM, so I basically, that's kind of where I keep all my data, as if, you know. Okay, looking good. Still got some spotty showers out here. I think the storms are mostly off to the right. 14 miles from Samos. I'm going to start reducing my speed a little bit for our twists and turns now. And flaps 1. Speed brakes armed. Auto brakes medium. Get it all done now, because we're going to be busy campers earlier. Would you data someone 20 years older than you? Oh, date, not data. Speed brakes brack out. JSG Droid says no visibility at minimum. Second attempt, JSG Droid is done. Really? I don't see anybody here below. Okay, I got an airplane out there. And heading hold is now mine. Outbound course is 161 degrees. So in 8 miles, 161 degrees. Amargosa says we need to look at the METAR again. Refresh. Retrieving radar, weather. Altimeter 100, 11 degrees. Few clouds 1,600 with towering cumulus. A few at rain 7. Okay. And speed brakes down, flaps 2. Rearm the speed brakes. Okay, that one's on approach. They're 4,000 feet below us, so that's good. Hey, Mr. Guinness, it is so nice to be here. JSG Droid says there's nothing but rain. Is it green rain like Matrix rain? How you doing, Mr. Guinness? 5 miles till our turn. 161 degrees. We're flying basically over the airport here. And I don't see the airport. Eric says the airplane disappeared. Matt Cat, welcome, welcome. 3 miles. Okay, any lights out there? Not that I can see. Almost time to make the turn. 161 degrees. JSG Droid, Rio Air Bridge. Been a while since you got to do that. Are you ready for a tight turn to final in Rio de Janeiro? Bring your Gamma Scout. Hi, Peter. Welcome back in. Oh, that's the outbound. So am I turning the wrong way? 161 outbound from the VOR. Hi, Lord Falcons. Welcome aboard. Oh, look at the big storms over there. Okay, last click in there. And now descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Do we need to worry about ice? Okay, that looks good. Descending to 4,000 feet at 9 miles, we turn back into a heading of 359 degrees. That's right. I'm doing all of this based on the SAM VOR, the Samos VOR. There's 3 miles. We're looking for 9. Our heading is going to be right turn to 359. Sure is dark here tonight. It was a dark and stormy night. .5 miles. Approaches like this always make us ask, maybe I did pick the wrong week to stop drinking, smoking, sniffing glue and amphetamines. Mr. Guinness, has it been kind of dark and cloudy all day today in Greece? Half-Life is less than a gigabyte. Was that Half-Life Alex game? I think I never played it. Peter 1, is this the FCU? Yes, this is not the... You got the Scalarchy? Really? Those are like the really, really cool ones that you can get for a whole cockpit, right? How do you like those, Peter? I love this one. 7 miles out. That was Half-Life 2. Okay. I remember that game. That was kind of hot at one point. I think I hear rain on the cop. And Polyot says there's a game called Half-Life 3 that's going to come out. 8 miles ready to go. Our turn is 359 degrees. 359, right turn. Manafee's talking about the original Half-Life. That was before Alex became a part of it, I'm guessing. And now descend and maintain 2,000 feet. And there is 359. And that should basically be pointing us back to the Samos VOR. So we're right at this point. We're making the turn back to Samos. We're going to start another turn at 4 miles DME. It says we're supposed to do landing gear. Gear going down. And there's 9 miles. And my guess is that's not going to work so well because of the wind. So we've got a little bit of wind kind of messing around with us here. Lovis says that it was a zoo in Cairo, but the controllers did a good job. I'm going to probably go full flap Samagosa. Okay, there's 7 miles.
2,500.
And there's 2,000 feet. Speed for landing, flaps 3. And out we go. All right. That's 6 miles. Down about 700 feet per minute. That looks good. Probably 800 feet per minute. There's 5 miles. Flaps are full. Right turn 040 degrees. Almost time to turn off Mr. Autopilot. I see absolutely nothing. All right, now then, what we're going to do is we're going to look for the 120 degree radial. Probably should have set that up there. And we're still doing a nice descent. I don't see anything. Probably a little bit more, please. That looks good. And it's supposed to be 400 feet at the end. That looks good too. This looks good. And I think that's it. Autopilot's off. Start our turn back for the runway. Looking for the airport, looking for the lights. A bit of a, too much of a turn. I got lights. We're a little low.
Too low. Terrain.
And do I have lights over there? No. That's my shoreline.
Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
Yeah.
Too low. Terrain.
There's the airport. I got the airport. I got the runway. Way too low.
Too low. Terrain. Too low.
A touch low.
Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
That's enough. Start our turn. Samos traffic. GN 441. Short finals. Runway 27. Landing. Samos.
Don't sink. 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 Don't sink.
Retard.
We made it. Well, considering the fact we had like 0 visibility, this one is always fun. I always have a blast with this one. It's a little more fun when the visibility doesn't suck, but it's still a pretty good time. This, I believe, there are a whole lot of really nice freeware airports that you can get for the Greek islands. This is, I think, one of those freewares. Manafee was doing VATSIM fun. What happened on short final? Oh, it was perfect. By the books. Looked great. Absolute perfect landing. No reason to be worried about anything. Samos traffic, GN441 is clear of runway 27. Happy landing, Samos. I know, we come for the landing and you can't see a thing, right? Not fair. Mikey has landed in Venice. And after you landed, did you say, did you do tip your hat to Indiana Jones and say, ah, Venice? Parking brakes, probably about as good as we're going to get there. So, flaps going up. A little bit of a tight turn on there, but we made it. How's our flaps? There goes the leading edge slats from the outside of the airplane. And flaps are coming up, looking pretty good. Manafee sees sands from Sahara. Did you see Matthew McConaughey there by any chance? And do we have an APU? We sure do. So APU bleed. And let's do engine 1 and engine 2. We are no longer in need of the transponder. That can go off. Let's see. We are done with fuel pumps. 4, 5, and 6. We are no longer in need of ADIRs. 3, 2, 1. And crew supply of oxygen. Bacon can go off. Seatbelts can go off too. Deboard the airplane. We could do that with the Phoenix app. Go to ground services, get GPU, get some stairs, open up cargo, open up the door, and how about that? Everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. Now, the thing I want to see, though, and this is where our good buddy, this is going to come in. I want to see how that approach looked. How did this approach look? Did it look anything like what I was expecting? Well, not really. So minus... Whoa, you're kidding. Minus 148? Minus 148 for the landing? Minus 148? Let the unsportsmanlike celebration begin. I thought we slammed it into the ground. Holy moly. Sim pilot nerves of steel. It is time to become insufferable. Minus 148? Charles Yorkie's at a wow. Sunjammer. You had a knock with a car? And it cracked your head open? Oh my gosh. Get well soon. Holy cats. Really? Are you doing okay? Was it like an accident or you just kind of bonked your head on the car? Zoom in. What do you mean? What do you need to see, Ferraz? It says minus 148 was my landing report, 0.91 Gs. I'm saying that is incredible landing. I didn't see that. We just got a sub over on YouTube. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. You hit your head on the car dashboard. Oh, really? No kidding. There's two pins. Oh, man. Why did you have to tell me that? I bounced. Hey, we're on the center line, though. All right. Minus 495 was my landing rate. And I guess, all right, I did bounce. Yeah, the second landing was sure good, wasn't it? Man, okay, so this one shows bounces, huh? That's right. We did pretty good on the touchdown point, but apparently, yeah. The bubble has been burst. I know. Oh, well, it was fun, right? That's right. We've already got 2 landings, so there you go. Sunjammer says yellow cards, Charles Yerke's cats, Louis Renault's, and he said 5 button. Well, I think that was fun. Again, this is one of the challenging approaches that I always enjoy. You know, when you think of challenging approaches in flight sim, you think of, you know, you think of Paro, you think of Kai-Tak and stuff like that. But this one is really, really cool. Okay, Elevate X is good. And let's get ready for... Well, I don't get to... Yeah, well... Unsportsmanlike celebration has had to stop. Sadly, I mean, I thought that I stuck a really nice landing, but apparently there was some bounce in there. Oh, well. Let's see. We are flying, I think Loviz says we're doing LATAM, Boeing 737-800s on this. So, we don't need a McDo. And we need to swap out the autopilot. So we'll turn off the autopilot here. And let's get the Boeing for this one. Senor Tomas had to bank very hard, but you made it to the ground at one piece. Congratulations, Senor Tomas. How was your landing? All right. Now we've got a Boeing autopilot. So we got that in there. That's good. And we don't need a McDo. So I think that's all great for our next flight. It's GOL. TAM is Airbus. So it's GOL. Thanks, Loviz. So our next flight is going to be over here. It's Rio Airbridge time. Let's see, SBRJ, Santos Dumont Airport, RNP Foxtrot Golf Runway 20 left. 20 left. Senor Tomas got a not great but not terrible landing. And then SBSP. SBSP, we are departing runway 17 right. All right, let's get ready to rumble. Manafee said that I would be getting heckled by the crowd. All right, let's go ahead and start our sim. Oh, it's daylight. Live, well, I was doing live weather and live time on my flight into Samos, so sim pilot nerves of steel here. Sim pilot nerves of steel. Peter, you got to take off. Thanks for coming in, Peter. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time. Sim brief. All right, new flight. Oh, that was for Captain Whip. Hey, Captain Whip. All right, so Loviz says it's GOL. That's glow, right? 441. SBSP. SBRJ. Let's come on down, and we're doing a 737-800. That's right, Loviz is crossing the streams. And glow. Looks good. Okay. 17 right, 20 left. That looks good. Fuel planning. I think we need 15 minutes of extra fuel. Doesn't look too terribly jammed up there. Captain Chris is doing a LATAM A320. Have a good weekend, Peter. And generate a flight. Captain Chris feels Airbusy today. I'll have to change hats. GS Mini, welcome aboard. That approach was unstable. The approach that I did into Samos, totally unstable. Welcome to the Spy Flight. We do not promise stability here, just really, really great jokes. Our comedy club here at the Spy Flight is second to none. Okay, that looks good. We need a PDF of the flight plan. Current plan, save. We also, even though it was unstable, as far as approaches go, it was fairly approachable. It was guaranteed go around. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't see the runway at minimums. And I was way too low, too, coming in. Absolutely. There's a reason why I am a sim pilot. There's a reason why I'm a sim pilot. Hey, Green, thanks for doing the update. Thanks for doing the title, Green. Super duper appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file on VATSIM. And looks like it's taken some time. Let's try it again. We're going to go out. It says 29,000. I want 25,000 going out, not 29. I'm gonna go file for 25. Okay, we're all good to go there. And let's go find ourselves a place to park. There is Glow Flight 120, GLA Flight 1914, and my guess is that the invisible airplane is JSG Droid. I love wind control stuff. I buy everything. Yeah. Yep. Yep. The mode control panel from Boeing was a gift from a viewer. No chickening out. Never. But yeah, Silent Banshee. I love the wind control stuff. I would definitely have everything wind control here in the spy flight eventually. Just really kind of blown away at how good it all is. Let's see. If you would like my flight plan, I can include a link to that in chat for you real fast. Green, thank you again for updating the title. And remember, we're taking the A340 to Paro next. Because, you know, Paro, right? When all else fails. I haven't checked to see where Saturday Night Ops is tonight. If it's in Parro, we may be in big trouble. Okay, got all the little numbers updated in notes. And let's turn that off. Go to VATSIM radar and get ready to load into the matrix. I guess you don't load into the matrix, you jack into the matrix, right? That's what it is. Big J Plays says, cue a song from the Bay City Rollers. Sadly, I was just thinking about that one country song about, you know, having too much beer called All Jacked Up. I didn't even think about that one, Big J. Let's see. Throttles to Boeing mode, parking brakes off, landing gear down. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down. That's all ready to go, and that's the only change we got to make. What else can we do? I think we're just waiting on the simulator. There was a comment made in chat yesterday about playing games tomorrow. Saturday night. There we go. Thanks, JSG Droid. Clearly, I need to have more coffee. All right, all this is good. And then our next flight after this one is the perfectly reasonable and sensible flight of taking an A340-600 into a very, very crazy airport. Nivek is back in chat. Welcome back in, Nivek. All right, all this looks good. Tomorrow, we've got a nice flight for tomorrow. It's part of the really, really nice Road to the Rising Sun event. And it's going to be Ishigaki to Naha Airport as we continue the flight. And you can see that there is a link in there. There is a nice airport if you'd like it for Naha. And I just put that link in chat for you if you would like to pick that up for tomorrow's flight. I hope I said it somewhat right. Probably not, though. That was myself and Wolfie. It was separate. Okay, it was separate. Okay, you're doing something. All right, that sounds good. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't hear it right and was blowing off plans that we were going to do and, you know, wreck some plans that you had set up. Okay, still going good here. What else do we need? Well, aside for the pizza and the beer, I mean, there you go. Done with coffee. Tasted good today, but starting to get a little bit warmer out there. Almost 70 degrees outside of Spy HQ. Wow. Almost 70 degrees. We do have the A350 from AnyBuild Shrek Gaming. And I actually, except for the problems that we have with the problems that we have with the Wasm crashes, I really like it. It's a cool airplane. 5C, did I say your name right? Needs some help with something. Yes, anything we can do. Blue did not crash the Concorde. Oh, yeah, most of those, I think, for the Concorde were like controlled crashes and stuff. 738. All right, it's a Boeing 737-800. And it's probably, I don't know if it's split scimitars or blended wingtips, but let's check and see. My guess it's going to be single class. And let's see if we have a glow for single class here. There's House, Ryanair, Southwest, United, WestJet, and that's it. Maybe it's blended winglets. Can someone help out? I'm flying an A320 in career mode over on Xbox. I've captured the localizer and glide slope, speeds managed at approach from the McDo. When the FMU states land and I'm roughly 100 feet, my engines spool up as about to do a GA. Have you turned off the autopilot yet? You may need to have the autopilot off, you know, disconnect the autopilot and fly in by hand. You would still in the Airbus be in managed mode for speed, but if the autopilot is still on while you're coming in, then it's probably going around automatically, maybe. I don't know if that's it or not. Okay, you are trying to do an auto land. Okay, do you have both of your autopilots on? You got to have both the autopilots on, not just one. So you got to have both of those. Air Berlin, American Airlines, Delta, Glow. Oh, I got two of them here. I've got two Glows. Which one do we want? The one we have for the flight plan. It's going to be PRGGE. This is the one we've got. Looks good. Save and go back. Hey, Wobby. We're being very jazzy today. SBSP. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Make sure we don't spawn on anybody because spawning is just rude. Whoosh. Eric is doing Bergen to Kennedy right now in a 737. You have less than 2 hours before you arrive, but 7 tons of fuel. So everything's going to go well. Yeah, if you didn't have enough fuel, your airplane would be yelling at you right now. Faraz Flying is doing an evening flight from München to Rome in the Phoenix. Happy flying. Always love a good München flight. Always like that. 3 dots. Airspeed, heading, and altitude, right? Manistee is about an hour away from Casablanca. Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, you've got to mention Casablanca. Loviz and Captain Whip just did Casablanca, across Africa. Let's do VATSIM. Thank you for helping out with that problem with the arrival. All right, this is Glow, and it's a Boeing 738. Connect. There we go. We need to get Elevate X all ready to go so that we can see, hopefully, no more bounces. And here I was hoping that the landing rates would have improved at Elevate X. Guess not. All right, I think that's all we need to do. But you kind of have to pull back. And there you go. There we go. Elevate X is happy. Hey, look at that. We got really cool airplanes here today. All right, come on down here. And I go to ground ops first and switch to jetways. And request ground power. Manistee is over Morocco right now. There is one of those Eagle. This is one of Loviz's favorite liveries. This airline right here, Eagle Air, is a fictional airline, so it's a virtual airline, and they've got a really cool livery if you fly in Brazil a lot. So that's a really cool virtual airline. Let's go and request a jetway. And there's our jetway. And over here. Oh, don't worry about being the shortest in the lineup. You've got the sporty airplane. Get the door open. Katzerlove did a nice landing. Minus 361 in Frankfurt. 361 for a big old 777, I think, is a great landing rate. No shame in that one at all. Hi, Real Nobody. Hey, welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Okay, all that looks really good. And ground power's great. Let's go to flight bag and data. Oh, come on. Seriously. All right. I've got to go over and do secret squirrel stuff here. So, got to fill out these things. Look outside. See if we've hit 70 degrees yet. Because you know. All right. Where is my Hoppy A cars? All right. So, SimBrief alias. There we go. Hoppy ID. And our ATC network will be Hoppy. Everything else stays the same. Save the preferences. Success. Let's check our nav data and now you can come back in. Let's see. Real Nobody. This is your home airport. So nice to be in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Hi, Real Nobody. Great to be here. Something about the answer is no, we haven't. Mark is back in chat. Welcome back, Mark. You can't stay long? Okay, we'll get it going. Navigation database is all good. Let's come back and get more data. And I'm going to switch over to Navigraph charts. There we go. All right, we turn off the music for a second because starting up this airplane's really cool. The sounds on the airplane are awesome. And the on switch in a Boeing 737 is the battery button. Battery on. And ground power on. And after that, we'll slide over here and do position lights on. I'll come over here and do one fuel pump and flip on the APU. And with that, we'll come up here and we're going to do emergency exit lights, armed and guarded. Our cruise altitude, I said 25,000 feet. We need to get the landing elevation in just a second. And then the next thing we do is windshield heaters. And we'll have to do probe heaters. It's not automatic in this airplane. Come over here to the IRS display. Turn up the brightness on the display. And go nav. And nav. And that gets us started. Let's go and check our throttles. Throttles are working. Speed brake lever. The speed brake handle works. And let's come down here, move the yoke. And move rudder pedals. And that means everything's working. Okay, Real Nobody says we say Bua Tarde. How did I do on that, Real Nobody? Bua Tarde? Or is that not even close? Probably not even close, I'm guessing. All right, with that, we can come down here. It was perfect? All right, well, if that was perfect, I'm going to jot that down and try and say Bua Tarde and see what... No one's going to, like, throw something at me, are they? All right, over here, departure, SBSP airports, and we'll get stands and airport, and we're doing buy-in 3 Alpha to Nibru, the 3 Alpha, and that's good. Arrivals, our arrival is Azula 1 Alpha arrival. And they said in the ATIS what to expect. Captain Chris says it's toga takeoff day today. Does that mean I've got to go and dig my toga out of the and wear a toga on this flight? Can I just wear my Magnum PI shirt? That's big enough. Okay, it's RNP Foxtrot or RNP Golf for 20 left. RNP Foxtrot and RNP Golf. There's the Foxtrot and RNP Golf. There's the Golf. And then we need the airport and parking gates. Hit the pin button, turn the music back on, and go to airports. Our arrival elevation, let's go to nighttime, because nighttime's the cooler looking map. It's 10 feet, so we'll just leave it at 0 for landing elevation. APU's up and running. Let's get the APU bleed and the packs on so that we can make our cabin nice and comfy for our passengers. All right, come on down here. Iraq, March 19th to April 16th. We've got the latest data. Position init. We are at SBSP. I am at gate. It's not labeled. I am at gate, I think it's 9? No, 6. I'll bet it's 6. Hi, security man. Welcome back. We are in Brazil for a Rio air bridge. And then we're going to do Paro. Is that me? Glow 441. I am indeed at gate number 6. I should probably jot that down. Gate 6 and page 2, GPS, page 1. Compare that with your gate. It should be almost identical, and it is. Do you need to wear your swimming trunks? Well, if we're doing a toga takeoff day, you got to have something on there. I mean, you know, unless you're going to do that commando thing. Route. Request flight plan. Sim brief route. Click it, flip it back. Flip it again, and then go set your payload. Payload is loaded. Fuel. Fuel is loaded. Route. And so far, so good. All right, let's see. SBSP tower is 127150.
New recruits
Sergio just followed the channel. Thank you for the follow. Especially after some of my really bad jokes today. Thank you. Welcome aboard.
On 959, would you make it to Montas level 270, takeoff in A175?
All right, let's get our clearance.
Departure in Hebrew, transition Cockpit 3712, after takeoff, São Paulo, departure.
And we're supposed to say Boa Tarde.
I don't think we got the right squawk, but it's Flyin to Alpha Hebrew transition for flight level 27017 right. We wrote squawk 1732, and departure group is 129ers.
ATIS information Bravo is current.
3712.
We also have the autopilot set up. We'll turn on the autopilot cam.
Hold 1154 chama controle, frequente no nome decimal 60.
Vai chamar São Paulo 199, decimal 6, o Gold 154, até daqui a pouco.
Daqui a pouco, mais devagar, pera.
Tá travando tudo aqui.
Gol 1036, livre decolagem 17 direita. O vento é 190 graus, 13 nós.
I've got to remember to go pick up the Naha airport for tomorrow's first flight.
And 321, let's enter to request for pushback is coming.
So Paulo Tower, Blue Tarde from Goal Flight 441, a 737 at stand 6. Information Bravo is current, requesting clearance to Santos Dumont.
Go 441, good evening. Clear to Santos Dumont, flight level 250, takeoff from 7 right. Flyin 3 Alpha departure in Nibro, transition, squawk code 3743. After takeoff, the São Paulo departure, frequency 119.60.
Goal 441 is clear to Rio de Janeiro, flight level 250. Our departure runway today is 17 right, the Flyin 3 Alpha departure, Nibru transition. Our squawk is 3743. After departure, we are to contact 119.6.
Go 441, read back course, car right for push and start.
Call for push and start. Goal 441, thank you. Hoo-hoo! I'm a local! Yay! That's actually the ultimate compliment, is sort of like, wow, you're a local now.
And go 1914 is ready to depart.
I hear Captain Whip.
Lapping weight on 7 right. Minus 1817 right, go 1914.
Captain Whip is getting ready to leave.
So Paulo Tower, goal 927 is at state.
Milestone reached. Mr. Posh Martin has 1,000 flight hours. Congratulations, Mr. Posh Martin. That's a good goal. So party at Mr. Posh Martin's place today. And there's our page, and activate it and execute it. Cool. Departure and arrival. Our departure is going to be runway 17 right. It's the Flyin 3 Alpha departure, Nibru transition, and execute. Let's just come over here really quick and look at the approaches. It's either the Foxtrot or the Golf. Foxtrot or Golf. We're going to do the Foxtrot. Golf is the opposite direction. Okay, so index, arrivals, RNP Foxtrot, 20 left. RNV Foxtrot 20 left. It's the Azula 1 Alpha arrival via Kevin and Gilut and engage. Hi, Mateo's Gardening Service is here. Mr. Posh Martin, congratulations again on 1,000 flight hours. You know, that's actually an awful lot of flying. It really is. So 3 cheers. Manafee says Cairo was the biggest cross-Africa airport. Lagos was fairly empty. Well, if they just changed the A to an E, everybody'd want to go there because who doesn't like Legos? That was pretty good, right? That turned it into a Lego joke. Katsurlov, well, yeah, I know. Well done. Gotta have a nice Lego joke in there. Okay, 25, flight level 250. There we go. Our cruise winds are going to be up here. Cruise winds are 128 at 28. Eric says that ATC at Kennedy at JFK was a doctor. No, there are no clearances now. Really? You can't get a clearance at Kennedy? Cost index is 40. Ooh. Good music for programming your flight management computer. .7 is final reserve and alternate. And our 0 fuel weight. That was a very constructive Lego joke. Oh, did you see Legos has got a DC-3 coming out? Did you see there's a DC? It's a Pan Am DC-3 Lego kit. I think it's going to be out like the first week of April. Oh no, just a bad joke. Okay. Oh, that was a joke. I'm sorry, Eric. Hang on. Yeah, you get a joke too. I totally went. That happens every now and then. 55.8 is our 0 fuel weight. Uh-oh, it's over here. we've got pounds, and I'm in kilos. And that really should be 6.05. The titles are gonna be taken away. Okay, all that looks good. I'm just gonna come over here and re-download same flight data. I'm just shifting over to pounds instead of kilograms. All this looks good, and execute that. I'm gonna go close my doors. Close the door. It's almost time to go. Arm doors for departure. Release the jetway. We did get a squawk code. 3743. There we go. Looks good. Is the jetway gone? Yep, jetway's gone. So doors are closed. Electric hydraulic pumps can go on. APU generators can go on. The rest of our fuel pumps can go on. And seat belts can go on because the doors are closed. Manafee says it's almost 300 nautical miles for top of descent, and it is dusk in Morocco. Hi, Dad. Game time. I think a Boeing hat is very appropriate. Okay, everything looks good here. Let's do N1 limits and takeoff performance. Are we clear here? Parking brakes. Let's do that first. Parking brakes are good. I'm going to release the ground power unit. And I'm going to remove my chocks. And that should clear us on that page. Performance tool. Rich needs coffee right now. What kind of coffee do you want today? Big J Plays, they actually have them. I will always say a very, very big thank you to Tim Dog, who actually picked one up for me at Flight Sim Expo. And they're actually a good pen. So if you ever get the PMDG pen, it's worth having. It's a nice pen. And they look just like the PMDG pens you see right here. I mean, they really do. Mika, we'll be back in the Airbus next. We'll be back in an Airbus after that. Hi, Boozy Sheep. Hey, Boozy, there is a Rio Air Bridge going on right now. All right, import, we need runway 17 right. Import weight, import weather, altimeter's 3018. 3018. And later on, Boozy Sheep, we're going to take the new A340 600 and try and take that into Santos Dumont. Because, you know, why not? Hi, Black Dog. Pen, pen, pen. All right, this looks good. We're going to calculate now. Takeoff -1, selected temperatures 26. -1, 26. Invalid entry. All right, we just won't. Fine. Flaps are 5. 24.2 is our center of gravity. That looks good. And speeds for takeoff. Let's see. Irvi, they don't work on Sundays in Dubai. Something about Dubai. Dad game time. Need a poll. Will they release Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday? Oh, we could Dad game time. I think it's gonna be. If it's I don't think it's gonna be any earlier than Tuesday. Rich wants strong coffee. A340, I think the A340 is longer than the runways. 135, 136, 143. 135, 136, 143. 136. 25,000 feet. There we go. I think we're good. All of that's in. Horizon Vector. Welcome back, Horizon Vector. We're just getting ready to go out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. 17 right. Our heading is 169 degrees. 169. There we go. My altimeter is set. Speed, heading, altitude, flight directors can go on. Flight directors are on. Horizon Vector, come on in. It'll be a good time. Okay, all of this looks good. Captain Sibby is here. Hi, Sibby. Did you get your rudder pedals fixed yet? Captain Sibby got in the A340 and the right rudder pedal was not working today. Did you get your rudder pedals going? No. Uh-oh. So is it just the A340? Or is it all of your airplanes? That's a little scary right now, Sibby. It's all of your airplanes in Flight Simulator. Wow. Man, it will not do a minus. And you've got crosswinds too, right, Sibby? You got crosswind rudder pedals too. So, oh my gosh, that's really weird. I think we're ready to go. Let's get back on the radio. Yeah, it is crosswinds. Hey, we had a really great flight over into Samos today. It was really, really good. Of course, until I landed, then it wasn't so great. But it was a nice flight to Samos. There's big thunderstorms over in the eastern Aegean.
Clear for takeoff from 17 right, or 195, rolling.
331, request taxi.
Yeah, so Sibby's rudder pedal, no, the left, you can go left, you just can't push the right side right now. And this just happened, and I've had no problems with my rudder pedals at all, Sibby, so something's really weird. Was there any kind of an update in Speedy, your computer? Or anything like that recently?
Paulo Tower, goal 99927 requesting pushing start.
Goal 9927, pushing start approved, on taxiway November, Tower for taxi.
Pushing start on to November, and we'll call you for taxi. Goal
There goes that Eagle. You haven't played for a week. I know you started a new game. Could it be something to do with the controller settings for your new game that you were playing?
Go 959, contacting the Tampa.
So there was no new updates either.
119.60.
Tim Dog's got a headache. Tim Dog, it's smart of you not to do it right now. Okay, so the rudder pedals weren't even connected. Yeah, this is really weird. Hi, Horizon Vector. Welcome aboard. Yeah, Tim Dog, if you've got a headache, this is not fun. Sit back with your favorite beverage. You know, something to help with a headache. And enjoy me absolutely destroying my landing here. That's Senor Tomas that's pushed back. Sibi says Uzu is medicinal and fixes everything.
Tá pronto pro táxi, Eagle 558. 558, táxi via Mike, Eco, ponto espera no sete direita, ou ajuste no 022.
Mike Eco no sete direita, no 022 no ajuste, Eagle 558.
Nose right, tail left.
133, line up and wait on 7 right.
Did you get an update
Line up and wait.
with like GSX or anything kinky like that maybe? That's right, Sibi's gonna do a 10-hour stream sometime soon. Do you know what day you're gonna do your 10-hour stream? Sao Paulo Tower, hello again from Goal 441. Stand 6, information Bravo remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Go 441, pushing start approved, contact 3 November, count rest for taxi.
On to November, we'll call for taxi. Goal 441. Parking brakes off. Strobes on. Cabin call. Out we go. Uh-oh, some kid's got a Harry Potter wand in this one. It levitated. On April 11th. So 11 April for the Sibi 10-hour stream. I don't know how you're going to do that. I could barely handle like 6 or 7. And then all of a sudden my brain starts going, woohoo. All right, packs off. You start engine 2 on a Boeing. Engine number 2. Starter valve is open. The N2 is going up. And fuel. Gotta love the modeling on the PMDG airplanes. They just look really, really, really good. Parking brakes are set. And good start on engine number 2. How about engine number 1? Ground start. Starter valve is open.
Contactei São Paulo Depart, frequência 119, small 60, tem que levar flight.
And 20% and engage. Tim Dog says, yeah, Boris sounds on the 737s are great. Good start on engine number 1. Packs back on. Keep the passengers comfy. Generators to the engines. Isolation valve auto. APU off. APU bleed off. Yaw dampers on. Probe heaters are not automatic. You have to turn them on. APU is off. Flaps are 5.
We are at 320.
Auto brakes. I think we're ready to go. Tim Dog says you hear bass kicking in when the fuel ignites. And Sibi said, yeah, textures is tier 3. Dad Game Time says now's a good time to hydrate. Spy tea out of the air brow mug.
Eagle Eagle 558, além da cola no teto direito, o vento é 190 graus, 10 knots, o ajuste 022.
Sibby's got Mythos today.
Direito, Eagle 558.
That always looks really good. That looks like a really good summertime beer when it's hot outside. That is an Aer Lingus over there. Senor Tomas, yes, Aer Lingus. I always thought that, why didn't Aer Lingus choose a 4-leaf clover for luck? And Paulo explained that they have the 3-leaf clover is for the Holy Trinity. So that's why it's a 3-leaf and not a 4-leaf clover. So Paulo Tower, hello again. Goal 441, pushed and started from stand 6, requesting taxi.
O 441, taxi via Mike Echo, hold short runway 7 right, Kinege 1022.
1022 on the altimeter. Mike and Echo, we're going to holding point 17 right for goal 441. Shall we go?
Eagle 5,
Let's get ready to rumble. So it is. So Mythos is good when it's sunny and hot.
196, Eagle 558 grados.
Yeah, I looked for it here. They, of course, wouldn't have anything like that here.
927 is ready for taxi with Charlie on board.
It's also a great name for a great beer.
Taxi via Mike Echo, hold short runway 17 right, behind the traffic. Kinege 1022.
Start to continuous.
7 right, behind company traffic.
I have not set my trim for takeoff. Trim is 5.2.
South Paulo Tower, Shamrock 320, press that bar to destination with Bravo.
Shamrock 320, roger.
Trim is set. Mythos logo, it's a unicorn? I didn't know that. Really? I don't think I ever remember seeing the logo. I just saw the big old Mythos there on the bottle. So it's a unicorn. So that means it must be the official brew of Sibilair. Because you like those. Or is it Pegasus? Or
Takeoff runway 17 right. Bayan 3 Alpha departure.
Okay, it's going to be a VNAV and LNAV departure. All of that looks good. I'm going to arm my auto throttles. Auto throttles are armed. That's right, it is. That's the logo for Sibilair. 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 Talking is hard today.
Runway 17 right via the Nibru transition. Squawking 3723 Shamrock 320.
Santos Dumont, here we come. In the real world, this is the busiest air corridor in Brazil between Sao Paulo and Rio.
9000 tá na remota, paciente da Charlie, protocolo Santos Dumont 250.
And you're not hearing Spanish, you're hearing Portuguese here in
saída Bayan 3 Alfa, transmissão Nibru, transponder 3750, após decolagem com o Paulo, frequência 1.960.
Departures 119.6.
Call side direita, bus 3 Alfa, transição Nibru, após 1960, decolagem para 9000.
Correto, campeão pushback finalmente.
Achar quando pronto, 9000.
Shamrock 320, we are ready for pushback.
Rock 320, pushing start approved, on taxi, right for taxi.
1196, ready to go.
Push start is approved, call way ready for taxi.
Mika says Brazilian Portuguese to be specific, so that's going to be different than...
441, line up and take off from there on 7 right, to windy, 190 degrees, 10 left.
Line up and take off, runway 17 right for goal 441. Manifest says that Santos Dumont is named after Santos Dumont, and that is the inventor of the first self-propelled aircraft. And I'm going to assume that that was propeller and not after he took a trip to Taco Bell. And that was a really disgusting joke. I'm sorry. Something's in the water today. Something's in the water. I don't know what. Apologies for the really bad jokes. Yes, very crappy. Craig, so one of the things that they like you to do on VATSIM is when you file a flight plan, Craig, you've seen me file a flight plan on VATSIM, right? One of the things that they really like you to do is in the remarks, write down that you're new on VATSIM. And that way they know and can give you extra help. Because they actually do want to be patient with new players. Checked.
Line up on wait on 17 right for goal 997.
V1.
Oi, São Paulo, boa tarde, só por ferro. Salvador, 4. Até mais de great. Ok. Recebido para Salvador 410. Decola a pista no centro direita, no Baiano 3 alfa da missão em Pumbé. Transponder 37.
I missed some interesting stuff about Brazilian Portuguese.
Autorizado Salvador, banha 3 alfa da neve, 371 após controle 19,5, Mike 6.
Correto. Chame autorizado estacionamento, chame contato.
Autorizado estacionamento, chamar ataque, Mike 6.
Command. Autopilot's got us. Landing gear is off. Auto brakes off. Flaps 1. Flaps going to 1. Autopilot is good. 119.60 for goal 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. And speed's coming up nicely. Flaps up all the way. Flaps are up. Landing gear is up and off. Auto brakes are off. Flaps are up. And Sao Paulo departure. Very good evening. Goal 441 is passing 6,200 feet.
Again, 441, hello. São Paulo Country Radio JTEC. Climb and maintain flight level 250.
Climb and maintain flight level 250. Goal 441. Manafee is learning Mexican Spanish right now, and there are lots of grammatical similarities to Portuguese. Captain Sibby is going to get going once more to try and get your pedals working. If you have any problems, Captain Sibby, be sure and put something over in SPY HQ that says, hey, I'm having a problem with this, because you do have a big live stream coming up soon, and you need your pedals to work. And if I can help in any way, not that I think I'm going to be able to, but let me know, okay? Good luck with that. I'll check in with you on Discord and see how you're doing. All right, out we go. And that looks good.
Cam 331, eject 119.0. Yes.
119.0 for 10331. Adios.
Buenas.
Our next flight is Kathmandu to Paro in the A340. No fear. No fear. What could possibly go wrong? 10,000 feet. Continuous restart off. Landing lights off. Taxi light off. APU is off. Let the cabin crew get up. It's a shorter flight.
Level 330, number 3.
Out we go.
Climb maintain flight level 330, Lufthansa 384.
Oh wow, we got Lufty all the way over here. Well, we've got Aer Lingus over here. I guess having Lufthansa over here is cool too. I don't know how surprising I could be. Incredible scenery. Wow, it's so cool to be springtime now. Normally in the wintertime when we do this flight, it's like dark here and we can see everything. It's really good. Hi Jamal, welcome in on YouTube. Thank you for coming by. Spy-T.
Sao Paulo departure, good day, Goal 90927 is
All right,
passing,
we
5,500.
need some fixes on this
Yo,
arrival.
90927, hello, São Paulo Country, the
Fix.
Tampa, climb to maintain flight level 250.
We're landing on runway
Maintain level 250, Goal
RW
90927.
20 left. Runway 20 left. I need to turn GSX off.
Eagle 55 noite, chama controle Rio
Okay,
19,
we
boa.
need the reciprocal runway, the reciprocal heading of our runway.
Buenas.
And that's 020. So 020 is our heading, and then a 5-mile circle around the runway. And then I'm going to do slash and 10 miles for a 10-mile circle, and slash 25 for a 25-mile circle. And go back to climb mode, come over here and do progress mode, and we're all good. So now we'll have range rings around the airport and an extended center line out of the runway. Manify says it's autumn in Brazil. Dave wants to know, does it have to be airliners, aircraft base game, or can you do marketplace? Oh yeah, you get to do anything you want, Dave. You can use stuff from the marketplace. This was a payware from Phoenix. If it works good in the flight sim, it's going to work great for you. You wanted like the Eurofighter? I believe so. I'm not an expert on that, but I'm pretty sure you could do a Eurofighter type Typhoon on VATSIM if you want in the sim. And there's our climb. No reason to put in an ILS. Manify's going to descend in just a second.
Controle São Paulo, muito boa. O Papa Tango India November Tango está passando na posição Dom Pedro no regresso a Jundiaí.
Look at all the airplanes going into Rio de Janeiro. Glow Flight 1914, Glow 1959, TAM Flight 331. Everybody's making their way in just fine. Again, busiest air corridor in Brazil.
T56, D75,500, QNH10.
Eric, either brave or not very smart. You decide. You decide.
Descend 5,500, QNH1022. Clear that way. 1 down the right. Report man established. 10 to 5.
Sao Paulo departure, good evening, Shamrock.
Next
0,
frequency
Sao
for
Paulo,
us.
1048.
Shamrock at 320, hello.
Manify, are you the last of the arrival? Yeah, I would guess that about now, everything is starting to wrap up in cross Africa. Do we have Saturday night ops tonight? There's the Texas Triangle F&O. There's nothing on the calendar for Saturday night ops. Let's look on the other VATSIM calendar. Here's our air bridge, Coral Sands to City Lights. Coral Sands to City Lights is happening. This is Panama City.
Contato radar 240 em descida, voo direto Sampa, agora ILS Shank, dá 10 direita, restrito ao 090.
Queen Beatrix Airport. It's a city pair. That might be a little crowded. We'll just find some other trouble to get into. Let's see. Wolfie says Paro in the A340 and says, I'm firing up the sim. Yeah, there you go. Welcome in, Wolfie. Good to see you. Brave and not boring. Yep, it should be terribly entertaining. And let's do seatbelts to auto. And check everything up here. Okay, lights are off, fuel pumps are on, APU is off, start is off, position lights are strobe and steady, anti-collision lights are on, and the cabin is climbing. We are not killing our passengers, which is always a good thing. The airlines do appreciate us when we do that. Diamond Mike wants to do vectors to Copenhagen. Loviz has arrived. Loviz, is that your arrival for Cross Africa, or did you just arrive in Santos Dumont? Shoving square pegs in the round holes. Well, that's pretty much it for sure. Horizon Vector has taken off. Loviz has already arrived at Rio de Janeiro. Wow, you are fast. Holy moly, a big long flight in Cross Africa and is already in Rio de Janeiro. My guess is it's time for a quick buster break before you're going to fire up your A340 and go to Paro, right? Hi, Boeing Baga. Welcome aboard.
Lufthansa 384, you're leaving my airspace. Ready for terminated. Please can come to the small yourself.
Nope, Loviz has had enough. I don't blame you, Loviz. You've had a very, very long day. I think it's time for some really tasty Florida food. Really tasty Florida food. Really tasty Florida beverage. And spending time with some groovy flight simmers. Chaotic, Mad Lad. I think that Sibby took off. Sibby went back over to just do her thing, and she's doing, trying to fix her rudder pedals. Something's really broken at the...
Bill 441, contact Hill 1190, yeah.
119.0 now for goal 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
That was a great landing rate, Loviz, after such a long flight. I'm not kidding. That's awesome. Chaotic has been here for 4 years. Thank you for being here for 4 years. Martin is having spaghetti and meatballs today. Lucifer the cat has come in with a giant meatball in the mouth looking happy. He likes being Garfield, part of a cat. Well, if Lucifer the cat has got a big old meatball and is happy, there you go. Rio approach, very good evening. Goal flight 441 is at flight level 250, and we do have information Charlie aboard.
Go 441, very good evening. Identified on flight level 250. Expect Azalo 1 Alpha for the AMP Foxtrot from 820 left. Report for descent.
Goal 441 is now expecting the Azalo 1 Alpha arrival for the RNAV Foxtrot, runway 20. Goal 441 is about 30 miles from top of descent right now.
Roger.
Captain Chris, yeah, they are pretty easy. Boeing Baga wants street tacos right now. I don't know. I mean, if Lucifer the cat is really happy with big old giant meatball, maybe street tacos or some spaghetti and meatballs might be tasty. And we also have tower. SBRJ tower is 118.7. 118.7. There we go.
Bruno 036, chama a Torre Rio, frequência 1/7, Mocoso.
Excelente, obrigado, bom fim de semana.
Abraço. Go 914, reduce.
Yeah, the live stream's been going on for a while, hasn't it, Chaotic?
I'll go 1914.
Cleared to descend, that's going to put us at 6,000
Going
feet.
273, cleared for the RMP Foxtrot from 820 left.
Hi, AI Creations. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being here for 7 years, so Chaotic. 20 miles to top of descent. Captain Chris says tonight's the night that the UK and the EU do the time change. Yeah, we did a lot of 757s in X-Plane back then. Never would have
Go 1959er, descent maintain 6,000 feet, connect 1016.
Hi, AI Creations. Thanks for coming in. Welcome, welcome.
And 331, descent to maintain 7,000 feet, Canadian 1016.
7,000 feet, QNH 1016, 10331.
Go 19 and 14, contact now Rio Tower, frequency 118.7 CL.
Decimal 7, have a good night. Go 1914.
Captain Whip is coming in right now. Captain Whip also did cross Africa. Rio approach, goal 441 is about 10 miles from top of descent, requesting descent.
Go 441, descent to maintain flight level 090.
Descend to maintain flight level 090, goal 441.
Eagle 5592, convoys opera pista no 7 da direita, chegada do Vital 2 alfa, ponta para descida.
Only FedEx 727s that spawn on runways in Innsbruck. Those are the only FedEx problems we have right now.
Controle Rio, muito boa tarde, o Vigente 9087, decolado do Santos Dumont.
Vigente 9087, muito boa tarde, contato na decolagem, sobe sem restrições ao 280, vou direto na shopping.
5.9 miles to top of descent. We'll let the airplane do the work. I would like a 200-foot call out on altitudes. It's a beautiful day, minimums aren't an issue, but I do want the airplane to just say, hey, spy, you're 200 feet above the ground.
RNF Foxtrot 420 left.
Just kind of helps a little bit. So we'll turn on the radio altimeter for that. Airplane's starting to slow down a little bit for our descent. There goes descent deviation, and there goes our descent. Chaotic says to stretch. Now's a good time to do that because this is one where you do get a little bit busy on the arrival. You know, if we're gonna do Paro, so all the charts from Paro are no longer available. But I do have PDF charts that you can get, and I'm gonna put those over on Discord for you. I'll put them in the same place that I put everything else, and that will be in simulator talk. I'm going to put a link into chat for you now for all that in case you're not there. And that way you can get them. Okay, here's a link to Paro charts. Apparently, they were withdrawn from the world because, I don't know, the local government decided they didn't want that out there anymore. The navigation waypoint should still be in your Navigraph. So it should still be there, but that's a link so that you can have the PDF file that you'll need for charts.
Clear for the RMP Foxtrot for 20 left and report the runway.
JSG Droid has a nice arrival. Sounds good.
Próximo 9.000, Eagle 558.
Eagle 558, continua a descida para 6.000 pés, que negar no 0 no meio.
6.000 no 0 no meio, Eagle 558.
1273, Rio Tower, frequency 118.7, good day.
Rio Tower, requesting descend via Alpha 1 Charlie, goal 9927.
Goal 9927, descent to maintain flight level 100.
Descend to maintain flight level 100, goal 9927.
Fuel arrival, good afternoon, everything. Shamrock 320, you at flight level 270 at Kevin, 25 miles.
Shamrock 320, very good evening. Identified.
Someone's got the Shamrock flight going into Dumont here. That's pretty cool.
20 left. Remain ready, descent to maintain flight level 110.
Okay, clear for the RMP Foxtrot arrival at the 1 Alpha for RMP Foxtrot to 0 left. And we're ready to move into flight level 110, Shamrock 320.
Made it to 70 degrees today. How about that? The end of March and it's 70
450,
degrees.
good evening, identified. So I'm sorry, radar contact
That is
on departure,
definitely
maintain flight level 320.
Okay,
No
Captain Sibby's still having problem with her crosswind software. It's not registering the Z-axis anymore.
Then 331, descent to maintain 6,000 feet, connect 1016, cleared for the RMP Foxtrot runway 20 left, report field inside.
Okay, on the crosswind, Sibby, I don't know, this might not be. I don't know if it's that way with your crosswinds or not. Okay, sorry, so there's my crosswinds. It's a little bit dark. Sorry it's so dark down there. Do I have a light? Not really. So there's a wire right there. So there's crosswind rudder pedal there and rudder pedal there. There's a wire in the middle, Sibby. Maybe that one got jiggled a little bit. And maybe gently plug and unplug that one. It's really hard to see. It's just way too dark down there, sorry. But there's a wire down there. Maybe that wire got loose. And that's all I can figure out because it's sort of like this just happened and that's just way too weird. Just way too weird. Okay, you can't unplug. Okay, so it's not that wire. All right, so it's not that.
Here we go 450. Proceed
That's right. You don't.
Azure.
Okay, so that's not something to plug or unplug. That was the only thing that I could figure. So very smart of you to not do that. Is it possible that there is some sort of a control configuration conflict now? Could there be a conflict with a keyboard button or something like, or maybe if you've got an Xbox controller plugged in for the other games in the drone cam? You gonna take those to your dad tomorrow? Right on. Auto brakes.
Go 441, say indicated the speed.
Goal 441 is about 285 knots.
Here, thank you very much. Go 9927, say indicated their speed.
Right now going 307 knots for goal 9927.
AI creation suggests unplug the USB from one port and try it into another port.
260 knots or below for goal 9927.
331, that's the field inside.
331. 331, continue your descent via the RMP Foxtrot from 820 left. Stand by for the handoff.
Descending via the RMP Foxtrot to 420 left, time 331.
Eagle 5592, eu controle Rio.
5592, consiga.
Confirma se eu estou na proa de Manlo.
Negativo, senhor. Na proa de Vidal.
E Bidal o senhor já passou.
I've got several crosswind firmware things in here.
Estou na proa de Congu, 552.
Congu é o IAF. Eu
I
preciso
don't
adequar a
have an
chegada do Vital 2 Alpha. Vou direto Serra
to check
Papá
that
033, o Eagle 5592. Você está fora da chegada.
Vou voar direto para Serra Paz, 036, 552.
Afirma, chamou o controle São Paulo na frequência 1 no 9 decimal meia dúzia. Uma boa noite.
Controle São Paulo, 19,6, boa noite, 5 segundos.
Próximo 6.805 nós.
Cabin crew seats.
Eagle 558, autorizado Foxtrot 20
But I haven't
esquerda,
done a
reporte visual do
cross.
campo.
I haven't done anything with a crosswind
20 esquerda, reportagem visual com
in
campo
so
Eagle 559.
long. I mean,
Go 1959, Real Tower, frequency 118.7, good day.
Real Tower, 118.
JSG droid off to tower.
Eagle 558, 200 nós ou menor, devido a tráfego.
Loviz is going to call it a day. Well, you had a long day today, Loviz. Congratulations on finishing Cross Africa. And also 3 cheers for a great landing rate here in Santos Dumont. Have a wonderful evening, a nice night in Florida, and restful, and we'll see you next time. First flight tomorrow is Ishigaki to Naha Airport. It's part of the Road to the Rising Sun flight. Loviz, there's also a nice payware for Naha Airport.
Ingresso no Foxtrot, reporta infante.
Hotel likes the Brazilian Portuguese. And it's cool, so it's great that you understand it too. That's really
November
nice.
70 Tango Bravo, mantém 2.000 acima no corredor para ingressar.
This is one of the best, this is a really great BATSIM event, Hotel.
Vai ingressar
Daniel says spy hat. We've already got you covered with a Boeing hat right now, Daniel. But we need all the luck we can get. All the luck we can get.
Sim, a gente vai manter a direita do corredor.
So spy hat is good.
Tan 331, contact now Real Tower, frequency 118.
You're going to call at the end of the day.
118.7, contact 331. Obrigado, bye-bye.
Obrigado, boa noite.
Controle Rio, muitíssimo boa tarde, Pérez Stefano.
And there's 9,000 feet.
Com você transfere São Paulo, tá?
FS Brasil no 0013, muitíssima boa tarde. Acione identificação. Prepara a chegada das aluno Alfa, RNP Foxtrot 20 esquerda, FS Brasil no 003.
Chegou, prepara as aluno Alfa com RNP Foxtrot 20 esquerda, 03.
Tá 3975, excelente tarde novamente, contato radar, sem restrições, sobe ao 320. Passando Evicox, voo Izuru.
Sem restrições 320, Evicox.
Sibi, I did a Google search for you.
Ingresso na Foxtrot, informação de tráfego, suas 10 horas.
I don't know if this is helpful at all, but I did a quick Google search just to maybe help you out.
Foxtrot está mantendo 2.000 pés.
And there's a video too. I don't know if that's going to help you or not. You've got the latest software, so that's not a problem.
Shamrock 320, descent maintain 6,000 feet, Canadian 116.
Send flight level 6,000 and case under 16, Shamrock 320.
Rear approach, Goal 441, request further descent.
Goal 441, you can descend and maintain 6,000 feet, Canadian 1016.
1016 on the altimeter, descend now 6,000 feet, Goal 441.
Air Eagle 450, real control.
Not lucky at all, Sibi. Again, I put in a link. I don't know if that's going to help you or not.
Air Eagle 450, expect...
But it did have instructions in there about a recalibration, maybe, if that's what needs to happen. But it's still weird since you haven't done that in a while. I'm going to assume that you also have tried to turn Speedy completely off and completely on and stuff like that. Because that's the only other thing I can think of.
Sorry, 10 right, we go 450, report ready.
You've done all that, okay.
Eagle 558, Torre Rio, 18.7, bom pouso, excelente tarde.
18.7, graças pelo controle, uma boa tarde, Eagle 558.
FS Brasil no 003, quando no ideal, desse manter o nível de voo 090 via.
Maybe let Yoshi eat the USB cables. That probably wouldn't be good for Yoshi.
Control, Gold 9
There we go, 208 with you climbing to flight level 320.
Low sir, stand by 1 second, go 9927, descent to maintain
Speed brakes are armed.
1017.
And flaps 30 landing. 142. Buckeye says to hydrate. Probably a good idea. Altimeter.
Tango Bravo
Set.
ciente, vou coordenar com a torre seu ingresso no circuito.
Landing lights.
Reporta bloqueando
Continuous restart.
Vai reportar bloqueando fronte. O Tango Bravo.
I'm sorry, say again the call sign for the real control.
Plus, my guess is Yoshi is probably very particular about food.
Hello again, brother contact on departure.
Manafee's going to land in Casablanca. 4-hour flight today. Happy landings, Buckeye. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate.
Restrictions, there we go, 208.
JSG droid has successfully arrived. Minus 239. Welcome in, JSG droid.
Controle Hilton 9000, Libro.
Hi, I love bread. Welcome aboard.
Muito boa tarde. A sua identificação. Chegada dos alunos Alfa.
Micah, is it calming? I figured it'd be a little bit jarring.
Azul, Uno Alfa, o RNP 20 esquerda, Foxtrot vai para o Salto 9000.
Go 441, cleared for the RMP Foxtrot. 20 left, report to the inside.
Goal 441, clear now for the RNP Foxtrot, 20 left. We'll give you a call when the field's in sight. Hey, Will.
Go 9927, reduce to 200 knots or below.
Cruising to 200 knots or below for Gold 997.
Yeah, and go 9927, cleared for the RMP Foxtrot 20 left, report to the inside. Number 2.
Cleared for the
48, altitude's good, coming in over Rio de Janeiro. I Love Bread is actually having bread right now. Well, that's keeping fairly consistent with your name. .180, flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Posture check time. It's 5 a.m., so I Love Bread, a perfect breakfast time for you. I'm going to continue to let the airplane go down to 3,000. There we go. We're looking for the bridge, the Ferris wheel, in the airport.
November 70 Tango Bravo, control Rio.
Now 19, and by that time we should see the airport, the runway, and we'll go and turn off the autopilot. Next flight for us is the A340 into Paro. Also, if you'd like, there is a Mobi flight profile that Loviz found that works if you want to use the Airbus autopilot. The McDo still does not work. Flaps 10. Wheels going down.
Assim, nesse momento tem uma fila de 4 aeronaves chegando no Dumont, aproximadamente mais uns.
So you know, Sibby, you know how it is that you can get a can of compressed air? I don't know. This is probably not anything. But maybe, you know, it's like a can of hairspray or something like that. You press it and it shoots out air really, really fast. Maybe just go and blow out your, maybe some dust has gotten into the sensors in your rudder pedals or something. That's really all I can figure right now. But yeah, just some compressed air and just blow out your rudder pedals. You know, clean them off out real good, cling to the cracks in them. Probably not that helpful, but that's about all I can figure. 142 to land, let's call it 145. All right, I am looking for, so there's the big international airport over there. Over here, we're looking for the bridge, and there's my little island, and the airport's over there. There's our airport there. Emergo says that you've had some trouble with cat chewing on the cables. Compressed air and rubbing alcohol on the sensor did the trick for I Love Bread.
Então 3975, submantenha o 300, a chegada Edmus 2 Alfa 10 da direita.
300, Edmus 2 Alfa, voltando 3975.
Rear approach, Goal 441 has the airport in sight. Captain Chris has arrived. Minus
441, contact the rear tower frequency 118.7. Thank you for your flight, you're always welcome here.
118.7, always nice to come into Rio de Janeiro. Have a good weekend from Goal 441.
It's a good day. Yeah.
1187. Just letting the airplane do some of the work for us right now. Dumont Tower, very good evening. Goal 441 is on the RNAV Foxtrot for runway 20 left. Airport's in sight.
Go 441, Rio Tower, good evening. Winds at 210, 14 knots. Runway 20 left, you're clear to land.
Runway 20 left, clear to land. Goal 441.
3909, contact
Flaps
Rio
15.
approach 119.0.
Almost done letting the airplane do all the work. And there's our turn in. This is not a butter airport, no. All right, I'm looking for my big old floating bridge that goes across the waterway here. I see my islands, I got the airport, and I also kind of sit up in my seat just a little bit higher here. I know, isn't the scenery during the day? Normally when we come in here, it's like pitch black. It's nighttime. But yeah, we got nice scenery here coming into Rio. Autopilot disengage. Silence the alarm, so I've got my bridge over there. That looks good. Our descent is going just fine. Not going to mess with that. Airplane's trimmed up for that really, really nicely. Tim Dog says it's always good to change the time. You don't need the stress of a nighttime landing. All right, kind of look off to the side. You see the two little white dots over here? Those are the runways. And it shows us being a little bit high and fast. Oh my gosh, could you imagine that? There's my groovy little island that I wait for to make my turn. Yes, I disconnected VNAV. I'm doing my own thing. A touch high.
Send Dumont Tower, 927, is that 2005?
Wolfie likes doing this one at night. I think it's fun either way. I'm like,
Go 99
You know, either way is good. Actually, Rio de Janeiro is really stunning
Continue
at
approach for
night.
Golden 99 Energy 7.
It really is stunning at
Quem
night.
chamou pro táxi?
Igor 6011.
O Igor 6011 está autorizado o táxi até o ponto de espera da 20.
Hey, Rocks, welcome aboard.
Alfa, o ajuste no 016.
Not the airport to spend too much time out of the cockpit, Pat. We are a touch high.
500. 400.
Auto throttle's off.
300. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
I floated a little bit.
Go 441 right on Echo, taxi gate of choice via Delta and Juliet.
Right at Echo, gated choice via Delta and Juliet. Thanks for the nice arrival here at Dumont for Goal 441. It isn't wholly hot brakes. I mean, it's probably a little bit warm. We'll see when we get there.
Go 99927, wind
It isn't, they're not
210,
that
knots,
hot
runway
though, are
20
they?
left, you're clear to land.
20 left cleared to land for Golden 99 Energy 7.
Well, they're yellow right now, so my brake temperatures are a touch warm. But you know what we could do is we could use the brakes, put a grill on top of it, and make steaks when we get to the gate. See? Blue got a little whiplash on the screen there. Lady Laura Croft is back in chat. Welcome back in. We have a nice landing here at Santos Dumont. I don't see smoke coming out of my brakes. Tim Dog says they're really hot. Well, they're just yellow. They're not super hot, are they? They're just a little warm. Next is the A340-600 into Paro. Amargosa smells smoke. Are you sure that's not something cooking at home? My flight is now no longer calming for Mika. Oh yes, we've done a lot worse. We've done a lot worse at this airport, believe me. We've gone off the end of the runway. Amargos is going out to dinner tonight. Okay.
70 Tango Bravo, tá na perna do vento da pista 20 esquerda.
O November 70 Tango Bravo, Torre Rio, muito boa tarde. Autorizado o circuito visual da
That's right, we
20
were using the water to cool off the brakes.
Ciente, autorizado o circuito da 20 esquerda. Circuito completo?
Afirmo, está autorizado a ingressar na final. Só aguarde pista livre para autorizar o pouso, mas pode prosseguir, pode girar a base.
Vai girar a base. November 70 Tango Bravo.
Go 99927, taxi gate of choice at via Delta and Juliet.
I don't know if I don't need to pop my fuses.
O November 70 Tango Bravo, vento 210 com 14, 20 esquerda, pouso autorizado.
Livre pouso 20 esquerda, November 70 Tango Bravo.
Almost there. There we go. That's probably pretty good. Parking brakes on. And let's come on up here and do APU generator flip over. And engine number 1 and engine number 2. And we'll stop squawking. So standby and standby. Fuel pumps, we're going to leave 1 pump on for the APU. Let's do the APU bleed. And we'll turn on the packs to keep our passengers nice and comfy. Let's come on up here and we have to do probe heaters to off. And then we'll also turn off the navigation. That's going to shut off the yaw damper for us. And all of that looks good. Come on over here. We're done with charts. Let's go to ground operations. And we need to do chocks. We need a ground power cart. We want a jetway. Here comes the jetway. We need door management, disarm doors for arrival. And I think something's weird with the scenery here. Oh, we got another airplane that just arrived. Boy, they sure taxied up pretty quick. So it retracted the jetway and it's going to go back to get it. Something's weird about that here. I think I put the packs into high. Yep, I think I did. Well, wait a minute. Yep, I did put them into high. And isolation valve open. There we go. All right, so it says the brake temperatures are 7 degrees, 7.5 degrees, 7.9 degrees. I know, I'm kidding, it's not. It's much warmer. I've got very warm brakes here. Open up the door, open up the cargo doors, and we made it. Oh, do I still have my beacon on? Yep, beacon off, seatbelts off. And there we go. We made it. How about that? Oh, do I still have some lights on? Oh, I guess the taxi lights were left on. I thought I turned those off coming into the gate. Check my failures. My tires may have popped. And that's in failures? Where would I find that? In the electronic flight bag? I've never done failures with the airplane. It's in the it's in flight management. That's right. Is there a permit for links? I don't think so, Sibby. I don't know that we got a permit. You could put it over in our Discord. If you just pop it into your Discord, I'll grab it that way. Menu. FS actions, I'm guessing. Fuel, payload, doors, cabin lights. Maintenance, maybe? Ground maintenance? No, I don't think that would be it. Maybe PMDG setup? Aircraft options and state. PMDG setup. I bet we look at the aircraft. Failures. All right, let's see here. Next page. Wheels and brakes. Programmed random maintenance. I guess I didn't pop the brakes after all. So, success, right? What is PRGGE? That is the airplane's registration. So that's the airplane's registration right there. See, I didn't pop my brakes after all. I just looked over to see if you put anything in our chat, Sibby. I didn't see anything if there's something you want to share. But yeah, that's the airplane's registration. All right, I think we made it and we didn't pop the brakes. How about that? Success. All right, let's go and see how bad the landing rate was, though. Probably a little heavy. Hopefully there was no bouncing. There was our arrival. I think I went a little bit. All right, boy, touchdown about halfway down. Okay, I'll look for it, Sibby. My landing rate was a minus 394, 1.16 Gs. And, well, it wasn't quite at the halfway point, but it was a little bit long. I should have touched down a little bit sooner. I was going for butter. That was definitely after the touchdown zone. All right, so Elevate X is done. We're off VATSIM. Let's go get the A340. It was something fun. Yeah, that's a new game that Sibby's been playing, Crimson Desert. I gotta wonder if, though, something changed when you download Crimson Desert and it changed some sort of a controller configuration for your, you know, for your just general game controllers, maybe. All right, let's go and turn off the autopilot stuff. And we're gonna need the Airbus. We don't use the McDo on this. Okay, pop that in. And also we won't use SimApp Pro for this either. So we've got to turn off SimApp Pro. And we're going to start MobiFlight. Hi, Starlugo. Welcome aboard. So here comes MobiFlight. There's MobiFlight. Good to see you, Starlugo. Thank you for coming in. And I'm already set with the Aerosoft A340 by Wind Control. And I think it's already ready to go. You may need to hit run. All right, so that looks good. Let's go get the simulator. It's over in Discord. It's a video. This was in Sibby's game. And Sibby, yeah, this is this new game, Crimson. Uh-oh. Somebody had a problem swimming. Uh-oh. Getting across the, uh-oh. This game looks really incredibly visually stunning, and it's on so many different levels, too, that just really kind of blew me away. So there's a big thing that's way up in the sky, but there's a bunch of other stuff down there. So, yeah, very, very good waterfall. All right, we're all good to go there. The sim's loading. Samantha Austin, did I say that right? Greetings back, South Africa. There was a big VATSIM event all across Africa today, Samantha, on the VATSIM Flight Simulator Network. So it was just all over. It's called Cross Africa. We're going to do a flight into Paro now. So VNKT VQPR. So we're going to go and fly this little route here. Let's do a flight plan. So let's see. New flight. It's going to be the A340-600. And let's see, what do I have? I've got Cathay Pacific, Lufthansa, or Virgin Atlantic. Well, if we fly Virgin Atlantic, I can do a bunch of juvenile Virgin Atlantic jokes. 441, VNKT, VQPR, Paro. I need to change his scene. Thank you. Welcome in, Jim. Hi, Nivek. Welcome aboard. Thank you for reminding me to change the scene. Okay, all this looks good. Now then, Paro, I think we really want runway 13. I think you want runway 13 at Paro. maybe it's 1.5. But, so yeah, 1.5 is what we want for our nice approach. But let's also look at the weather, because right now winds are 010 at 6. Not so bad. I think that runway 15 is just fine for this. Departing off of runway 2 in Kathmandu, winds are variable at 2 knots. Let's go and look and see. One of those does not have a taxi back though. So runway 20 doesn't have too much. Well, both of them have a bit of a back taxi, I guess. Both of them have a bit of a back taxi, so maybe we'll just go with the one we got. So runway 2 and runway 15 for arrival. Fuel planning. I'm going to board 30 minutes, just a little bit of extra in case we have to go around. Okay, so all that looks good, and generate the flight. Notice arrival runway may be inadequate for landing. Ya think? Ya think? All right, got to get a PDF for the flight plan. Put this over on your desktop. And current plan. That looks good. Pre-file on VATSIM. 35,000 feet. I don't know. How about 31,000 feet? We don't need that much. And file. Okay, no chickening out possible now. Let's see. Wolfie says maybe pish posh on that one. We have taken bigger planes into Paro. We certainly have. I think the second time I ever saw Sibby do a flight, it was Sibby 747 coming into Paro, and Captain Sibby stuck the landing like a pro. Captain Chris is going to call it a night. Good night, Captain Chris. Thanks for flying along. Have a great evening. Catch you next time. First time was Sibby's landing in London City in the 777, so that's who came up with big airplanes and ridiculously small airports. Captain Chris, 4 a.m. Really? Because, the time change. Have a great evening, Captain Chris. Safe travels to the airport tomorrow. See you next time. Okay, throttles back to normal. Blue sat on the ground better part of 15 minutes. You're all lonely on the rag. Throx, I think it's working really good for me. I'm really quite happy with Elevate X. I don't think we can fly an A340 with a Boeing hat. Might not fit so well. Airbus hat might be a little bit better. Okay, what else can we do? We could update some of the data here. Okay, so here's our flight plan. Tribhaven International to Paro. Okay, Igri 1 Charlie to Kimti, Subsu. And then Takti. I don't recognize that one. Haven't done this one before. You've got a bad feeling about the landing? Maybe I should go and get a couple of bottles of Mythos for the cockpit. Oh, sorry, they don't have that here. I guess it's just, we're going to have to just be afraid about this. Okay, we might also, this is not the longest of flights. So one of the things that we could do is look for a flight after this. I don't know what there might be for VATSIM. There might not be an awful lot today. because there was a big VATSIM event earlier, and all of the controllers have called it a night. But I don't really think there'll be VATSIM ATC for this one. Mika says cross the Pacific. That's really a long flight. I think that VATSIM tried to do a cross the Pacific event once, and it was just way too long. Horizon Vector's going to try the MD-11. All right, looks good. All right, so we need an A340-600. It's 346. There we go. And it's already got the right livery all set up, so save and go back. And let's do departure. VNKT. Kathmandu. Yeah, cross the pond is just crossing the Atlantic. It's not crossing the Pacific. Welcome back, Void. All right. It looks like there's a gate 4 that might be available. Let's try gate 4. They're not labeled. This one might be good. All right, I think it's time to load. The fact that the Atlantic is called a pond is crazy. There's a VATSIM event between New Zealand and Australia, and they call that cross the ditch. So there's a cross the pond and cross the ditch. And it looks like it's a relatively short flight, but it's about 3.5 hours. It's about 3.5 hours of flying between New Zealand and Australia. Now this airplane, I have noticed, freezes an awful lot when you're loading in. Something's really weird about that. How about, let's see. How about, what would happen, Captain Sibby, if you unplug your rudder pedals? Unplug them completely. Start Flight Simulator and start it all up in an airplane someplace. Turn on the airplane, don't do anything, and then after you do that, go out of Flight Simulator, maybe try and, well, I don't think you have a twist stick, but then go back out of Flight Simulator, re-plug in your rudder pedals, and try it again. I know that's a lot of stuff. I don't know if that'll help or not. So let Flight Simulator load in without your rudder pedals, and let it load in, completely load into your A320 or something that you know works. And then try it again after that. Yeah, the Warthog doesn't have a twist. But maybe see what happens. See if maybe the sim loads in and resets something. I don't know. Okay, Void, Cross the Pond is a very different animal from a lot of the other VATSIM events. So one of the things that you've got to do is you're going to have to get what's called a slot, a departure slot. And that is a place in the sky where a time that you can depart. And actually, they have a lottery for those because it's so popular. And so that's the hard part about across the pond. Is you have to win the lottery to get a slot and then register at a certain time. It's kind of hard. But yeah. Kathmandu, yeah, that's a nice little autopilot cam for this. I'm gonna change the time on this one. Let's make it daytime. Hey, what happened to my scenery? I have scenery for Triphaven. I've got scenery for this. It does. This airplane takes a little longer to load. Hang on a sec. We should have much better scenery for this. There's our big Virgin Atlantic. No, it wouldn't have done that. I thought I loaded in VNKT. Horizon, you'll find a little bit of Airbus in there. Okay. So Paro, we use default scenery. It's really good. VNKT. Oh, I didn't load it in. I'm going to reload this. I think it's worth it. The scenery's kind of nice. It's a good airport. I thought I turned that on. I'm sorry. Just give me an extra second here. But no, Horizon Vector, there's an awful lot of similarities between the MD-11 and Airbus. Oh, it must be Virgin scenery. I'm sorry, that was a joke. How could I have missed that one? That was a joke. Hang on. There you go. All right, let's go over here. I thought I turned all these on. Okay, Triphaven is in. This is add-on linker. It's supposed to help with my load times. All right, there we go. It shouldn't take too long. And since we've just loaded the airplane in, it should load in a lot faster this time. We've got a Turkish, German cargo, so that's got to be an MD-11. This one, DRK 194. That looks like a much more sensible airplane going in. Somebody's got a sensible airplane to fly today. How about that? Who would do a sensible airplane in a flight like this one? This is the route, and I don't know, usually when we do it, it's the middle of the night for people that would be doing ATC in this part of the world. Horizon Vector, you're doing Lufthansa Cargo? Which one is the A340? Mika, so Virgin 508 is another A340. The longest of all the Airbuses, it's the A340-600 is longer, actually, than a A380. They also had some cargo stands over here, too, and a groovy little fire truck in the middle. I know, I figured that was a joke. I should have done the drums. Let's see. Did I get a flight plan? Yep, we did. The charts application is not that great. It's really just not that great in this airplane. That being said, though, it is somewhat usable, just not very usable. Wolfie, are you going to take the MD-11 on the Paro flight today? You should do that. Uh-oh, I see another A340 there. If you're nervous about flying on VATSIM, this is probably an okay flight to do this with, okay? I don't think that there's going to be ATC, so we can be wild and crazy and take inappropriate airplanes into inappropriate airports. You all know what Paro is for airport. Wolfie says, not today. I'm going to stick with an A340. Okay. I think we've actually done the MD-11 once. I think we did the MD-11 into Paro. And I think I may have done an actual decent landing on that, maybe. Maybe? Yeah, Paro is all about big airplanes and small airport. Ah, the MD-11 clipped the tower. It probably did. No, wait a minute. That one was a good flight. That one was a decent landing. The MD-11 and I are buds. The MD-11 and I have been doing good flights today. Yeah, I've done that a few times too. My 757 went off the runway and into a house. Now we've got a really, really big fence in the scenery. So it protects the houses from the crazy simulator pilots that try to land there. Almost done. We're done loading sim objects. It was a different plane. Fluffy Kiwi is checking in from Brussels. Hey! I hope you are having a good time in Brussels right now. I still really like what you all do with CPDLC in Brussels and Belgium airspace. The Belgian airspace is really cool. They give you all sorts of really great information that nobody else really does in Flight Simulator. Horizon Vector has a 767. I don't know that we have any airbags. Maybe that would be a good thing to install for Flight Simulator pilots. A big, bad old airbag. Okay, we're going to try stand 2. Almost done loading. Thanks for putting up with the reload. I really thought I loaded this in. What do we need? Do we have plenty of beverages here? Oh, yes, plenty of beverage. Tasty iced tea and lemonade. Did it get any warmer outside? Ooh, we got another degree, 21 degrees. A couple of clouds moving in tonight. Now is the time before the flight where you sit back and enjoy the jazzy sounds before the real crazy begins. On the arrival. Oh, and if you didn't get it, I had a link over to Spy Discord if you want the charts. If you want the charts for this. I'll pop that link back in for you. It's over in Discord. You'll need the charts. They're not going to be in your Navigraph. There we go. Almost done with loading nonsense here. Alistair's back in chat. You're thinking of getting Chase Plane? Absolutely. There are relatively few buggy things about it at all. And it's a great way to set up good, fast views around a simulated airplane. Plus, if you're, making airplane videos and stuff like that. If you're making airplane videos, you can do some really nice cinematics. So, yeah, absolutely. Chase Plane is well worth it. Oh yeah, Paro is still in business today. The only reason they don't have charts is because the government of Bhutan withdrew the charts from the public. So these are some old charts from a ways back, but it does have the data that we need. It's like 72 pages worth of charts here. So here is a star in there, and we're going to go subsu to PR888 is part of what we're going to do. And then we're going to need the RNAV for runway 15 at PR888. This is runway 5. You don't want this one. This one's not going to work for you. That's PR777. That's not the one. This is, no, that's not it either. No. There we go. This is the one. It's the RNP Zulu is the one that we like the most. Oh yeah, flight sim pilots we love coming in here. Let's see. Somebody updated the stream. Thank you for updating the stream. That was Green. Thank you, Green. The bugs are that in some airplanes, there is a real violent bouncing that takes place. It doesn't last forever, but there's this violent bouncing that takes place. And it's a little annoying and stuff, but yeah, that happens. VNKT. Trip hopping. Milka, that was the approach map. I put a link to that over in Discord. Yeah, now we've even got the correct gate numbers. Okay, is the one I want still available? It sure is. Great. Here we go. And set as departure. And start the flight. You want, what about Flow? I think that Flow is a cool app. I don't use it probably because I just haven't had the time to learn it. We've got some people in chat that have made some really cool, some really good plugins for Flow. I just haven't used it that much. One of the things that I can do is I can turn the toolbar on and off. That's all I need. Horizon, there has been an update and it works pretty good right now. We do have a pretty good update for it. Okay, almost done loading in. Almost done with interminably long loading screens. But no, that was what we were looking at over here. This is the approach chart. So coming on in, we're going to be at PR888 at 17,000 feet. And then you go down to 15,200 and your final altitude is 13,800. And that's going to be your final approach fix. And you're coming in right over the mountain. And then once you come over the mountain, you start to do your descent. And you're dive to the runway here. I would get chase plane exponent, but then again, I also make content creator, so I really want the advanced cinematics, the advanced camera commands. So I'm much happier with that. Come on, Microsoft Flight Simulator. We've waited enough. No more waiting. But you can see over here the tower, the terminal is all different. Actually, I was wrong. Cargo is up on the north end of the airport here. Now it caught up. That's right. Box is, what's the name of that? It's the new cargo airline that they've started using. It's a new cargo airline that they've started using. Box, Aero Logistics or something like that. Logistics Aero, one of those two. All right. That should be Elevate X. Let's get, that's it. Cockpit. Let's turn on GSX, see if I can get some stairs out there. Aerologic, that's it. Thanks, Wolfie. That is it. It's Aerologic. And that's Box. Okay, we are Virgin 441, and we're in A346. And connect to VATSIM. Hey, look at that. It's coming to the right door. Oh, look at that. They're bringing stairs up to the front door, too. Aerologic, that's it. All right, so we got to get... we got stairs all over the place right now. We've also got some stairs in the back of the plane. Hi, Captain Azores. Welcome back in. Tyler Dog, beer cheers. Welcome on in. All right, so all that looks good. Let's hop in the cockpit and do airplane stuff. Okay, so I've got external power A and B. I'm going to turn on my chocks. And let's just go ahead and flat out open our doors. I found that the automatic doors that they have on this airplane are a little bit weird. They don't always work so well. And I think that that's, not all the time. Well, this is a big airplane. It's a big airplane. So you got to have a lot of stairs. With your tickets, you get a free health club membership and a Stairmaster here. Dude, you're going to need to pump those stairs up a little bit more. Yeah, you're going to need to pump those up. That's not all the way up there. Okay. So let's see. Let's come on over here. Everything else should be cold and dark. And ground services are all good. That looks really good. Let's go to OPF. I'm going to go set payload and fuel to OPF. And now we come and start up the airplane. Now, I have been always in my Airbuses. I have been turning on my batteries first, but I was watching Captain Sibby start this thing, and Captain Sibby did the excuse me, did the ground power first. So external A and B and batteries going on. And we'll come down here and do nav and logo lights. No smoking on. Externals are good. You do that with all of your Airbuses. Now then, these lights down here are way too bright. So I'm going to turn off the pedestal on the flood and then turn it up 2 clicks. main flood, 2 clicks, and we'll do that. Oh, also, we're changing the time, right? We're changing the time. So click the little cloud, go to custom, and I'm going to just roll this back a little bit until we get daylight, and that'll be good. And we'll turn off the little cloud. Okay, here we go. Looks like the other version has pushed back. So version's on the way. All right, let's come on down and do FMC stuff. You have to point and click these. GPS primary is off. Navigation data is updated. Init. Come over here. And GPS primary off. McDo menu. ASUS, air operations, and initialize the flight plan. No, the airplane with the hair dryers is the A340-300. Flight plan data link is in progress. Perf data uplink, AOC, everything's good there. I'm also going to request a departure ATIS. And that's probably not going to work because there's no ATIS. So let's just go and get the METARs. Here come the METARs. And return. Received messages. And now we got all of our METARs. Okay, this looks really good, and now all of this is loaded into. So we got 440 passengers. Our cost index is 106. You do need to hit the wind button, and the wind data uplink is good, and return. But now all of these are set. And then go ahead and, I think, download the OPF. And change it to nighttime because it's easier to read. 229.5 is our zero fuel weight. And our block fuel should be 27.5. And if you look over here, you can see that it's loaded 27.5. So the airplane is now technically loaded. Wind in the MD-11. I don't remember if we do winds in the MD-11 Horizon. I don't remember if we do winds in that. Okay, all this looks good. Let's go to 122.8. Okay, all that looks great too. So on the departure, Navigraph. And we're going to do VNKT. VNKT. Enter. Charts. Taxi. Airport info. There's that. SID. It's IGRI. We're doing IGRI 1 Charlie. There's the IGRI 1 Charlie departure. And 1 Charlie. IGRI 1 Charlie is the one where you circle the airport. This is really fun, okay? So you don't want to turn on your autopilot on this. So after takeoff, you basically are going to do a complete circle on the 1 Charlie, chug, 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 all the way around, and out you go. Okay, so this one is kind of a fun departure, and we're going to come out at Kimti. This one is a fun flight to do by yourself, okay? So let's go and do page 2. It's already put in. It's already put in your zero fuel weight and zero fuel weight center of gravity. Remember, the zero fuel weight for us today is 229.5. So 229.5 is our zero fuel weight. As far as the fuel budgeting stuff, I don't honestly know about this. So taxi fuel is supposed to be 0.748. It says 1.2, so 0.748. And we'll put that in for taxi. Trip fuel is supposed to be 6.9. It says 6.4. I don't know. Low-vis says on the takeoff page, just hit the weather. So on the takeoff page. Route reserve is 2.1. That's 15 minutes. Alternate fuel is 9.9. In other airplanes, you don't put it in. The takeoff page, I don't remember that. Final, which is 30 minutes of fuel, we have 3.8 instead of 4.4. So this one's always a little real. So his final reserve fuel is supposed to be 30 minutes, but my final reserve fuel for is, so now I only have 25. Something's weird about that. Low-vis, oh, that was for the MD-11. Thank you, Low-vis. Okay. Thank you. And that was a reply to Horizon Vector, so I should just ignore myself. Horizon is doing flaps 23, and block fuel is 27.5. Is that what we have here? Yep, we have fuel. So all of that's really good. And that is fuel prediction. Let's do the flight plan. Yeah, takeoff and approach, Horizon Vector. Call with a friend from, okay, see you later, Mika. Welcome in. Samantha's longest flight was San Francisco to South Africa in a private 747. It was your longest IRL flight? How many hours was that, Samantha? San Francisco to South Africa. Flight plan. VNKT, departure high detergent foot. Welcome on in. All right, it's going to be runway 2. And we're doing IGRI 1 Charlie. IGRI 1 Charlie. And we exit at Kimti. 2 IGRI 1 Charlie Kimti and insert. Okay, looks pretty good. Let's do VQPR. Our arrival is going to be the RNAV Zulu for runway 15, right? RNAV Zulu, runway 15. We're going to do Subsu 1. And our VIA is going to be PR888. PR888, RNAV Zulu, runway 15, Subsu 1, and pop it in. There we go. Cractic every fly. Did I say even that close to right? Hey, you're from Nepal. We are on our way to Nepal. We're doing some really stupid things right now, okay? You should know we're taking abnormally large airplanes into Paro. It's a silly thing that flight simulator pilots do. Okay, let's do VNKT. The altimeter is 1012. 1012. 1012. I'm going to clear myself up to... let's see. It was flight level 350. I think I'm only going to flight level 310. So flight level 310 for that. There was a message that says don't do this. Oh, I have forgotten to do ADIRS. Oh dear, we forgot ADIRS. Imagine that. Okay, so that's good. Let's do crew supply of oxygen. While we're waiting there, let's do the master switch for the APU. And start up the APU. There we go. Did I have a message that said don't do this? Let's see. Squawk code. Let's squawk 0007. Squawking 0007 here because why not? 0012 here. There we go. That looks good. And all of that's nice. And I think we're done with that. I don't think we're going to get a second set of... I don't think we're going to get a second load sheet. So all of this is good. Let's get ready for performance. All right. So weight and balance. 440, 27, all of that is perfect. Let's do takeoff performance. Okay, runway 2. The wind is 343 at 10, 1012. All that looks good. It is not dry. It is wet. Anti-ice, I don't know. What do you think? Let's compute and see what happens. Ready? It's going to blow up. Well, oh, not bad. Oh, and we're going to flex to 50. So we can take off. No idea if we can land. All right. So we're going to flex to 50. Flaps are going to be 2 and up 2.7. Flaps 2, up 2.7. And that goes in here. There we go. Flex to 50, and so you have to do F50. There we go. Speeds. 131, 150, 157. 131. 150. And 157. Takeoff stuff is set. All right, that looks really good. Let's close our doors because the airplane's loaded. Ground services. I'm going to close and close and close. We're going to close cargo, close cargo, close cargo, and all of that's great. Now let's go and get GSX to prepare us for pushback and departure. Okay, that looks good. Turn on the radio. Have I put it into survival mode? No, we've actually put it into Weesa Gonna Die mode. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to pull my chocks. And if we look outside, you can see our stairs should all be going.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
I hope. Up, the back door did not close. Close. All right, doors are closed. And there goes all of our stairs. Diamond Mike has got an ice pack on your forehead. Oh, the arrival. Mr. Crow, we haven't looked at the arrival yet because it might tell us that we're not supposed to do the flight. And we want to do the flight. So we're just going to kind of go see no evil, hear no evil, and like speak no evil. We're going to see if that works. Denial is really good if you need to. All right, all this looks really good. We've got our flight plan set up. VQPR altimeter is 1013. Winds are not very strong, so no big deal. Freezing drizzle. Yeah, we're winging it. There you go. Mr. Crow, we do jokes like that all the time.
German cargo, go ahead and back taxi.
Nose left, tail right.
I have a much longer back taxi, so you should be getting out of here better.
Ghost in the chat is here. Hi, Ghost in the chat. No big change. It's just I'm not doing 757 spy anymore. I'm just a spy flight because we do all sorts of airplanes. Hey, look at that.
Cargo
We have a departing airplane.
is backtracking runway 02.
All right, everything looks good here. We just got to wait for the nav data because I was a little late there. The departure should be very nice. Oh, Wolfie, thank you for remembering the name command. And let's go ahead and do TARA. And we need to turn this to on. And we'll look at all. Ginger, was that you that took off? So that you took off in that plane that we just saw, right? Are you going to Paro too? Hi, Sphinx Music. All right, now I want pizza. Got an Ethiopian and a red nose. A Norwegian air shuttle. All right, APU is up and running. Let's go APU bleed. We're done with ground power. Disconnecting ground power. Let's go turn on all of our fuel pumps.
Kathmandu traffic north 20, pushing back, starting out from stand 1.
Okay, so the one next door to us is starting, so we're going to wait a sec. And I think that was the Norwegian air shuttle that's pushing back. Oh, look at that, a sensible airplane for... A sensible airplane. JSG Droid has a long back taxi. Okay, I think everything's ready. We're just waiting for our alignment. And that's going to take another second. Let's make sure throttles are going. And I have reversers. All that works. And I've got all those controls. I think we're ready to go. Low vis, are we a little bit wide for this runway? Hey, the visibility seems to be getting worse today. There goes the Norwegian air shuttle. So now we'll also wait for that one because we don't want to block that airplane. IRS is still aligning. So we're still good to just kind of wait here. Got a very big Malaysian airliner over there. The Ethiopian airplane gave birth to a Norwegian.
Cargo 8260.
Kolbar. Yeah, that's how little baby airplanes are made. Flight Factor said the 777-300ER is coming soon. And that's going to be for X-plane, right? And Ginger says it's going to happen probably before cross the pond.
From Foxtrot all the way down runway 02. We will be doing a B1 back taxi to get things moving along.
New recruits detected.
It's Chef Cat did a follow. Welcome aboard. And there's the Norwegian air shuttle. It is a little rainy here, and it says IRS should be done, and IRSs are done. GPS primary is set. And we've got a map.
Kathmandu traffic, Nordic 220, taxiing to runway
seatbelts.
We are Foxtrot.
Remaining.
Kathmandu traffic, Los Angeles, Detroit, 60, morning.
Kathmandu traffic, Virgin 441's a big old A340 at stand 2. Pushing back and starting up, we will be facing to the west. Kathmandu. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push.
What could possibly go wrong?
Kathmandu traffic, Lufthansa cargo 8260, so getting off the runway 02, we'll work by that again. Virgin 1959 from Lufthansa cargo 260, you can go ahead backtrack.
Kathmandu traffic, Virgin 1959er. We are on runway 02 back taxiing right now. We'll advise on departure. Kathmandu.
Okay. Ignition, start. Engine number 2, start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Engine number 1 starts. And 2 of those going off. Loviz says the weather at Paro does not look as frightful as the weather here. All right, 2 big engines, not small hair dryers, starting up nice. I guess I probably should have. I should have taxied out the way that JSG Droid did, because the taxiway we're probably going to is a little bit too small. So I guess Foxtrot Echo is too small for this airplane.
Please set parking brakes.
Malaysian 44 Alpha about to push back after
Locking gear.
441.
All right, engine number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here comes engine number 4. And everything looks good. This is a fun departure to fly by hand.
Bypass been removed.
All ready to descend into Paro. Blue is going to fly at night.
Runway 02 on circle of departure. Kathmandu.
There goes JSG Droid. If you happen to be looking at a VATSIM map while we're doing this flight and happen to see a couple of airports that look like there's some nice ATC or something, I think we've got a time to do a flight after this one. I don't know where we want to go. All right. Engine 3 is available. Engine number 4 is coming on up. Engine number 4 is available. Ignition back to normal. Come on up here. APU bleed goes off. APU goes off. And let's come on down here and do control checks.
Backtracking to holding point.
Elevators, ailerons, rudder. The trim auto sets in this airplane. Flaps 2. Flaps are 2.
Beautiful rotation on that
Speed brakes. Auto brake. Let's go. Parking brake off.
It's all luck.
Blue says Memphis has tower ground radar and center. So we could take our MD-11s with cargo out of Memphis
runway
someplace.
02 departing on the departure. Happy landings.
Happy landing, says JSG Droid. Kathmandu traffic. Virgin 441 pushed and started from stand 4. We're going to do taxiway Foxtrot to Echo and hold short of runway 02. Kathmandu. Cabin call.
Kathmandu traffic, Lufthansa cargo 860 will be followed by the Virgin A340.
Malaysian Bravo Alpha, pushing back from stand 5.
Takeoff config check is good. We're going to shut off GSX now and hide the toolbar. Toolbar's hidden. We need predictive wind shear. Predictive wind shear is auto. And we'll have some radar ready to go in just a bit. And we ought to get in the center of the text. Blue says also there's ATC at Tampa. So we could take something out of Tampa and go someplace. We could take a small airplane down to Key West. There's a new scenery we've all got at Key West, the new airport scenery from Key West that we could go and fly out of. That might be fun. Or fly from Tampa down to Key West to the new airport down there. It's always fun to have a little alligator flight.
Kathmandu traffic for the Virgin A340 on taxiway. Just a quick question. Are you going to be holding above the airport and then followed by plan, or are you going straight out?
Uh-oh.
Virgin 1959, we are circling the airport, but we're climbing out. We are already flight level 128 climbing.
Kathmandu traffic, Nordic 220, taking off runway 02, and following you spy on YouTube, looking forward to see you in Paro. Nordic 220.
Happy landings, Nordic. See you in Paro. Let's see. Does the flight control unit, it works with, there's a Mobi flight profile that you can get at flightsim.to. So this will work with the Mobi flight. Now it's not perfect, but it's getting there. The McDo does not work. The McDo doesn't work. Jonathan says let's do Delta Atlanta to Tampa. Maybe Atlanta to Tampa with continuing service to... How about Atlanta to Tampa with continuing service to Key West? Those are some nice hops. Kathmandu traffic, Virgin 441, backtracking runway 02 and departing. Kathmandu. That might be fun. Strobes. Yeah, the McDo does not work. The autopilot does. I'm a little wide on the turn. John Wolves is flying that Speedbird flight. Our wings are flapping up and down a lot. Jamal, this is an A340-600. Hi, Ministry.
Kathmandu traffic, Lufthansa cargo 860, after departing A340 Virgin will be backtracked at runway 02, Kathmandu.
All right, minimum takeoff fuel is 22.9. I'm at 27.1. We're doing good. Landing lights on. Final cabin call. Anybody wants to get off now? It's too late. I think it's time to go. Throttle's up halfway. And engines are stable. Elapsed timer is on. Manual flex SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Kathmandu traffic. Virgin 441's on the roll. Taking off runway 2. It's going to be the really good circle around the airport departure. Kathmandu. 100 knots.
Kathmandu, Lieutenant Cargo 260, dispatch on 06.
V1, hands off the throttles. Gotta fly. Rotate. How about it? We made it. Gear going up. Climbing a little too much here. And start our big circle. Follow the flight directors. Gear is up, flaps 1. Lever climb. Thrust climb, lower the nose a bit. We made it. Little bit too tight on the turn. That's okay. Level it out there. Perfect. Flight directors are really helping us out here. Centered up the flight directors. Passengers are sure happy, but we gave them all free booze because we didn't want to be afraid that we're going into Kathmandu. All right, continue the turn. There is something going on about Python programming. I should probably not bother commenting on it because someone might throw a hissy fit because, you know, snakes on a plane and Python and stuff. And flaps up, speed brakes disarmed. After takeoff items, landing gear is off, speed brakes are off. Roll back out. And then watch the climb here, otherwise you'll get going too fast.
Malaysian 44 Alpha, landing on runway 02 and backtracking.
And I'm going to do AP now. The lights don't work for the autopilot, so the lights don't work on the wind wing. But everything up there does. I'm missing chat about PMDG. It's annoying that you have to jump through hoops with Python to be able to use MobiFlight with the McDo and the FMC. That would be nice. 10,000 feet. Landing lights off. Taxi light off. 10,000 foot cabin call. Let's turn the airplane noise down just a little bit. Passengers on the right side of the airplane should be seeing the airport out there. Nothing there. Loviz says once you have Python installed, you don't have to touch it again. Trying desperately to work that into a snake joke right now, but I can't. Kathmandu is writing Python even as we speak. Altimeters, standard and standard. Your wind wing will not show standard. So the wind wing is showing 2992. It also doesn't switch between hectopascals and inches of mercury on the displays here, but it does do, everything else looks just fine. So you can see over there, it still says 2992, even though we pulled it, and it says standard in the airplane. That's a little thing about this too. But what really does work though is speed, heading, and altitude dials, and that really, really helps. And that, I mean, you could take this airplane into, you could do a, you can do, what's that? Is that anti-ice? Anti-ice. Engine 1, 2, 3, 4. So you could do this on Frankfurt Friday. I've taken this on Frankfurt Friday last time. It worked pretty good.
232,
Nobody was hurt. And the turn's good. Need a little more oomph on the monitors now that we're out in the sun. Loviz says more accurate. Once you have Python set up and running, you don't have to touch it. I know nothing about Python other than how to follow instructions on YouTube. You know, if you could do that, you're in great shape. Somebody's hacking into the McDo. Dextro checked in the middle of departure. Hi, Dextro Gaming. We're off to Paro. Off to Paro right now. No fear.
Kathmandu traffic, Lufthansa runway 260, leaving 117 for 370, Kathmandu, good evening.
All right, there is a partial flight plan. We've got time for some more flying today. Kind of don't want to get out of this yet. So we're thinking about Atlanta to Tampa with possible continuing service down to Key West. I just updated the next command. So Andy, that guy, yeah, we're thinking of coming in from Atlanta down to Tampa and Key West. Not sure about the Key West part yet. But yeah, Andy, that guy, we'll see you in Tampa. We'll try not to hit any of the alligators on your runway.
Kathmandu traffic, speedbird 232, taking off 02.
And we're going to bring the map out a click. That looks good. Something about breaking spines. Hey, I'm not even close to landing. No need to talk about breaking spines yet. Maybe when we get a little closer to the airport, Mike. Shouldn't be too bad. Speed's finally coming on up. We are 251 miles away from Paro. And we definitely need to turn up the brightness a little on some of this stuff. Something about GDPR regulators are never happy. Well, somebody just needs to buy them more adult beverages. Hey, snow on the mountains over there. Got some snow off the left wingtip. Let's do seatbelts. And I think we're done with anti-ice for now. Yep, seems to be happy. 20.1 tons of fuel for landing. That looks good. And we continue the climb. Captain Azores, we are going to Paro in an A340. A340. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, it's just a little bit of a bigger airplane, right? Man, there's not a lot of snow up here right now. All right, let's come over here. V, Q, P, R. Enter. And we're not going to have any charts in. Well, there's the airport chart. Do we have stars? No stars, no approaches, just the taxi chart for Paro. So all of that's going to do. Something about getting the FIFA Peace Prize. So now we need our other Paro charts here. And our first altitude really is going to be 17,000 feet at PR 888. This would be a great time to just look through the flight plan after Kimti, Tumley, me, BGD, Subsu, PR 888, and it says flight level 206. .816 is flight level 1380. It's got 112. I'm going to go with these numbers. Let's see how that works. But it looks like it's got us all the way to the ground there. Back to performance. And 16 miles to top of climb. Hey, Russ Tinker. Good to see you, Russ. Thanks for coming in today. Did you contact Paro and ask them to roll out a few more meters of the runway? No, but they do have a crash truck standing by. Wolfie's landing performance says runway is too short. Should I be worried? No, just, stomp on the brakes when you land and maybe have the flight attendant stand in the back door with a big long rope and attached to a boat anchor. That might be good. Daniel, is there a glitch? Is my gear down? Sometimes Flight Sim doesn't get the gear stuff. So sometimes it doesn't get the memo about all that. Let's see how we're spaced out here. We're actually a little jumbled up here a bit. We're a bit, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go, I'm way too close to this other A340. So I'm going to do a 360. There's also the Speedbird behind me. You might want to think about a 362 after Kimti. So after Kimti, I'm going to go into manual mode and do a big loop-de-loop around there. JSG Droid has a message that says check GW. Or maybe they want you to see if George Washington's doing okay. I don't know. Okay, there's Kim T. So we'll wait till we're okay, we're direct to Tumley and 50 miles out. Wait till we're all set up on that, then we'll pull the handle and do a turn.
Parro traffic, Lufthansa cargo 8260.
All right.
We are a bit heavy for landing, so we're going to be holding at Mesa on flight level 370. Hopefully burning off 6 tons of fuel.
Okay, we're going to make a turn here. Landing performance. Paro, runway 15. All of that looks good. Compute. Runway too short. Don't even try. Okay. Landing configuration full. Air conditioning on. Brake mode. Let's try high brakes. Reversers on. Runway too short. It doesn't like this landing. Well, we're going to have to work on it. Oh, we pumped up the tires, so we're good to go there. What are you even trying to calculate? You're going to be throwing everything out as that's right. Everything gets thrown out the windows anyway. Yes, pump the brakes and steer into the skid, right? Steer into the skid. Yeah, we brought our off-road tires today. Now, there is German Cargo and another Virgin are a little bit close on the approach here. So these two airplanes are still a little tight on the approach. Now, the Speedbird ought to do a 360 as well. But those two might want to, German Cargo might speed up or do a 360 since that, I think that one's overweight. And do that. That's right, the trees will slow us down. Is there a high-speed exit at the end of the runway? No, we'll just, have slides. All right, continue the turn to 70. One big old 360. Senor Tomas, Atlanta to Tampa with a possible third flight to Key West. Loviz says the fence at the end of the runway is extra strong and that should stop us. That's right, it's one of those high-speed 90-degree turns. Plus, as you're flying by, maybe throw a few, quarters or something like that out the left wing to where the monastery is. Maybe you can get some prayers for stopping and stuff. Hi, Splitter. Don't you need to look outside? You do. I'm kind of looking at my instruments, and I've also got a big radar map right now. Loviz has decided to spawn at the runway to watch the carnage. Land with your parking brakes on. Sure. I mean, save time, right? Yeah, really nice mountain views at the moment. And 270, continue the turn, 180. So a big old 360. Our breaks will be, yes, there's a barbecue at the main landing gear for everybody afterwards. Just bring a little grill to put on top of the wheels because the brakes are going to be really hot. Continue the turnaround. Maybe you could just kind of levitate down the runway. And continue the turn to 090 degrees. And then as you're coming around, you're going to want to do a direct to. And our next direct to point was going to be Tumley. So as you're coming out on the final turn, direct to Tumley, and that should be perfect. Eric is flying the Norwegian. That's right. Loviz and Pauliot are going to log in and set up catch nets. Or maybe you could do like aircraft carrier arrestor wires. That might help. Hey, remember there's that one airport, I think it's in the French Alps maybe, that does have arrestor wires at the end of the runway. Daniel is the Malaysian flight. Brakes are the least of our worries. Yeah, you know why? Because at the end we're going to have to talk to angry bosses and management. Horizon should have brought the Concorde. I don't think that we've ever tried the Concorde before. And there's our flight path right there. Pauliot says actually a lot of airports around Europe have arrestor wires. In the UK and Europe are joint air force to use with airport.
What speed are you doing?
Virgin 441 is at Mach 0.81 or 300 knots.
I'll slow down to 270, give you some breathing space.
Thank you from Virgin 441. Yeah, you probably picked up a little bit of speed because I'm a bigger airplane and I needed a bigger turn. Hey, nice jazzy music for our flight into Paro. And now we'll do direct to Tumley. And insert. And we are now direct to Tumley. Perfect. Got all sorts of great moves. Now, one of you, either the German cargo flight or the other A340, should slow down just a little bit and get to about halfway between the gap there. And then we should all be spaced out about as good as I think we can be. And the airplane behind me is going to slow down a bit, and that should be great. Okay, this all looks really good. Let's get ready to do performance. And phase, and phase, and phase. Are we at the climb? Flight level 310. I changed my cruise. There we go. Now we're in cruise mode. Cool. All right. Let's see. Altimeter in is 1013. 1013 is our altimeter. Our temperature is 12 degrees. Winds are now 010 at 6. Minimums are a ridiculous number, so I just am going to give myself my usual 200 feet on this one. Decision height. I just wanted to yell at me about 200 feet. Performance, 90 miles from top of descent. And I'm 20 miles behind the airplane in front of me. Hey, Pandora's pilot, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Actually, not hair dryers. The 600 has bigger engines than the hair dryers. JSG Droid wants to know about auto brakes high on the A300. Will it rip the wheels off it? You might scratch the paint though. That wouldn't be so good. First real altitude that we care about is going to be 17,000 feet at PR 888. Okay, that looks good. Top of descent has just popped into the map. That somebody was asking about chase plane and what, any problems. You saw it bouncing around really crazy. That's about the only problem that I have. And not everybody has it, so it might be a setting that I have that's off. I don't know. We need to figure out what we want to fly from Atlanta down to Tampa. Silent Banshee is back in chat and has a Logitech flight stick and wants to upgrade to the Ursa Minor and throttle from wind control and get some cheap rudders. Are rudders something I can cheap out, or should you get good ones? Eventually you're going to want to. You could get the Logitech. You probably already have the Logitech rudder pedals, the hard plastic ones. And as long as you're gentle with them, they will work for you. And so you can start by getting the Ursa Minor side stick and throttle from wind control, and then go and check some rudder pedals out. A couple of people have pre-ordered the rudder pedals from wind control, and so eventually you'll get a report from them about how much they like them. We could do a little rabbit holing here and see what really flies this route. I like the Airbus stuff, yes. Okay. KATL Atlanta, KTPA Tampa. Delta does this with A321s, A320s, 757s, 737-900s, A321s, mostly A321s and 757s. Frontier does it. Southwest does a 737 MAX on this flight. So it's Delta, Frontier, or Southwest. Polyot says, was it A319s? I don't see any A319s. And now this is just Atlanta to Tampa. The Key West flight, Tampa to Key West, is Breeze Airways. So it's all Breeze Airways. And Breeze is flying BCS3s. That's the A220, right? That's the A220. Is the only people flying between Tampa and Key West. It was MSY. And that, yep, Black Dog says that is the A220, and so does Loviz. And Loviz says Virgin 508 has arrived. Notice how we have not gotten an update on the condition of the arrival, though. American takes their A319s into Key West. So we could probably do some baby busing on that if we want to. Or A321s, although it's a little long for Key West. Wolfie is not commenting on your landing rate. Hey, this one is plant the airplane on the runway and stop. That's the only priority here. However, Blue says that Virgin 508 did not overrun the runway, and that is quality is job one right there. That's right, we did get the MD-11s out during hurricane season. Anything is possible. You could also, if you wanted to, you could take a cargo A300 on this route too. If you want to know, the name of this song is Semi-Professional Spy. JSG Droid was crazy and did a detour through the eye of the storm. Well, JSG Droid has a cloaking device, so that kept the airplane hidden from the storm. Wolfie said taking the MD-11s to Santos Dumont was fun. When in doubt, MD-11s. 29 miles to top of descent. For PMDG planes, so Silent Banshee, I've got the Thrustmaster TCA Airbus throttles. So you know how in an Airbus you lift the little levers and pull it back a little bit? That's how you do reverse. For PMDG airplanes, I lift the little levers, lock them down, and the throttles go all the way back for 0 and all the way forward for full. And then for reversers, I've got a button on the side. You hold it at idle, and that puts it into reverse, and then push the throttles forward for reverse. Loviz says we need to take the A340s into Santos Dumont. Detergent Foot, every few weeks or so I go over and add some, about 5 or 10 new songs to the big old long playlist. Just so there's new stuff. But that's how I did it, Silent Banshee. Okay, all this looks good. I don't do any real world flying right now, no. Pauliot says we have to do the max weight challenge into each of these challenging airports. Hey, I'm already going to run over the runway here. Oh, I don't have the throttles from wind control. I may try and order them again this summer and see if it can make it through the shipping drama of the world. It looks like the Lifty Cargo MD-11 is doing a very big 360 to the south of us, probably to burn off fuel. You've got them configured with a null zone at idle, then the reversers work like normal. Hi, Monica. Welcome in. 7. Thanks for coming in on YouTube, welcome aboard. We're taking really, really ridiculously large airplanes into a notoriously difficult approach. Into Bhutan, specifically. So we're being very, very wild and crazy sim pilots right now. And time for TV's Frank to press the button. Start our descent. Captain Azores gets a new PC next month. And down we go. So we've got this ridiculously big airplane here. An A340. You never take something that you take something barely half this size into where we're going. Someday we ought to just do flights into Paro with the appropriate airplane. Yeah, you're right. What fun is that? And everything looks good. Our descent is good. Altimeter is 1013. on the backup. That's right. Every new airplane that comes out, we've got to take it into Paro, right? I know, Wolfie, sensible airplanes. Why are we doing that? A320 or 738s are biggest. I thought it was more like A319s. Maybe A320s and like, you know, Dash 8s was what they were doing. I thought it was A319s and Dash 8s into Paro. And there's our arrival. Looks really good. Looks like a bunch of spaghetti. Loviz says, here are your suggestions. Here are your choices. All right, Parro. So A320 Neo, A319, A319, A319. It's basically A319s. They do one A320 Neo from Tribhaven. So baby buses rule. The funny thing is we have gotten some very large aircraft in here, no problem. That's right, the MAX 8 did not go well, did it? Well, yeah, that's the other reason. They you know, we could get these airplanes in here, but could we actually get them out? You know, even if we unloaded the airplane with everything but put a box, you know, crate of lemons aboard and that's it. Could we actually get them out of Paro? I'm going to guess that you don't get a free beer on Drunk Air. Okay, our descent looks really good. I'm going to continue to let it go and manage our descent. How ripe are the lemons? Oh, freshly picked lemons, of course. Nothing but the best. Okay, all this looks good. We did arrival data. Yep, we did. Cool. Back to performance. And let's go and look below. H-Pilot is in chat. Hi, H-Pilot. Yep, now's a great time to hydrate. So hydrate and stretch and posture check so you can fly the airplane. Wolfie says that JSG Droid is on the scenic approach. That's right. They actually do have a grass strip there. I'm going to guess that's for the people that have a little cannabis aboard their airplane. Something's in the water today. Sorry, the jokes are going to be getting worse as the flight goes on. Can't help it. Hi, Jason. Welcome back in. JSG Droid says, unfortunately, the wings were ripped off and the fence was hopped. Okay, bringing the map a click. Looking good. Auto brakes. I'm going to go 4. Probably not my smartest move, but too big. Martel, how can you go to sleep at a time like this? Holy moly, Martel, the drama of all these airplanes coming in. I mean, oh my gosh. Yeah, they did remove them. Speedbird, if you go over to Discord and Simulator Talk, I put a PDF of charts there. Clearly the airplanes had too much coffee today. I think it's Sim Talk, Speedbird. Well, Navigraph doesn't have the charts anymore. It does have all the nav data. It just doesn't have the charts anymore, John. Flaps 1. Speed brakes. Going down to 180. It's managing our descent beautifully. .216. Flaps 2. Flaps are 2. Seatbelts on. All right, let's take control of our speed now. 180 knots. And approach mode is now armed. Loviz says the 737 made a great landing. See what happens when you take the appropriate airplane into this airport? All of a sudden, things seem to be working pretty good. I don't know. We may have to start taking the appropriate airplanes into the appropriate airports. Landing lights going on. Cabin call. A little bit higher than 10,000 feet, but there you go. And flaps 3 is 206. Flaps are 3. Flaps are 3. And we're going to hold 180 around the turns. Coming on down here, 153 is VAP, so maybe add a little bit to that. I just added 2 knots to that because, you know, why not?
Private traffic, Nordic 200, vacated runway 15.
Paro traffic, Virgin 441's big old A380 just past PR 888 on the RNAV Zulu for runway 15. Paro. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to look down. And we are looking down. So what do we have? Anybody here? I've got 1 airplane after PR 16, 816. So they're in the canyon right now in Red Route 1, just passing Thor's Twins. 138 is what we've got there. Did I say I'm an A380? I'm sorry, an A340. No taking time to bullseye swamp rats when you're in this canyon. Oh, I think we'll probably be stomping on the toe brakes. We probably won't be relying on the auto brakes. We'll basically be stomping on the toe brakes saying, we're gonna die, because that's probably what's gonna happen. $180 around the turns. There is a little mountain pass that you're going to see us come around. I think it's this one over here. And so there's a mountain peak on one side, a mountain peak on the other side, a little valley. We fly right over the valley. That's what I'm calling Thor's twins on this one. We are a little bit high. Let's throw out speed brakes right now. I'm looking at my vertical deviation here. And on an approach like this, the last thing you want to be is deviant. Andy, should we take the A380 here someday? Hey, Howitzer. Howitzer is boarding a flight. 2 black buzzards were trying to board. Sorry, only 1 carry-on allowed. Oh! JSG Droid was a little high and tried to get down. That caused you to overspeed and did the S-turns in the canyon just too big and heavy. Daniel did a crash. Sorry about that. I think we may have done the A380 at one point. Speed brakes are definitely out. Speedbird says, I think we did. Okay, bring in the map, our last click here. So we've got a little bit of deviation. Yeah, there's Thor's twins right over there. And if you don't know the reference, that's from the Hunt for Red October. And we're calling this Red Route 1. Yeah, especially when your wingspan touches the others. Oh, we planned to, and it was a poor performance kind of a deal. All right, we're right at our altitude, so that's pretty good. Lovis says the A380 is actually rather easy. Is that Everest in the background? Possibly. Okay, what don't you like? Yep, I left the speed brake out. Let's put speed brake back and arm it for landing. Speed brake is not armed. Speed brake's armed. Okay, looking good. Let's do landing gear now. Gear coming down. Lovis has landed the A380 at Santos Dumont 2. Okay, 145 around the turn. Wait a minute, what are we landing at today? 155. I'm going to go 170 around the turn. And there's Thor's twins on the left, and on the right, there's the little valley. We're right where we're supposed to be. We did go to Lukla one time. I always have the terrible time of when we go by Lukla to just not be able to see. And speed managed to land, flaps full, autopilot's off, Captain's got the airplane. Start down as soon as you kind of clear over that little valley. The missed approach is kind of difficult because there's this big freaking mountain in the way. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Paro traffic. Virgin 441 is just past Thor's Twins in the canyon of Red Route 1. Coming in. Landing. Runway 15. Paro.
Paro traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 8260, descend flight level.
That's right, just move the freaking mountain. I mean, come on.
For the runway 15.
How we doing? A little high. Of course we are. I'd rather be high at this point and have it yelling at me about being low. I have the runway. I've got the monastery. Now let's pull ourselves out of the dive of death here. All right, what are you upset about? High cabin rank. I will not run into your monastery. Let's start reducing our descent speed here. How we doing? Picked up a bunch of speed. Speed brakes out. Still a touch high. Speed brakes back. Tighten up the turn. Something looks weird with my runway here. Still a touch high. I've got like a double runway, is that it?
500, 400, 300, 200, minimum, 100, 50.
Paro traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 8260, reduce speed 240.
There was no way we were going to make that.
Lufthansa Cargo 8260, descend at 10,000 feet.
On the go around. Yeah, enjoy that. Go arounds rarely happen here. Thrust climb. Speed slowly coming up. The runway wants to talk about a runway inspection. Oh, the FAA wants to talk about a runway inspection. Loviz was hiding out at the monastery. Yeah, like that's going to do any good when a big old A340 comes barreling around the corner. Perhaps extra whiskey. Pauliot packed the bottle. There's our go around. Eric says the 730, well, see what happens when you go and you take an appropriate airplane on the flight? And then we've got a hold out here at PR 777. Now, do I have this back in? All right. I don't think I have everything else in yet. RNAV 15 Zulu. No star at PR. I'm going to go over to the 888 again. Insert. Okay, all that looks good. I've got the arrival reinstalled. We're going up to 1,700 feet. I'm going to go and add just a little speed now. So let's go to 210 on this turn. And flaps popping up a little bit. We're going to go to flaps 1. Hey, we didn't scratch the paint yet. Okay, now the other thing that we need to worry about is fuel. My EFOB on this next landing is at 13.8. We have to go back to Kathmandu at 13.7. Wow. Talk about just barely having enough to make it. Oh my gosh. Lifty Cargo is parked at the new cargo terminal on the other side of the airport. Does that mean that there's a new cargo terminal that we don't know about, or? Okay, we clear of avoiding big bad mountains? Yes, we are. Okay. Let's do a bit of a turn. Oh, we've got a new cargo terminal at Paro. All right, so adding 15 minutes of extra fuel gave me one go around. Wolfie says it's time for FedEx ops here. All right, there we go. So we're thinking about an Delta A319 for our next one, which is Atlanta. Oh yeah, you don't want to cheat on the flaps on this one. I'm gonna give myself plenty of room here. How about start turning into the arrival? Okay, after this, instead of PR 888, that's just too small. Instead of PR 888, let's go at 15.2 and 842. And are you yelling at me about ice? It's yelling about ice. Let's get some anti-ice going here. Continue turning in. We should have a cargo terminal for real there. You never know. I mean, they're going to need volleyballs sometime for the Paro annual beach ball tournament. I mean, you're just going to have that. Buckeye says to stretch. Probably that was my problem. I only hydrated. I didn't stretch before all that, right? All right, first landing, first altitude is 15.2. So I'm going to dial in 15.2. 15-2, but we're not going to do that turn until we come on around here. Lovis says we need a little bit more of a longer runway. All right, direct to. It's yelling at me about fuel. 842. Direct to 842 and insert. There's our turn. Lovis says maybe a parallel runway and a lounge. While delivering the beach balls, they'll also need a beach. And speed should be 185 as we approach. That was actually a really good go-around. That was a good go-around from a pilot that's not necessarily known for going around skills. And managed descent. Come on, airplane, down we go. There we go. Okay, 185. And speed's coming down to 185, and we're back in the canyon. Let's see. Kathmandu says we need hot tubs here. Lovis says, actually, it's good training in the A346 doing a go-around here. This is a good go-around. Flaps 2. Okay, how we doing over here? Speed brakes, I was using those big time. Speed brakes rearmed. Auto brakes are still set. Horizon may have lost your brakes. Go to the airport, lost and found. That'll take care of you. 185, looking good. What do we have now? Fuel is still looking better. Back to performance. Activate approach mode, and we're back to approach mode. All right, and flight level 152. We're right where we're supposed to be. Passengers seriously wondering if they should not have gotten onto this flight. Kids in the back cabin. Mommy, why is that man over there drinking so much beer? Okay, that looks good. That's right. Yeah, I think speed brakes when you start down in the valley because we're having to do such a steep dive to get in there. Next altitude is 13.8. 13.8. There we go. And map in the last click. You could also throw everybody out the airlock. You could do that too. Or we could do the Adama maneuver, and that is basically plunge down, and then just before you hit the ground, go into, warp jump or hyperspeed jump or something like that. You can do that one. Here comes terrain radar. Probably ought to do some terrain radar. Good idea. There we go. And descend now 13.8. I'm reducing my rate of descent a little bit, throwing people out of the airlock. Wolfies, Atlanta, Tampa, and maybe if there's time, Key West. That's right, this is our Kobayashi Maru. I've got the little gap in the hills. Let's see, my guess is the VAP has changed a bit. Nope, still about 152 to land. Maybe we'll go with that this time. Next altitude for us is going to be 13.8. Nope, it's 13.8. We're right where we're supposed to be. All we have to do is slow down here. Hi, Flocala. Happy Saturday. There's the brake. All right, posture check again. All right, throttles, everything's good. Gear going down again. I'm going to go to 165 now before the turn and the final plunge here. Try and stabilize at a slower speed around the turn. Flaps 3. Flocala got your WinWing Airbus hardware set up and you really like it. Flocala, remind us what you got again. I think you got a side stick and throttles, right? Elevate X has accused Wolfie of exiting the runway. How do you plead? Elevate X says you exited the runway. Uh-oh. Yeah, Wolfie, just call Denny Crane. Crane, Pool, and Schmidt. They'll take care of it. Does it feel similar to the A320? It feels a little bit like the A320. Not a whole lot, but, you know, it feels a little bit, you know, it's got the same kind of a cockpit. It's really freaking big. It does not turn on a dime.
2,500.
Landing speed, flaps 4. Flocala, you got the throttles, flaps, spoilers, and landing gear panel. Way to go. Well, I can't wait to hear how you like those. Autopilot. Starting our way down. Flaps coming out. Cabin call. Oh, look at that. Yippee. We got a big bad cloud in the way. There's Sasquatches on the runway now. Flocala's doing your first new flight with your new stuff. That's great, Flocala. Can't wait to hear what you think about it. Speed brakes now full out, diving to catch up with the descent.
2,500.
I love the fact that we got these clouds in here. Yep, speed brakes are full out right now. Jim says no, just give up and go with a parachute.
2,500. 2,500.
It doesn't like my speed, but I wanted to be a little lower. Okay, speed's coming down. Good news, speed brake's still full out. Speed's coming back down. Good. I didn't float back up. Ooh, good landing music. High again. Very sloppy landing. A little drifting doesn't hurt at all. Yeah. I figured we didn't have enough fuel to go around, so we had to land. The grass definitely needed a cut. Yes, it did. Oh my gosh. Holy cats. Watch out for the fences and the alligators. I did want that grass runway. Well, the pilot was running out of fuel, so I didn't have enough fuel for another go-around. And we have another flight to do. This is the outro music. I do actually like this one. Oh, this is Sweet on Me. Yeah, this is the instrumental version of Sweet on Me. The TriStar is coming in here. That's right. Who needs RNAV, right? Gasper is back. Welcome back in. So, obviously, this is a pretty big airplane to get in there. This is a big one. Lovely views. Brakes are hot. Do we have brake fans? I don't have brake fans. They're just going to be hot. How bad. It was probably a horrible landing, right? A really great go around. Minus 528, 0.75 Gs. I think we ought to come back here with this. I figure I need to be on the grass to turn. I'm not going to be able to fit in here if I don't turn. Maybe we should take this into Key West.
Just watch me break in your sphere. You're falling every touch me. I swear you will do anything that I want. So keep us awake to the dawn. Ooh, baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me.
Probably about as good as that one's gonna get. That's right. Loviz says that's the real challenge. Okay, yeah, the landing really did kind of suck pretty bad. But the real challenge, getting a big bird like this out of here. All right. I think that's about as good as this one gets today. We made it. I think we're going to have to come back here and take another shot at this one, though. The go-around felt really, really good. I mean, not necessarily known for the go-around skills and stuff like that, but the go-around really did feel like it was pretty good for this. Shall we go to Atlanta? Let's go to Atlanta and fly by the rules. Just watch me break in your phone. Am I playing a song that maybe I shouldn't? I haven't really listened to it. I listened to it. Is it a jazzy little song? SK McConnell is back with a nice resub. Hey, SK, thank you for a 48-month resub. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. We just tried to take a very big airplane into a very small airport, and a few of us were successful, but as usual, not all of us. Oscar is going to fly with us out of Atlanta. Okay, so you paid attention to the lyrics. Black Dog says we should hydrate. Yeah, I think we need a big hydration after that one. That was a hard one. I have to read the lyrics. Do I need to do this now? I know, fly by the... Okay, Sweet on Me, tape machines. I'm going to save that. Let's do our flight. I don't need to do it immediately right now. It's not that bad, right? I did kind of fail the mission a little bit today. Okay, we're going down to Tampa. So Tampa, St. Pete, full ATC. What do we got here? ADIS, arrivals. Runway 1 left and 1 right. So 1 left and 1 right. Okay, got that one there. Okay, boys. Apparently this is not an innocent little song there. Okay. Well, I like the beat of the song. It just sounds so good. Maybe we should stop listening to lyrics. Maybe we should just stop listening to the lyrics. Okay, departures. 8 right, 9 left. Okay, is all this good? Let's just do a quick little bit of immersion here. I want to get some gates. Loviz says I should play this on a loop. Okay. KATL. KTPA. So we'll grab ourselves a... Are we playing chess? Here is a Delta... A16, E64. E64, A16. All right, A16. All right, we're going to come over there. Let's start the sim. Oh, we need to make a change. We need to turn off MobiFlight. So stop MobiFlight. And we need a McDo. There's a McDo. Let's get SimApp Pro going. Captain Azores wants to go from Lisbon to Madeira in the A340. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're good there. So just to be sure nobody thinks the song is an issue. Okay, we were just listening to the lyrics. Okay. If nobody has a problem with the lyrics, we won't worry about it. You used the theme song for MASH until you heard the lyrics and you heard what it was all about. Yeah, a lot of people are a little surprised by that one. It's sort of a cute little song until you hear it, right? Delta 441, we are KATL going to KTPA, Tampa St. Pete. But yeah, SK McConnell, it is definitely a song, isn't it? I was going to do Baby Bus on this, right? I've got a Delta for that. Are we back to hot tub streams? Maybe. All right, do I have a Delta over here? Maybe I don't have a Delta. Yeah, I do. There's a Delta. Delta Airlines A319. All right, and I'm going to guess it's going to be pounds. And we're going to do the bang departure. Let's go, and while it's loading, let's go and just check here. So we need the very special little Atlanta chart. And here is the bang departure is a south departure. So for 2 runways, it's going to be 9 left. So 9 left, and that's what it chose. Cool. And we'll go ahead and trust it on 1 left. That was one of the runways. I'm going to add 15 minutes of fuel for this flight. I still think Madonna's Like a Prayer is not about praying. They play that in some churches. Very probably not. I don't, yeah. Okay, generate a flight. You gonna watch MASH again? The TV show or the movie? All right, let's get a view of the PDF. Save it. Even though the landing was not too terribly successful, I gotta tell you, that was a fun flight. I had a blast on that. Pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. 36,000 feet. That's probably okay for this flight. 36. Bang departure, Laconid, Matey, arrival. Filed. Cool. All right. Now then. They probably, yes, I don't think that they use the video. I think you're right. They probably don't use the video. Well, not being mean, not being judgmental, but my guess is a lot of those music videos probably would not play well in church. Just a wild suggestion on my part, but there you go. Okay, I just updated the flight plan and popped that in there if you want to use my numbers. Yeah, NSFC. Okay, all this looks good. Let's go and get our route. And if you're already at the airport, since we're all going to the same place, do not wait for me. Get going so that we're not all bunched up going into the same airport. All right, that looks good. And I don't remember if it's fences or sharklets. Let's see if I can check it out really fast. Liveries. It is an A319. It is going to be Delta. I'm just trying to figure out what it is so that we can go in there. All right. It is an A319. It's got CFM engines and wingtip fences. So CFM's wingtip fences. So the cute little triangles. Polyak got to see Madonna at BBC Radio 1's big weekend in Maidstone many years ago. Landed in a helicopter, performed, and then foxtrot Oscared out of her honor. Oh. Maidstone, right? Did I say that right? Here's the MASH scene from the movie where the theme song comes from. Yeah. Yeah, I think that there are probably some people that got upset about that scene too, Loviz. I mean, they probably did. Foxtrot Oscared. Haven't heard that one in a while. Yeah, it's basically shot to look like The Last Supper while one of the surgeons has decided to end it all in the movie. Needless to say, the movie was a little more raw than the TV show. Although the TV show had some incredibly powerful moments. One of the most memorable episodes for me was Old Soldiers. They wrote something very special with that episode for Colonel Potter. Hey, Flying Winnebago, welcome aboard. Awesome weekend. Thanks for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being here. And SK McConnell, thank you for firing off a hype train too. Almost done loading. Let's see. My guess is my Tampa scenery is probably already loaded for Tampa, and there is no scenery for Atlanta, although they've been starting to do a few more updates about scenery package. Trains being bricked into tunnels in Thomas the Tank Engine, and the origins of the theme song on the movie MASH. That's right. They didn't know that. Loviz is right. So the famous episode that a lot of people remember when they're talking about MASH is the last episode, and it was Henry. When Henry Blake's last appearance, he went home, and he never made it home, and nobody knew about it. Nobody knew about it. Larry Gelbart wrote that episode. KTPA Tampa. Nope. It's loaded. And so just before they wrapped shooting, the production crew said, hey, we need you guys to prep the OR for a last scene. Didn't tell anybody. Prep the OR, and then all of a sudden Larry Gelbart gets everybody together and hands out a single page of the script. And everybody reads it, and everybody's shocked because it's sort of like, this is a comedy. You don't do this in a comedy. And I think because of a film problem, Gary Berghoff had to come back in and do it again. And when you think of how, that was a hard scene to do. It's CFM engines. There we go. So anyway, the Abyssia Henry, it was Henry Blake's last episode, and it really did surprise people. Okay, it's an A319. There is an absolutely incredible A319 CFM engines. There's a really good documentary on YouTube. And I'm putting the name of it in. You should be able to search it out and find it. It's called Making MASH. Well, a lot of people didn't like it because MASH at the time was billed as a comedy. And throwing something like that at people was very, very hard. I've got Lufthansa, LATAM, house colors. There is a Delta. There we go. And to really, really change gears in a comedy on television back in the day, you just didn't do that. You really didn't. But as Larry Gelbart said when explaining it, he said, listen, not all the guys made it home. And we wanted to do that. So it was a big deal. I think that I don't know if there was a dispute. McLean Stevens, according to Larry Gelbart, was shocked because he thought maybe he could come back, and didn't and couldn't. KATL. So yeah, I don't know. But that show that I mentioned, if you search, just copy and paste what I put in there, Making MASH. Just copy paste that and put that into YouTube and you should find it. It was something that was done back in the day when MASH was running. The series was running. One of the PBS stations did it. And it was incredibly good. It was a really great look behind the scenes at what they were trying to do. And it was, towards the end of the show's run, but they had not done yet. It wasn't the last season yet. So that's worth your time looking. Well, I mean, come on. I mean, every episode of Star Trek, people can come back from the dead, right? Okay, all of this is good. Ironically, Mr. Flyman, guess what? It's not Fly Tampa. It's not a Fly Tampa scenery. It is, I'll send you a link. It's Vertical Sim. It's this Vertical Sim scenery. And any kind of scenery from Vertical Sim is worth your time. There you go. I just put a link in. It's this one right here. You can get it. Its best price is over at AnyBuild. You can get it at Orbix. Contrails is a great place to get it. Contrail's a great place. Hey, Doozy. How would I rate the A360? 346. It was a fun airplane. I had a good flight in that. Oh, because Fly Tampa has done so many versions of the Fly Tampa, they're saying, oh, really? Oh, okay. I didn't realize they did that. All right, let's get VATSIM going here. And there is our cute little baby bus. It's fast, it's sporty, people like it. What a cool little airplane. Mr. Flyman, would you say it's worth buying if you don't fly in Florida a lot? Are you talking about the Tampa scenery? It's good scenery. We're flying down there right now. You can, if you get to stick with us, you could see it. I think it's nice. If you don't fly there, then maybe not. I think it's good. Oscar, you only doing the departure? You can't stick around? Oscar, thanks for doing the flight, though. Appreciate you coming in and flying with us today. Senor Tomas, take your time. So you had a Wasm crash as you shut the engines down. Hey, come on. Man, really? All right. Not cool. Okay, they moved. Thanks, Oscar. Sorry. Okay, we should also do Elevate X. Atlanta to Tampa. It doesn't zoom in on the airplane, so you got to do your own airplane zooming in the map. That's okay. All right, Elevate X is good. And here comes GSX. Here comes our jetway. Here comes all of our stuff. Let's come on down here and grab the airplane. Tap to import. Ground services. Doors are open. Let's open cargos. I've got everything set. Let's come up here and do battery 1 and battery 2. Startups on this airplane are pretty good. Battery 1. Battery 2. External power. Nav and logos. No smoking. Emergency exits. On Elevate X, there's an icon that's a box, and that focuses your location. So Pauliot says, stop whining, do this. Pauliot says on there, the top right corner. Well, that's maximize and minimize there. Maybe it's this one. There we go. Dark mode, airport screenshots, flown routes, scenery. That's map overlays. That's not it. Of the flight panel. This panel here, there's flight. There's the flight panel. The panel that has the big photo of the airplane. This one over here, right? And is there a focus thing? Nope, that's all of our flights. Maybe it's this one. Aircraft. That. Pause simulator. Pause tracking. I don't see it there. It's on the main page. Okay, there's our main page right there. Welcome spy flight. Autosaves, main, Delta, OFP. That's kind of cool. I'll figure it out later. We got to go. 2 buttons right of the 3-dot menu. 2 buttons right of the 3-dot menu. 2 buttons to the right. Oh, maybe this. That's focus your flight. Okay, I see what you're talking about. This little guy right there. Thank you. I was so close, yet as usual, I am so far away. Flight management guidance computer. GPS primary is lost. Over here. FM ASUS. So close, yet so far away. Flight init. We got there in the end. That's the important part. I have just been presented with an ACARS. Bang departure. Everything looks great. Call ground south side of the ramp for taxi. All that looks good. Receive messages. The load sheet is aboard. Let's do init. I really love the startup procedure on the Airbus. It is just so clean. Paulo says attach screenshots to every message with instructions, or you could just get out your band hammer and whack me a few times. That might do it too. Flight number and ADIRS. Ding dong dong. And crew supply of oxygen. APU. And start. Oh, look at this. Delta 441. 14 minutes to go. Runway 9 left. This is awesome. 150 passengers. Cargo. Look at that. AZ just got a reminder that said you're working at 2 a.m. AZ, I am sorry you got that last minute. That sucks. Sorry about that. I hope you're going to be able to get enough sleep and stuff. Okay, that looks really good. Passengers walking down the jetway. Let's just get the numbers in real fast. Thalo has brain pain, and Oscar needs a new GSX profile. Cost index is 8. Winds, you've seen me do this. I'm just going to jam this in so we can get the airplane going here. Winds are aboard. Cruise, flight level 360, and page B. Our zero fuel weight is 123.8. Our center of gravity is 30.0. And accept it and rock and roll and pop that in there. Cool.
New recruit
I'm trying hard not to get band hammered.
Stay sharp.
Flatcher's Gun, did I say that name right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Yeah, that's right. You must sleep. Pauliot will write a note to your boss. It's going to be a good note, too, by the way. All right, ready to go? Taxi fuel, 0.330. Contingency, 15 minutes is 1.41. Alternate is Orlando, 2.74. Round it to 7.5 because of that 9. Final 30 minutes of fuel is 2.27. Final is good. And let's do fuel planning. Fuel planning's groovy green. Flight plan, Atlanta, departure. We are expecting runway 09 left. We're doing the bang 3 departure and no transition out. We're transitioning out at luck and luck. Insert Tampa arrivals. We are coming in on runway 01 left. ILS 01 left. We are doing the matey arrival. Arg matey. And that's going to be via Honed. Honed via none of those. And insert, and that looks good. Okay, do we have everything going here? Yep, we do. APU bleed. That looks really great. And let's listen in. Turn some music on for boarding, and everything looks great.
Atlanta Tower Delta 508 on the south end of ramp 1, information X-ray, request taxi.
Delta 508, Atlanta departure, runway 9 left at Mike 2, taxi by Mike 2.
What a cute little airplane.
Flag left at Mike 2 via Mike 2 for double 50.
Probably not. We'll get to that in just a second. Okay, altimeters. Here at Atlanta, our altimeter is 3035.
Delta 9390 heavy, radar contact south.
Passing through 2,600, 1990.
Delta 9390 heavy, climb maintain 14,000.
Climb maintain 14,000, 1990.
Strong high pressure here today. Oh, here's another one of our favorite songs. Wonder if this one's got any lyrics in there that are going to make us cringe. Okay, all that looks good. Did you give us a clearance? Maintain 10,000 feet. And 10,000 feet, and that looks good too. How is loading up going? Thank you for updating the title, Polyot. And let's go and just snag an extra chart or two while we're waiting for passengers. Airport charts. We don't need the A380 chart, but we do need ramp 1.1 through 6. Okay, that looks good. Coming into Tampa. ILS 1 left. It's the Mady arrival. That looks good. That looks great. Airport ground. And it's got gates in here. And we're going to gate number 64. Gate 64 is right here in E. Okay, perfect.
Good takeoff 9 left at Mike 2.
All of that looks really good. $126 of 150 people, 25 passengers, and we're ready to go. Everything else is set. Good little backlighting down here on the pedestal.
Wagon 1915, right turn heading 360.
Right turn heading 360, American 1950.
Delta 9390 heavy, connect Atlanta Center 132.97.
132.97 is probably next for us. Let's preset that one. 132.97.
Delta 9390 heavy, contact Atlanta Center 132.97.
Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Yay. Just waiting for passengers. About 5 more passengers to go and out we go. APU is up. Ground power. Airplane's loaded, doors closing, jetway's going away.
Atlanta departure, Delta 9390 with you near 13,000.
Parking brakes are on. I'm going to get rid of my chocks and cones.
Frequency mishap there. Contact the center now 132.97.
I mishap.
132.97.
That's scary. All right. Final numbers. 123.8. So in NIT page B, 123.8.
Turn right heading 07.
That looks good. 30.0. $13.78. I have 10.9. We have enough fuel to make it. Fuel's board. Performance. Load sheet. Weather. Calculate. Send in the McDo. Flaps 1 up 5, 154. That looks good too. I think we're ready to go. Let's get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. See if that works for us today. Here comes our ground crew. Okay.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We are definitely ready to be pushed back, thank you. Okay, south end of the ramp. So push and start. We'll call in ready at 1 Sierra. Do another ATIS check. There's another ATIS check. That looks good. I'm going to start squawking. And we are squawking. Seatbelts. Looking good. We've cleared all moorings. Almost time to go. Four minutes to push back.
Locking gear.
All right, everything's good here. It says my chocks are still on. I thought I pulled chocks. Nope. Chocks and cones are gone. We're ready to get out of here. Canutus, I hope I said hi when you came in. Okay, anybody behind us? Nope, we're clear to go. Parking brakes are ready. And we're going to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brake.
And beacon's going on. Cabin call, we're going to start rolling around. And here we go. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Oscar, if you look below the window that you're looking at, you know, you're watching on Twitch, right? There's an info panel like yeah, it's right below. Is this info, it's part of the scenery? I believe it is. Maybe it's also part of that Aerosoft. There's an Aerosoft plugin, and I think I got to update mine, and it basically gives you guidance going in, and maybe that's part of it. And standard operating procedure is we start engine number 1 first. So starter goes on. Engines past the crew line. Starting engine 1. There goes the engine. This Atlanta doesn't look bad at night. If only the jetways would have worked here. Oh, come on. They could have put in A319 in there. Parking brake set. And engine number 1 started. Available. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Uh-oh, we got an airplane up here. Are they going the opposite way? Yep, they're waiting for us. I should uncage the backup artificial horizon. And after here, we're going to runway 9 left. Probably going to go to Lima 1, Mike 2. There goes the tug.
Tow truck disconnected.
See you later.
Removed. Left is
Engines
clear.
available.
Right is clear.
Ignition to normal. APU bleed. APU off. Control checks. Now, unlike the A340, our trim, you have to set your own trim. And it's supposed to be up 0.5. The real pilots set it by dragging this along. That's how they do it. So there's 0.5. That's got to be close. And you can see that. So that's how the real pilots do that. They don't have a trim button.
Departure, Delta
Flaps 1.
2.5,
And there we go. And let's get ready to rumble.
I'll maintain 1-4000.
Parking brakes off. And here we go.
Runway 8 left, to center 18. 3000,
PC specs, Oscar, are in a box below the video window on Twitch, was what I was trying to say earlier.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be dimming the lights.
This one doesn't do quite the thrust idle taxi like the one with the IAE engines. Got somebody on the takeoff roll ahead of us there.
Advise the field side. I had over here, so I don't feel hurry.
Yeah, the field
Traffic.
At 5237, aircraft will approach and late lap. Tower 119 airplane 1. You have a good day.
Visual approach runway 8 left, tower 119.
119.1's tower. The IAEs are everybody's favorite.
Level 663, contact.
They're kind of everybody's favorite, I think, because they make a little more noise and they idle a little faster, so that's kind of good.
Also, I'm fine visual right now, but I have the ILS set up in my, like, there is a possibility that the ILS
Endeavor 5257, yeah, you can fly the ILS. That's not a problem. We typically at the larger airports reference capturing the localizer or joining the localizer anyway, so it's always good to have the ILS approach plugged in. The visual just, clearing you for a visual approach just means we can tighten up the minimum spacing requirements.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Atlanta Tower, hi there, Delta 441 is at 1 Sierra with information Lima, requesting taxi.
Delta 441, Atlanta Tower. Information Yankees, current runway 9 left at Mike 2, taxi via Lima 1.
09 left, we're going to be taking off at Mike 2, Lima, and Lima 1 for Delta 441, and Yankee will be aboard momentarily. Yankees aboard. Okay, looking good there. So Lima 1, Mike 2. I think we're ready to go.
Delta 1959, my apologies, contact departure. Have a good flight.
Oh, JSG Droid already departed.
Departure, Delta 1959. Thanks so much.
Tampa, here we come. Might be getting just a little bit late in the live stream after we get to Tampa, so we may blow off Key West and maybe save Tampa to Key West for tomorrow. I hope that's okay, but it would just get a little bit too late here, and I will be getting to a point where it might be a good idea to eat something after about 6.5 hours. So I hope that that's not too disappointing. I wonder if we can
Atlanta
get
ground,
numbers
dog
from
21,
Mike
radio
2.
check.
Nope. No numbers
Dog
from Mike
21,
2.
Atlanta Tower,
It's
radio
not
check
that big of a
555.
difference. I know food. Jimmy Boy, welcome aboard. Good evening to you. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I've got leftover lentil soup.
Atlanta ground, dog 21 at the south hangar.
Thank you
Request
for
taxi to
using
the
our
active for
airport.
straight out departure.
Anytime. The tower, you weren't expecting us to haul people tonight. Yeah, we got a few people here. Uh-oh, we missed Lima 1. I was too busy looking at the nice
21,
sign.
stand by. I'll have a clearance available for you shortly. Delta 441, RNAV to Grits, runway 9 left, clear for takeoff.
9 left, clear for takeoff. And after that, we are RNAV grits, Delta 441. Strobes, landing light, final cabin call. We're going.
Dog 21, Atlanta, if you would just give me a little bit of information, aircraft type, and your
I think we're
requested
all ready to
altitude.
go. ECAM checklist is green. Tampa, here we come. Somebody let loose the alligators for the control, for the runway.
Aircraft type is a Cherokee. Requested altitude is 4,800.
Throttle's up about halfway. Engine stabilizing.
Endeavor 52, 57,
Clock's
welcome
running.
to Atlanta, cross runway 8 right at taxiway Delta, join Echo to the ramp.
Manual flex, SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Amber goes, so we are oh so much closer to being there yet. .100 knots checked.
And Dog 21, you're wanting to, which direction are you going to be departing? And are you also
Maybe
going to
we'll get in the
flight
center of the runway. V1, rotate.
To the west, negative, on flight following. Dog 21.
Ground Delta 961 Heavy, information Yankee, spot 6 Echo, ready to taxi.
Delta 961 Heavy, Atlanta Tower, thank you for Yankee, runway 9 left at Mike 2, taxi via Lima. Correction, Delta, Lima, Lima 1.
Delta Lima, Lima 1 to 9 left at Mike 2, Delta 961 Heavy.
Delta 441, contact departure, have a good flight.
Over to departure for Delta 441. Thanks, have a good weekend.
You just say. Dog 21, have clearance available, advise ready to copy.
And slats going up. Landed departure, very good evening. Delta 441's passed at 4,200 direct grits.
Delta 441, Atlanta departure at our contact spot, maintain 14,000.
14,000 now for Delta 441. And a nice night over Atlanta, the perfect night to head over to Vortex for burgers with friends. And flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed. Landing gear is up, auto brakes are off, after takeoff items are groovy. Passing 5,000.
03 heavy, clear direct cloud, descend and maintain 12,000.
DJ, you saw the last landing? Actually, the last landing was not too terribly good there, DJ. I'm going to try and redeem myself as we go into Tampa tonight. We'll see how that works. We'll see if that works a little bit better. Elevate X has done the landing. Stalo says, cry havoc and let's slip the alligators of the runway.
441 Atlanta Center on 132.97.
132.97 now for Delta 441. Thank you. 132.97. 132.97. Yay. Hotlanta Center. Hi there from Delta 441. We are passing 8,500 for 14.
441 Atlanta Center, welcome. Climb and maintain flight level 360.
Continue to climb, flight level 360 for Delta 441. Thank you. Up, up, and away. And map out a little bit. And that looks really good. $389 miles to Tampa. Hi, Tisak. Welcome aboard. Throx, you know about the Vortex and the volcano burgers that they have there? They call it, I call it volcano burger. They call it another one. They call it something else there, but it's supposedly a very, 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 very spicy burger. A super duper spicy burger. A monster spicy burger. Not recommended for human consumption.
05 to maintain 6,000. Can expect the visual.
Hell's Fury. That's the burger, Throx. If you had a Hell's Fury burger at Vortex.
And 2113, do you have the Greensboro and Vortex?
You have not. Okay, so that means, you know, you haven't, you know, you're still like alive and normal and living. We learned all about the Hell's Fury burger at Vortex from Trip Taker, who has actually had it once and lived to tell the tale.
Atlanta Center, Delta
gonna do wing lights at night. Makes me a little more visible.
Atlanta Center, just southwest 2941, this is VNet.
Exodus says that Man vs. Food has gone there. Really? And did they? Exodus, do you remember the Hell's Fury burger? Did they give it a try?
Radar contact, descend via the 6-3 arrival. The Atlanta altimeter 3037.
Descend via.
There is JSG Droid heading out. Delta 508 has already made progress too. And there's Tampa. Looks like Jacksonville's gone offline, so we're going to have a little bit of a break from ATC. Have to start our own descent, though.
Airport at site, United 2113.
And did we get all this set up here? Yeah, we got this set up. There we go. All set and ready to go. It says we're early on this flight. Looks like we are going to arrive in Tampa in 53 minutes. So if you are looking at the clock saying, man, it's getting late, I got to get up tomorrow, we probably got about another hour at the most for this live stream and flight. So Exodus remembers that episode from about 10 years ago.
Change to Atlanta approach 133-475, the Canada approach.
Tomorrow's first flight is Ishigaki to Naha Airport. It's part of our West Asian Pacific tour. There is a really nice scenery for Naha Airport. I think it was any builds and altimeter, standard and standard. And I was a bad pilot and didn't set this one because it was in hectopascals. And I didn't feel like converting.
3005, you have traffic at your 12 o'clock in 7 miles.
Sun's going down at Spy HQ, lost a couple of degrees.
Bound.
Don't know how cold it's going to get tonight.
We have the traffic in sight, Delta 3005.
3005, roger. Follow that traffic, the official on the side, right?
Follow traffic, clear visual approach, Delta 3005.
Delta 3005.
Sometimes if you've had kind of a long day or woke up on the wrong side of the bed, one of the nice things to do is just set your airplane up on flight, and after you get the autopilot going, kind of come on back here.
Can you repeat the speed for Delta 3005?
Like this, set yourself up with a nice little window seat, and just look out the window.
210 knots, Delta 3005?
It's not quite as good as being able to go and get on a real airplane, but you know, you get the sounds of the airplane. You get to look outside and see satellite generated scenery.
Calling November 775
And
Michael.
if airplanes are your happy place, this is the next best thing. You can just kind of pop yourself in and enjoy a flight, grab a favorite beverage, and seriously, just look out the
Atlanta
window.
Center, Delta 961
It
Heavy.
really is kind of a nice thing that you can do
14000.
if you're, stressed, bad mood, that kind of deal. The autopilot's going to handle it for you.
Maintain level 410, Delta 961 Heavy.
If you're really desperate, you can go and get a paper cup and fill it with cheap coffee. And that will make you feel even more like you're in an airplane. 24,000 feet, seatbelts. Close enough. We don't have wings flapping around, so
New recruits
let
detected.
people kind of get up
Welcome
and
aboard, Agent. Station.
take a break if they need to. Kel just did a follow on the channel. Thanks, Kel. Welcome aboard. We are just departing out of Atlanta, heading down to a really nice airport that we've all had for a while, Tampa Airport. Got a lot of nice ATC around Atlanta right now. Good evening, Kel. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Around the U.S. today, what do we got for some ATC tonight? Denver's up. LA is up. So you could go all the way from Denver down to LA if you want. Looks like we got Seattle and Portland. Washington, Boston's up. Cincinnati, Indianapolis. No, Indianapolis Center's up. We've got Memphis, Atlanta, and it looks like DC Center. Want to go a little bit further south? Yeah, it's pretty quiet here. We had some great ATC down in Brazil. Looks like Africa is nice and quiet, but they did have the big Cross Africa event today. And the EU and the UK are kind of quiet. A couple of towers are up, but that's really about it. Looks like a little bit of action in Canada too. So if you're looking for more places to go and fly, so we've got a north and south Tampa here. Don't need the briefing. Now's the good time to go and start closing out. Start closing out your applications. JSG Droid just got kicked over to advisory, so 122.8. 122.8. They were experimenting with CPDLC in the Atlanta, in VATSIM Atlanta for a while. I don't know that they're using it anymore, but I know that they were experimenting with CPDLC there. Blue is going to call it quits once you're down in Atlanta. Yeah, I'm not going to make it to Key West tonight. It's getting a little bit late here. We are approaching 7 hours into the live stream, so it's time for me to start thinking about like food. Can't exist on iced tea and lemonade alone. So we'll do a Tampa to Key West. We could do that as a second flight tomorrow. After we do Ishigaki. So we could do that one. Ishigaki to Naha. No, probably not any Papa John's tonight. I'm trying to cut back on a lot of that. I don't do a lot of ordering out anymore. So I've been cutting back on that quite a bit, but I'm trying to cut back to it, just not do it for a while. If the economy starts to get a little bit better, I will definitely try and do that, but not for a while. I really think it's important to start thinking about saving money and preparing for crazy stuff. Being able to have enough food at home to survive when there's crazies. Arether is having pizza. Oh, you're moving? What kind of pizza are you going to get tonight, Arether? How's the move going? Yes, I've also, since COVID and, career blowing up and all that other stuff, I've done a lot of home-cooked food. And it's also getting to the point where I'd much rather have home-cooked food. I went to a big national chain of burgers, not McDonald's or Burger King, another one of them. And it was like halfway through eating the burger and everything, I didn't get sick, but I felt like, this isn't good. And the burger itself wasn't all that great either. Let's see, margarita pizza. You're disassembling your desk and your hammock stand. Then it's the closet, computer stuff, sleep stuff, and some randomish junk. Yeah, moving is actually a really big deal. That was somebody else. 26 miles to top climb. I generally try and keep things really simple in my world because I used to have to move a lot. Obviously, I haven't anymore, but still. So, yep, it does look like... Oh, looks like Tampa called in a night. We're on our own to land. Yeah, you've already hit that point, Dalo. Now's a good time to stretch. Yeah, not drowning and stuff. I've been... used to live on a sailboat long time ago. The rule if you live on a sailboat or a boat or something like that is if you don't touch an object once a month, you do not have the room to keep it on the boat. Unless you're topping like a winter parka or emergency gear or stuff like that. So if you use it in a month, it's got to go because you don't have a lot of room on a boat. I've got a little bit of junk that I've accumulated, but I'm starting to get rid of a lot of that. A lot of that stuff. Oscar, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Dean is back in chat. Hi, Dean. Welcome in on YouTube. You're going to try and sell off half of what you own? Yeah, I've got a few things that I could sell. There's also some junk, but there's also stuff that I'm not going to get rid of. I've accumulated some good video production gear in the past 7 years or so of being on my own. So I'm not going to get rid of the production gear. Some good lighting equipment and stuff like that. Obviously Stormy's desk, I'm going to hold on to that. Unless you're MacGyver and have a really giant... Nope.
Have a good day.
Delta 441, 122.8. Thanks. Have a good weekend. All right, quiet for a while. Arether has got a small collection of high-quality headphones and your sim stuff. Yeah, you got to keep some things for sure. I did have a couple of old, controllers. And they were getting old and broken and didn't work well. Like the Thrustmaster Airbus side stick, those were starting to get pretty dodgy and did not work very well. And I was thinking, man, I had to keep these, Now, I'm getting rid of a lot of those things. I had an old fighter jet kind of a controller. Man, I don't remember what it is. And I thought I had to keep this. And then I plugged it in and tried to fly with it just once by myself. And that stick had gotten really loose and messed up. The throttles didn't work well, so that's got to go. And really, lightening your load. Okay, Oscar, thank you for flying along. Have a great evening. Yeah, 1 a.m.'s a little late. So have a good evening, Oscar. Thanks for being here. Happy landings. We'll see you next time. This is going to be a mostly quiet approach now for this. We do need to get a CTAF frequency. We'll try and get our CTAF frequency the correct way, though. Actually, no, it's a 24-hour airport here, so it's not going to have a CTAF. So we have to get it CTAF space KTPA Tampa CTAF 119.5. As you get older, I'm also thinning out my collection too because I am getting older. So 119.5 is CTAF for us here in Tampa. Let's look down here. We're going to do the Matey arrival, and that puts us out at 5,000 feet at Phelim, and then we turn back into the airport. Blue is you're going to the FBO and then shut down the PC and jump into bed. Sounds good. Great way to go. Well, that's a huge thing for me. I'm the last of my family. So there really isn't anybody to go through it. So I kind of have to go through it and clear out my own life before I can. So I'm starting to get a little bit conscious about the fact that I'm going to have to do that. And plus, there might be, I might have the opportunity to move in the next few years. I've been wanting to move for a long time. If I can grow the success of the live stream to the point that I can move, I want to. I just don't know where yet. So, definitely, lightening your load before you have to move is a very good thing to do. And just cleaning up stuff for tomorrow. That looks good. Okay, Ishigaki to Naha and then Tampa to Key West. If you would like a Naha airport, our friends from AnyBuilds have one, and I'll put in a link there. And then we got to figure out a departure for Monday's Vectors to Copenhagen. Let's see. Last time was supposed to be Oslo, but the internet crashed and I couldn't fly it. 103 miles from top of descent. Let's come on over here and we're going to get weather. So ATC called in a night here, so let's come over and just refresh the METAR. $100 miles to go. Yep, just the METAR. So winds right now 030 at 10, gusting to 30. 030 at 10. That's our wind. Our temperature in Tampa is 22 degrees. Glad that the alligators are nice and warm. And the altimeter is 3017. Transition 180. And Paro for the runway that we think we're going to be landing on. Let's also turn off GSX, charts, and the ILS or localizer for one left. Let's turn down the airplane a little bit. Category 1 landing is 220 feet. 220. Paro. And back to performance. We are 91 miles from top of descent. You're talking about that one song that might have some lyrics that some people might not like very much. This is a K-pop song, and some of it's in Korean. I wonder if we're saying things here that people would get freaked out about. 5,000 feet is our initial descent. No ATCs, so we'll just pop this in. 5,000 feet. Tampa ground is popped back on. There's a little ATC around Orlando. So CTAF is 119.5. I mean, you can't have a flight sim live stream without some K-pop in your music playlist, right? Farrelly's kids have music drumstick that no crap, one of the songs on it was my intro song. Really? So they've got a song that uses the intro song to the spy flight. It's from a group called Tape Machines. I really do like it. So it was this one, Tides with You. This is the one, Farrelly. Or was it the older one? Clouds are rolling in. Oh, it's not this one? Oh, okay, it's the old one. Darn. I thought we got to rock out to that song again a little bit. I know what we want. We want postcard view. Postcard view is always nice. Yeah, I think we all will for a long time, Paulo. Used it for 8 years. A little bit of Spy Boogie, yeah. I don't know. I ended up going with this one as a new title song because it kind of has a little bit of an island vibe. And I guess that's just the thing about Spy Flight is the Spy Flight's always got a little bit of a beach shirt island vibe going. And that's part of why it is that I kind of had gone with this one for let's get the show going kind of a song. And we've got lots of good people dancing around doing this too. Top of descent, 60 miles. Tampa's almost near. Somebody stir up the alligators. Still using one left. Father's Gate. I've got the ILS to runway 1 left. They're also using the GPS on the other side, on 1 right. really gonna have to transfer a few of these songs into my iTunes library so I can put it into the iPod part of my phone, just so I'm got that for bouncing down the road someday. Thalo, we don't need any parachute. Everything is completely under control. No reason to panic. Of course, I think I said that before we went into Paro today too, right? A beautiful night to fly. Just absolutely love these. See, here's another one of the original songs that we kind of like. I hope this one doesn't have any spicy lyrics in it. Father's Game, yeah, gusts around 30 miles an hour still, right, Father's Game? 32 knot crosswind at 2,000 feet to end the night. Yeah. Thalo said, yeah, tell that to the sheep, but they're already long gone. Because the alligators got them, right? So yeah, gusty winds right now. The latest METAR, we were checking that out here to come on in. So winds right now at Tampa are nope, that's Atlanta, hang on. Yeah, 030 at 10, gusting to 30. 030 at 10, gusting to 30 knots. So a bit of, little bit breezy there. 36 miles to top of descent. We could switch this to now below, since we're going to be on our descent. Oh wow, Sweet on Me was also by Tape Machines. That's the group that did the new theme song. Clouds are definitely getting thicker the closer to Tampa we get. Let's see. I don't think the clouds were really all that big here. Broken at 2,200. That's really about it. So that's not so bad. Canutus says to hydrate. We should hydrate. That is going to be, did we depart on time? Delta Ops. No ADC required. We got out on time. So that, Cole, that was our company message. Let's see. Father's Game was working on the boat today. Too much wind. Oh, wow. You're doing glass and resin on your boat? Wow. I was really lucky with the one that I got, Father's Game. The Marietta was made the year before they changed the formula and for fiberglass, and so hull is just really, really well done. I mean, it's so much more solid. This is a 70, I think it's 72 or 74. So that was before they changed the mixture for things like fiberglass. So I haven't had to do any work like that. It just, chip off a barnacle or two, and that's been about it. So I've never had to lay glass and do resin on that. There's been a little bit of work along the top side and stuff, but really hope I can figure out a way to get back to a point in life where I can do some things with that. It's so nice. Almost time to descend, 11 miles. Almost descent time. It should be a nice descent. So all we have to do is press the button. 8 miles to top of descent. So Father's Game, I've been away from the boat. The boat's still on the trailer and stuff like that. I go out and visit it maybe once a year or so. Is West Marine still the biggest name and all of that? I used to live there. They got so much of my discretionary money at the time. But it was all worth it. 6 miles to top of descent. Five miles. You get a countdown right here in the cruise page. It'll even give you the UTC time that you're going to start your descent. 3 miles. I usually press the button around 1. Two miles and 1 mile. TV's Frank. Press the button. Wonder if any real pilots ever said that. You had to rip out the fishing deck, casting deck, and storage. Really, it all rotted out. So you tore it out and you've got new fiberglass applied. You were building the new casting platform and was about to start class when the wind kicked up. West Marine, okay, total boat. There was never really a total boat where I was. But West Marine, oh my gosh, was that huge. Every year, I mean, the new West Marine catalog and stuff, you get it, put it on your boat. In fact, I think I've still got one there. It's probably a little bit ruined right now by water and moisture and stuff, you know, in there. But, oh my gosh. The big old, do they still do a big old fat catalog, or is it just all online now? And our descent is just perfect. Switch now from airports now to constraints. Looking good. They have it, but you've got to sign up for it now to go and get a catalog. Okay. I imagine the people that do have, you know, keep one on their boat if they're really serious about having it on the boat. Okay, so we got to be between 11,000 and 8,000 at Mady here. Fuel on board is 9.1. Landing fuel is going to be 8.3. We are going to die fuel is 5.0. We could go around if we had to. Performance and good. 31,000 feet. Passengers are complaining that there's too many clouds and they can't see anything. We do need, on one of the nights that we know that we're going to be flying a little bit longer than usual, we need to go into Orlando. We need to go into Orlando after 9 p.m. local time and just check out fireworks. One go around per day is good. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. Maybe one. Yes, one every century. One every century is okay. We don't want to, you know, don't want the passengers to get too spoiled thinking, hey, maybe we get to go around today. Then they'd want to go around every time, stuff like that. Issue for you is engine prices have gone through the roof. A 40 horsepower tiller outboard, brand new, is $6,300 up to $8,500. Yeah, I've heard that some of the prices now also for sailboat stuff, obviously the sails and some of the rigging have gone through the roof too. Just almost all boating has just gone to the point that most people have to get out of it. That's why I'm so grateful the Marietta will fit on a trailer. But yeah, my guess is, so you've got tiller outboard,
More
40 horsepower. I had basically I had maybe an 8 horsepower kicker motor on the sailboat, and that was about it. At one point, we did a 25 horsepower. Yanni Vision is back in with the raid. Hi, Yanni Vision. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the raid. Good to see you. Sphinx Music. Yep, A319. Citizen 42 came in with the raid. Welcome aboard. Yanni Vision, thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing your friends in. If you're new to all this, we are Flight Simmers. We are in an Airbus A319. Sometimes known as the baby bus. We took off from Atlanta Hartsfield. We are going down to Tampa, Florida. And we have just started our descent. We're at about 26,000 feet right now. Going to go south of the airport, turn around, land up to the north because of some gusty winds there tonight. Everything else is looking pretty good. If you don't know, this is the Phoenix A319. This is one of the most advanced airplanes that you can get for
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Flight Simulator. It is incredibly well detailed. So you have to learn a little bit about an Airbus. Yeah, Father's Game. It's the Vertical Sim Tampa. Blue, yeah, that's right. If you're in Europe or the UK, the EU, your clocks are springing forward tonight, so be ready for that, okay? So you had a trolling motor. You could do a couple of knots under full power. Yeah, mostly I would use the kicker motor. I would use the kicker motor to get in and out, but then when I put it into some salt water and was on the Texas Gulf Coast, I needed a little bit more power, so I added a bit more power because you also sometimes found yourself in a spot where you were battling a tide, and I had to worry about that a few times. So it went up to about a 12 for a while. The 8 horsepower was really old. I think it was older than I was. Maybe. That's how old that motor was. So I bought a new one, put it in salt water, and within, about 5 years, the salt water just ate through that motor. So, Doka Hoy, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. But yeah, Detergent Foot, those little electric trolling motors can do pretty good stuff. The cat, are you talking about the Scaredy Cat emote? Where's Scaredy Cat? Are you talking about this one? The Scaredy, oh, the eating cat. I don't have the eating cat. That's somebody else. Oh, that was for Doka. Okay, yeah, we have a Scaredy Cat and Drunken Sheep because, what flight sim live stream isn't complete without a Drunken Sheep? Father's Game is a 15-foot skiff, and it's a beast. You need 4 inches with a sandy bottom to blast through. Really? Marietta needs a little bit more. I need a couple of feet unless the centerboard's down. But the thing about the Marietta is it's only a 23-foot, but it is an incredibly heavy-duty 23-foot. It was built by Grampian Marine for the Great Lakes, so it had to be a lot tougher, and it really is. Misty is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in, Misty. Thank you for doing the emote thing. Yeah, Grampian Marine was in Ontario, and they were very, very tough boats. They really were. They did go out of business, and I think, man, I can't remember, another one of the, not Hunter, but there was a Hunter, It was a bigger sailboat company than Hunter Marine. Got the molds for the Grampian Marine sailboats, and they incorporated that into their line of sailboats. Well, sadly, there's no real good place to take the boat here, and I haven't been aboard. It hasn't been in the water for almost 20 years now. Last time Doka was in the live stream was 2023. So what's been going on here? We're still kind of doing, we're flying around the world. We're doing lots of VATSIM events. We have been in Microsoft Flight Simulator for quite a while. Flight simming has gotten a lot more complex. It has gotten more detailed. Our airplanes are incredible. Let's see. Bunch of ATC here. Looks like Jack Center has popped up. My guess is Jack Center is probably not going to worry too much about Tampa right now. So we're probably on our own still to come in. 119.5. Let's come on down there. Father's Game reminds us that, yeah, it's Miami Center that's going to control Tampa, so they don't care. Okay. Altimeter, Tampa approach, 3017. Man, the pressure was really high in Atlanta. 3017, 3017, do the math, 1022. If we want to be good and set the backup altimeter. 1022. That looks good. Let's get seatbelts going on here. Our descent's still pretty good. There is still Tampa ground. That's right. If you are in the UK and the EU, daylight savings time is popping up out there. You're going to need to get up early tomorrow morning. Gotta have some speed brake. Not able to make that slow down, and also we're a little high now. But yeah, we've gotten some incredibly great airplanes. There's some really good ones that are out there too right now. We're expecting a Lockheed L1011 coming out soon. We just got an Airbus A340-600, and that's pretty good. Mucho to your Spanish friends. It means a lot to you. I often say mucho. We are a touch high, but not bad. We've also gotten some nice new apps. We've gotten Chase Plane. So we finally have a really good flyby now. And you can also use it as taxi by and everything else, which is pretty cool. There we go. Now we're finally catching up there. Yeah, the jokes are still pretty bad, Dokahoy. In fact, they probably have gotten worse since 2023. Set for this. We've also got LiDAR charts in the Phoenix airplanes now, and in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 you get free LiDAR charts. That's incredible. And let's put speed brakes back. Auto brakes are going to be medium. Speed brakes are armed. Looking good. JSG droid is heading straight towards Wolfie right now. Our spacing is really good coming in. So there's JSG droid. Wolfie's just turned final into Tampa. Ground and ATIS still are aboard, are up. Actually, X-Plane got a little bit heavy for my old system. So, unfortunately, X-Plane had to go by the wayside. But I hear they've been doing a little bit of optimization, so I might try it again someday. VATSIM all the time, but I'm just 2024. But you're always welcome. Dokahoy, we've got a really nice Discord right now, and you'll see got the flight plans over there. I've also expanded to YouTube at the same time, so we've also got YouTube going. 10,000 feet, landing lights, cabin call. This airplane, if you haven't been into it, Dokahoy, this is the Phoenix. They have a lot, A319, 20, and 21. They are probably some of the best. PMDG is over. PMDG is in Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. They've got some pretty good airplanes. We got a great MD-11 now. Yeah, some people are having really, really good luck with X-Plane. I wasn't for the longest time, but I just at some point I just need to spend the day getting everything loaded back in and give it a try. Wolfie says be ready for a bumpy approach. Or as the little shrunken head in Harry Potter says, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Captain Whip, how you doing? It's a toss-up for Captain Whip. It's a toss-up as far as the sim. So you go both X-Plane and Microsoft, and it works good for you. Yeah, Ernie is one of my absolute favorites. I need to get one of those for my car or something like that. You're tired? Well, you and Loviz both did Cross Africa today. So, oh my gosh, you've had a long day of sim flying today. And from what I hear, Cross Africa was a big success. Got to work out. The Fellas 747-200, that is an incredible airplane. It really is. I flew that a few times. It was an incredibly nice gift from Sim Caesar. I'm never going to forget that. There was long flights and good conversation.
Tampa traffic, Delta 1969.
There's JSG Droid coming on in, range change. And somebody needs to call ahead and make sure that they let the alligators out of the cage in Tampa. Spies arriving.
Behind Delta, who's just current state Tampa traffic.
A nice night. We're about to go feet dry here. Dokahoy is making dinner. Okay, before you go, you got to tell us what's for dinner tonight. That way everybody is hungry and, wants food. Because that's still always chatting about food here. Always chatting it up about food. Everything's good here. Okay, posture check so we can fly the airplane without the autopilot. Smash burgers tonight. Those are always fun. Those are always a good time.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Let's see. Ahmed, Mohammed 93. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. I don't cook that much different stuff. The things that I've done as far as food videos and stuff were some of the more unique things that I did. But I haven't really done any other things. I mean, it's just generally, I'm also relying on a few things out of the freezer section and the microwave lately too. Oh, it's your wife's birthday. Oh, well, hey, if it's your wife's birthday and your wife wants smash burgers, that's what you do. Absolutely. That's a great way to do it. But yeah, that's the only reason. Plus, I've also got most all of my production gear set up, you know, the decent cameras right there. Got a, you know, another camera, you know, down here. And all of these other things are kind of locked down here and not over at the kitchen. So that's why, although that being said, I did decide to pick up the little Osmo cam with the goal of getting out of my apartment a lot more. So I could take that over, but yeah, most all the gear is over here and kind of locked down in place. Not necessarily creature of habit or special diet, more creature of convenience. The live stream does take a significant chunk of the day, and you know, at the end of the day, after 7.5 hours of flying, sort of like, gee, do I really want to go and cook something, or just zap something in the microwave? So, and there's good things that you can put in the microwave. I do take the time out to smash up some avocados and make homemade guacamole. I'm still just, that's like an addiction for me. Love guacamole. You know, after the live stream, you know, a little bit of guacamole, some nice chips, and well, you've got a bigger world going on, Cat Whip. You're flying real world airplanes in the real world. I can only imagine what your time or lack thereof must be like. You know, with an early morning departure or something else. All right, should be doing a slowdown here to 210 knots. We are on CTAF, Tampa Grounds 121.7, 121.7, so we're preset with that. After arrival, we're going to be going to gate number 64. So that means we're going to come in here, and it's Whiskey 1. We're going to get off at Whiskey 5. I bet we could probably get away with auto brakes low tonight. Whiskey 5, we're going to airside Echo, and we'll just grab that. Let's see, Rentaro is in chat over on YouTube. Hey, welcome aboard. Thanks for discovering the Spy Flight on YouTube. Relatively new over there. Speed's coming down. I say flaps 1. We are in the baby bus, so baby bus needs config 3 tonight. Config 3, GPWS, tell that. Rentaro says it is 10:18 in Japan right now. Good morning then. Thanks for coming in today. Wolfie says get ready for very windy conditions on landing. Let's see if there's anybody else on approach for the runway. Nope, just us. So that airplane's off the left wingtip. We'll wait till it gets downrange a little and do our own thing. Pull the plug there, and it's going to be 2,600. We'll just let it go down to 3. So continue down to 3,000 there, Mr. Airplane. And that looks really good. And nothing to worry about there. The Rage says it's windy. You just landed in Tampa too. Gusting to 30 knots according to the last METAR. Let's turn on LS. And there goes JSG Droid. Left turn to 090 degrees. .090. Pull that for our turn. Speed's coming down, flaps 2. How about wheels? Gear coming down a little bit soon, but that way we got time to get everything set up for the arrival. Very good. Tampa traffic, Delta 441 is on a left base right now for the ILS runway 01 left, Tampa. Canutus says be ready for alligators and you may need your parachute. And let's go ahead and turn on in. And I'm going to continue to let the airplane descend. And let's arm the approach. It's getting late. We're probably going to call it after this one. We're going to do Tampa to Key West tomorrow. Hi, dear cat. Yeah, we're going to do that one tomorrow. It's starting to get a touch late tonight. Captain Whip says there's manatees on the runway. Uh-oh, flooding? Loviz wants to do the Key West flight. Yeah, that's tomorrow, Loviz. I hope you'll be able to do that. But it was just getting way too late. Plus, there's also a need to go and get recycle some of the beverages. Tampa traffic, Delta 441. Turning finals right now, landing runway 01 left to Tampa. Hi, Tampa. It was a good day of flying for Loviz and Captain Whip today. Pauliot says that there is an Air India livery for the TriStar, and we're supposed to know what that means. Air India for the TriStar. Afraid my brain power has to put two and two together is kind of shorted out. And there's 5 mile finals. After landing, I think everybody's kind of excited about the TriStar. I kind of wasn't to start out, but the thing is the TriStar is going to be a complex airplane, but it's got some groovy little things there in the flip cards, so that if we're busy flying it and cross the pond or something and we just don't have time to get back to the flight engineer panel, we could click a button and take care of it from the captain's seat. I think that's really pretty cool. Oh, it means we're flying in India. Okay. Yeah, we're flying in India. I think we're looking good. Wind from the right blowing us to the left. Autopilot's off. Clear it. Oh, is there a really good approach that's going to be fun for us?
500.
Let's see if we can keep the airplane from yelling at us.
Above. Minimum.
Landing.
Retard. Drive.
Reverse. Reversers are green. I really like the little baby bus here. This is just such a cute little airplane. It gets the job done so well. Hi, little baby bus. Oh, we ought to get off the runway here. Tampa traffic, Delta 441 is clear of runway 01 left. Happy landings, Tampa. And we've got ground still up. Hello, ground. Tampa ground. Hi there. Delta 441 just landed on 1 left. We are on Whiskey parking. Tonight's the Echo Concourse. Was that it officially? Oh, a nicely done. Wow, a nicely done from Captain Whip. That is really awesome. Thank you.
Just to confirm, that was Airside Charlie, you said?
We're at Airside Echo tonight, Delta 441. Thank you, Captain Whip.
Delta 441, taxi via Whiskey Vector 4. Good night.
Whiskey and Victor 4 for Delta 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Captain Whip. That means the world.
You too.
How did we...
You should fly Battle at the Force event tomorrow. That'd be fun.
There's stuff tomorrow? What time?
2300 Zulu to 0300 Zulu tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. We're actually planning to pick up from Tampa tomorrow and go down to Key West and then come back. So that would work out almost perfectly.
Yeah, we have Battle of the Forts event featuring Fort Lauderdale and Fort Myers, so you'll probably pick up Miami Center or something with a lot of other controllers.
Awesome. Thank you for telling us. We will be back tomorrow, and we will, of course, be on our best behavior as we always are. Thank you. Best behavior.
Don't worry. We'll have a lot of fun.
Best behavior. I don't think that he bought that. I don't think he bought that one. Nope. Didn't do that. Welcome into Delta Land here at Tampa, St. Pete. I know, making promises we can't keep. Making promises we can't keep. Oh, look at our cute little airplane. Let's see. Taxi lights off. Wing lights are off. Strobe lights are off. We don't need that anymore either. Do we have a special marking here for baby buses? Oh, look at that. We do. They gave us one there. Low Vis. So that's the event that we're going to fly in tomorrow. Parking brakes. Thanks, Low Vis. Mischief is managed. Yes, our mischief is definitely managed today. And APU is coming up just fine. Could have turned that up. Uh-oh. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down. I thought I put those away. We don't need predictive wind shear anymore. Let's also get off the radar scope. Back to all and off. That looks really good. Do we have an APU yet? We sure do. APU bleed. And life is good. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. And that looks really good. And let's deboard the plane. Oh, well, our iPad made it to 100%. How about that? And ground services, we could use some chocks. I'll call for ground power unit. Let's get the cargo doors open. Engines are good. Fuel pumps going off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't need ADIRs anymore. And crew oxygen goes off at that point. Beacon and seat belts. And everything is perfect. How about that? What a nice night. And all sorts of little half widgets here too. Yes, we need Judi Dench. Something like that. Okay, let's see. We've got that event that Loviz sent in. So, well, it didn't show up. I will make sure that we're ready to go with that later. I've also got to review the lyrics for our song Sweet On Me by the Tape Machines, and we'll see what that's got. But we made it. Nobody was hurt. And again, I really appreciated Tampa RSW to EYW. Okay. Technically, you didn't promise to actually behave. Just be on our best behavior. Oh, yeah. So we didn't do that at all. Perfect day of flying except for crashing and engines catching fire. Well, that was one of those things. Oh, is that sweat? I thought it was sweet on me. It's not sweat, is it? SW. Oh, it is sweat.
Top clearance granted, agent.
Oh, I thought it was
Loyalty
sweet
noted.
on me. Man. Okay, I'm embarrassed. I can't read my own lyric, my own song titles. Wolfie, thanks for being here. Hey, we made it. Okay, we got a nice day. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. We have got Ishigaki to Naha. We got a great airport to go into to Naha. Then we got Tampa to Key West, although Loviz says there's another airport that we ought to shove in the middle of that, and we'll do that one as well. So we at least have a nice little two-hop. And then we got to figure out a departure on Monday for Vectors to Copenhagen, which is always an incredibly good time, too. I guess, yeah, we're going to need it. I thought it was Sweet on Me, not Sweat, but yeah, is that going to be our new opening song? I seriously did. I thought it was Sweet on Me. Oh, man. Okay, it's probably not that bad, not as bad as I thought then, right? Not as bad as I thought. So we'll keep it in the playlist because, you know, it's going to be entertaining right now. I am so grateful today. There was some nice resubs today. Thanks for the really nice support. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming in and keeping me going here. There was some nice cheers. Thank you for that as well. But as always, biggest part is thank you so much for being such great flight sim friends. It is food time here, and I bet it's food time there and getting a little late for you. So thank you for coming on in. Conti's doing something. Looks like Conti's doing stuff with the new VFR charts in Navigraph. So we'll go and see what that's all about. Loviz says we need new graphics. You mean my departure boards? I'm going to do a few little changes. Do I need to make more changes? Yeah, they are pretty graphic when it comes to graphics. Thanks for coming in today. I hope you're doing... it was sweet that I thought it was sweet as opposed to sweat. Okay. Well, we're going to go with it anyway. Oh, to go with the new song. Well, what could possibly go wrong there? All right, time for me to go. Thank you for being here. I need to stop rambling and say thank you for being here. Have an incredibly good evening. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. In the meantime, until we get together again, I can't wait to see you. Departure time's normal time, 1800 Zulu. Until then, remember it's kind of crazy out there. So take extra good care of yourself. You're not being selfish. You know, get plenty of rest, eat good food, and take breaks from the crazy stuff whenever you possibly need to do that. So stay healthy, stay safe. Have a great evening. Say hi to Conti, and we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.